Transcendental Publishing House presents the book, Princess with a Nanny.
Prologue. Antonius Caspian. The piercing cry of our newborn daughter tore me from the vortex of anguish and despair that consumed me as I watched my wife's life slipping away from me forever. The love that once blossomed between us withered, leaving in its place an overwhelming burden, a legacy of responsibilities I never imagined I would have to face alone. A lump gripped my throat so tightly that every breath felt like torment. I never let go of her hand for a moment. Those delicate fingers, once full of life, now seemed as fragile as glass. Her eyes, large and exhausted, searched mine. Tenderly, I wiped the sweat from her forehead and caressed her cheeks, knowing that these gestures would be my last comforts. The doctor, with careful but firm hands, brought our daughter to her mother. He gently placed her on her chest, and in a final gesture of love, my wife placed a heavy kiss on the little girl's forehead. In that instant, she let go of my hand, concentrating everything she had left on our daughter. Tears sprang to my eyes as I saw them together, a scene as sublime as it was ephemeral, an image I wished I could engrave in my mind forever, knowing it would never happen again. "Promise me you'll never leave her alone, that you'll be happy, and that you'll find a new wife," he whispered, his voice barely audible, broken by pain and fatigue. Tears streamed down his face, leaving traces my heart couldn't erase. "Don't ask me to promise the impossible," I replied, my voice cracking, struggling to emerge from my empty chest. "You're taking my soul with you, leaving me bereft of everything. How could I even think of moving forward? Antonio, you're still young, you can fall in love again." A violent cough interrupted her. I quickly took our daughter from her arms, knowing the worst was yet to come. The doctor, with an unblinking look, confirmed the inevitable: the end was near. I left the little girl in the arms of her future governess, my wife's closest confidant, who swore to care for her with maternal love. But how could anyone replace the warmth of a mother? Empty words that barely touched the abyss of my loss. I knelt beside the bedside of my wife, the youngest queen the world had ever known, watching as life slowly drained from her. My country and the entire kingdom would fall into deep mourning, but my heart was already withering, suffocated by grief. I tried to offer her one last sip of water, but I couldn't quite bring the glass to her lips. A final gasp escaped her chest, causing the glass to fall from my hands, shattering to the floor like my broken soul. "No!" A heart-rending scream tore from my throat, an echo of my own emptiness that resonated off the walls of the room, leaving me exposed to everyone. In the living room, the two maids and the butler remained respectfully silent. My royal advisor waited outside, not daring to enter. Someone tried to pull me away from my beloved's lifeless body, but I wouldn't let them. Pain consumed me, a piercing chill running down my spine. Tears blurred my vision as, broken, I allowed everyone to see the truth: she was my weakness, and without her, nothing remained of me. "Antonio, you must stay in control," I heard Jorge's firm voice, who, without me noticing, had entered the room. I turned my face slightly, my tear-stained eyes barely able to focus on him. His face showed a mixture of compassion and pragmatism. "I can't," I murmured between sobs, feeling each word tearing at me. "I'm losing half my life." "Now you have a reason to live," he insisted, his voice closer. "It's not the same as when your parents died, Antonio. Now there's a little princess who needs you, whom you must protect." Her words, though logical, crashed against the wall of my grief. The weight of reality was beginning to settle in my mind, but my heart refused to accept the loss of my beloved. It wasn't just a loss, it was a void so deep it threatened to consume everything. I took a deep breath, struggling to stay upright in the midst of that abyss. "Let someone arrange her funeral." I don't want anything long, I said, struggling to my feet. I couldn't bear to see her in a coffin for much longer. My legs were wobbly, but I forced myself to walk. Each step drained me of energy, as if my own body resisted leaving the place where she lay. The palace walls, once my refuge, now felt oppressive, closing in on me, suffocating me with every movement. Somehow, I ended up in the presidential office. I'd never been one of those men who drowned my grief in alcohol. I'd seen what it did to my father, how it consumed him after my mother's death. But this time, I needed to escape, even if it was just for a few hours. I needed my heart to stop beating. I uncorked a bottle of rum, my father's favorite. I considered it for a moment, as if some warning might arise in my mind, but nothing stopped me. I took a glass and, before one of the maids could come in to pour it, I raised a hand to stop her. She hesitated, clearly uncomfortable, but my look was enough. I am her king, and my word is law. Without further ado, she quietly withdrew. I sat down in the leather chair behind the large, dark wood desk. I poured a generous portion of the rum into my glass and, without a second thought, downed it in one gulp. The liquid burned my throat, causing me to cough momentarily, but I didn't care. I felt the warm, scorching sensation travel down my chest as I gripped the glass so tightly I was afraid I'd break it. Each swallow numbed me, dulling the sharp edges of my grief, slowly extinguishing the feelings that had kept me going. She was everything to me, my light in the darkness, my hope in the midst of chaos, my anchor in life's storms. And now, without her, there was nothing but emptiness. I let everything out there play out without me. The funeral arrangements, the protocols. I didn't care about any of that. I didn't want to see her in a cold room, surrounded by candles and people feigning mourning. That very night she would be taken to the royal mausoleum, away from prying eyes and aching hearts. The people would want to venerate her, would demand to have her body for weeks, but I couldn't bear it. I couldn't see her like this. I didn't want her image to remain trapped in the minds of others, inert in a coffin. My wife, my queen, deserved to rest in peace, far from the world that would forever remember her as the light it lost. There's a knock at the door, and when I look at the bottle on the desk, I notice that it's barely a quarter empty. Hours have passed without me noticing. Night has fallen, and a soft rain begins to tap on the window panes. It's the middle of winter, and it seems that even the weather joins my grief. Each drop that spills resonates like a lament, as if nature itself were mourning its passing. Outside, the birds sing with a sadness I can't ignore, and the cold breeze seeps through the nooks and crannies of the palace, chilling me to the bone, both inside and out. Antonio, it's time to cremate our queen's body. I hear the voice of Jorge, the Duke of Cana, who enters with the same discretion that always characterizes him, but his words don't give me comfort, they only remind me that the end has come. Take her. Let her do the whole procedure. I don't want to be there, I reply, without looking at him directly, searching the bottle for some last vestige of forgetfulness. My hand falters, the glass wobbles, but I keep drinking, trying to quench what's consuming me inside. You must come say goodbye to her, Jorge insists, with the calm that always surrounds him. I know it perfectly. But every fiber of my being rejects the idea of saying goodbye. When I look up, the world around me spins, dizziness takes over. How do you say goodbye to the driving force of your life? I ask, my voice cracking, almost demanding an impossible answer. Antonio, we knew this could happen, he begins, but I stop listening. His voice fades into the echo of my pain. A thought flashes through my mind like a bolt of lightning in a storm. Claudia, our daughter. The little girl we had longed for so long and for whom my wife fought until her last breath. And now, just when we had finally achieved what we desired most, life, cruel and merciless, has snatched her away from us. It deprived my wife of the gift of watching her daughter grow, of loving her, of guiding her. A deep, weary sigh escapes my lips as I stagger to my feet. I leave the office and, without saying a word, head toward the cremation site. Every step I take seems 1,000 times heavier, as if gravity itself wants to hold me back, prevent me from facing what I know will be my final goodbye. When I arrive, I stand in front of my wife's body. They've dressed her in a beautiful pink dress, one of her favorites. Her hair is perfectly styled, and the makeup has restored some of the lost glow to her face. For a moment, I can almost believe she's just sleeping, that this is all a horrible nightmare from which I'll soon wake up. But it's not. Since she entered her 3rd trimester, she had slowly begun to fade, to lose the charm that made her shine. I swallow hard, fighting not to cry more in front of my subjects. The lump in my throat is like a knife that cuts me every time I try to swallow. I swear I'll never love anyone again, I whisper, barely able to get the words out. I'll be faithful to your memory. I'll take care of Claudia, our daughter, and every night I'll long for your closeness, your hugs, your love. With that promise, I slowly turn on my heels and let the attendants get on with their work. I can't stand it anymore. My heart has stopped working, I know it. Everything in me is on autopilot. The kingdom needs me, and I will live for it, but love has disappeared from my life. After having a cruel father and being the illegitimate son of a handmaid, my wife was the only good thing I had, the only light in my dark existence. Now, that light has been extinguished, and all that's left for me is to do my duty. Nothing more. Chapter 1. Gregory Sanchez. The numbers didn't lie. My flower business was falling apart, like the withered leaves I found among the petals at the end of the day. Every week was a struggle to make ends meet, and while I wasn't short of work, the payments never came in on time. I had the Diaz wedding this weekend, but with what I was owed from previous clients, I could barely afford the arrangements I needed to decorate for the ceremony. I looked at my phone with a sigh as Maria arrived with our cups of coffee. She had always been the first to notice when something wasn't right with me. "Numbers again," he said, placing the cup in front of me. His tone was gentle, but it didn't hide the concern in his eyes. "It's the numbers again," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "Floriculture isn't making any headway, Maria. I'm up to my neck in debt. This wedding should be a blessing, but..." I stopped, struggling not to sound defeated. "I don't have the money to pay for the materials. I don't know what I'm going to do." Maria leaned forward, her gaze fixed on mine. "Have you told the Diaz family?" I shook my head. I haven't felt brave enough to tell them I don't have the money to cover their only daughter's wedding. Besides, I need the profits they'll keep so badly. They're generous, and with that money I can pay for most of my aunt's treatment. I can't do that to them. It's their big day, and you know how Jade, the bride, is. If I tell her I can't make it, she'll tear me apart. And then, who's going to recommend me? Mr. Diaz's daughter is very picky. If I cancel, she's likely to slander my flower business, and things would only get worse for me. Maria laughed, but it was a dry sound, devoid of real humor. "Jade is a witch, but I understand you. Although, Gregory, you have to take care of yourself. You can't keep suffocating yourself just to look good to everyone." I stared into my coffee as if the answers were at the bottom of the cup. "I know, but it's not just that. It's like this wedding is my last chance to prove I can keep the flower business afloat. If all goes well, maybe I'll get more clients. But if I fail? You're not going to fail, Maria interrupted with a firmness she hadn't expected. You're the best at this, and if anyone can pull off a spectacular event on a small budget, it's you. What do you need? I remained silent for a moment, knowing Maria would offer help, even though I didn't want to burden her with my problems. But, as always, she was quicker. I've known her since she founded the flower shop. I still remember the first day I set foot in the rundown premises they rented to me. Maria walked through that door and asked for the job. It made me smile. I never posted the ad for a worker, I forgot to take it down. Look, I have some savings. I can lend you some for the repairs. Her words fell like a relief in my chest, but at the same time, I didn't want to accept it. I knew it wasn't just some savings, she belongs to a very wealthy family. I know little about them because she doesn't like to talk about her degree of kinship. I can't ask that of you, Maria. You've done enough for me. I don't want you to get mixed up in this too. It's not a problem, and you know it. We're best friends, and besides, I'd rather you owe me than some vendor who charges you double. She winked at me, smiling. Besides, think how amazing that wedding will look when it's filled with your flowers. You always know how to convince me, I said, letting out a small laugh. The truth was, I couldn't afford to let this event go. My mind is constantly on my aunt's health, so I've decided to look for a second job to try to save my business. That's my job, he replied, taking a sip of his coffee. We sat in silence for a while, sharing the tranquility of the moment, but my mind kept racing with everything that lay ahead. Despite the debts, the sleepless nights, and the stress, I knew I wasn't alone. Maria was there, just as she had always been. And for a second, I allowed myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, things would work out this time. The sound of my cell phone vibrating on the table pulled me out of my conversation with Maria. I felt a knot in my stomach when I saw the name on the screen, Hospital Central. My heart started beating faster, and the coffee suddenly felt cold in my hands. I responded instantly, expecting the worst. Hello, I said, trying to sound calm. However, I couldn't manage it. My nerves were visible even above my hairline. Whenever the hospital calls, scenes of my aunt at her worst come flooding back to me. The voice on the other end of the line was formal, but there was no way to soften the news. Miss Gregory Sanchez. We're calling from Central Hospital. Your Aunt Melissa has been rushed to the hospital. She fainted at home this morning, and the doctors believe the cancer is progressing faster than we expected. Her condition is critical, and we think it would be important for you to come in as soon as possible. The air seemed to escape my lungs. Melissa, my aunt, the only family I'd known and supported since I was a child, was getting worse. I knew lung cancer was aggressive, but I didn't think this moment would come so soon. I grew up in a small house in the country. When I told her about my dreams of coming to the city, she never called me stupid like other people did. She encouraged me to keep going and pursue my dreams. How is he now? I asked in a whisper, unable to fully process what I'd just been told. I couldn't lose her. She's my only family, the mother I never had and the consolation of my depressed nights. Apart from my best friend, my aunt was the only one who could fill the void in a lonely and dreamy soul. They're stabilizing her, but the doctors aren't optimistic. She's conscious, although very weak. The pause on the other end of the line made the silence unbearable. I'm so sorry, miss. I hung up without another word. I felt Maria move beside me, her hand firm on mine. I knew she'd heard, or at least sensed, what had just happened. Gregory, she whispered softly. being that anchor that always holds me in the midst of the storm. I stared at the coffee in front of me, but everything had gone blurry. The lump in my throat prevented me from speaking. Finally, I managed to murmur, "She's my aunt." "Melissa," I took a deep breath, trying not to break down right there. "The cancer is getting worse. She fainted at home and they took her to the hospital. I don't know what I'm going to do, Maria." "You're going to go with her, that's what you're going to do," he said with a determination that surprised me. He quickly rose from his seat. "I'll take care of the flower shop in the meantime. Forget about everything, the wedding, the clients. What matters now is being with Melissa." "But the wedding," I tried to protest, even though I knew he was right. "I'll take care of that too. I can talk to the Diazes, tell them you had a family emergency. They'll understand. And if they don't, I couldn't care less." Maria leaned toward me, her eyes shining with a mixture of urgency and compassion. "The important thing now is that you're with your aunt." My throat closed, and I couldn't stop the tears. Maria, always my rock when everything else fell apart. "Thanks," I murmured, awkwardly getting up from my seat. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "You don't have to know. Just go. I'll take care of the rest." As I hurried out of the cafe, I felt a mixture of fear, pain, and an overwhelming urge to be by Melissa's side. She had always been strong, but this time, I feared her strength wouldn't be enough. Gregory Sanchez. The hospital's automatic doors closed behind me, and the cold air of the hallway enveloped me like a silent warning. I walked automatically toward the oncology ward, my mind wandering between the present and memories. Each step weighed on me more, knowing that at the end of that path I would find Melissa, more fragile than I had ever wanted to imagine. The hospital smelled of disinfectant, a scent that always made me feel small and vulnerable. My mind kept replaying the doctor's words on my cell phone, but I still couldn't believe it. Melissa, always so strong, was in a bed, fragile, fighting for every breath. Wiping my tears with the back of my hand, pushing through the lump stuck in my throat was the worst effort I've ever made in my life. With every beat of my heart, I lost minutes of good memories with the woman who sacrificed her happiness to take care of me. I approached the nurse's desk, my throat dry and my hands shaking. A kind-faced nurse looked up. "Gregory Sanchez?" he asked, his voice low and already heavy with unspoken condolences. "Yes, it's me," I managed to say, although my voice sounded as alien as the surroundings around me. "Dr. Fernandez is waiting for you in his office," he said, pointing to a door at the end of the hall. I nodded and walked forward, not pausing to think about what was coming next. I took a deep breath before knocking on the door. A tired-looking man in a white coat invited me in. It was Dr. Fernandez, who had been following my aunt's case since she was diagnosed with lung cancer. When he saw me enter, he gave me a faint smile, but his eyes were already telling me what I didn't want to hear. "Miss Sanchez," he began, motioning for me to sit. "Thank you for coming so quickly. How's my aunt?" I cut in immediately, without beating around the bush. I didn't have the energy for preambles. The doctor took a deep breath, placing his hands on the desk. "Melissa has been very strong throughout this whole process, but the cancer has progressed faster than we expected. The fainting spell she suffered this morning is a clear sign that her body is starting to give out. The doctors are doing everything they can to keep her stable, but," he paused, searching for the right words, "she doesn't have much time left." My chest tightened, as if I was suddenly gasping for air. I knew this day would come, but that didn't make the blow any less painful. "I can see her, right?" My voice was a whisper now, barely audible. Of course. She's conscious, but very weak. I suggest you take advantage of this time with her, he said with the kindness of someone who has had to say these words too many times. I stood up, thanking her with a nod, and left the office without another word. My feet carried me toward her room, but my mind was far away. I was in that garden where she and I spent entire afternoons growing roses, laughing, and talking about dreams that seemed far away, but always attainable. When I finally opened the door to her room, I saw her. Melissa was lying in bed, surrounded by countless machines that blinked and made rhythmic sounds. But her eyes, those eyes that always shone with wisdom and tenderness, opened wide when she saw me enter. I gave her a smile, remembering when I was a child and I stubbornly pestered my aunt with the same story about why our eyes were so different, mine brown and hers blue like the sky itself. Always, she would stroke my hair and tell me that not all the roses in the field were the same. Gregory, her voice was weak, but still managed to convey the same love as always. I quickly approached, taking her hand in mine. It was so cold, so fragile. "I'm here, Aunt," I murmured, my throat tight with the weight of emotions threatening to overflow. "Don't worry. What are you doing here?" "As I recall, our conversation this morning was to tell me you were covering an event today." A cough prevents her from continuing. I approach her to help her up, but she shakes her head, showing that despite everything, she's strong. "Maria is taking care of that, now I have to be here, you need me," I murmured, approaching. I caressed her hand while trying in 1,000 ways to avoid tears. "Stubborn girl, until when are you going to stop worrying about me?" Melissa blushed softly, as if the strength for that simple gesture cost her a fortune, but her gaze remained the same. The one that told me everything was going to be okay, even though we both knew it wouldn't. "Remember, the roses?" he asked suddenly, as if the past was the only thing that mattered at that moment. I smiled, even though tears threatened to escape. "How could I forget them?" I replied, gently squeezing her hand. "We spent hours in the garden, caring for them like treasures. You always said flowers were like life itself, beautiful but delicate. And you wanted to sell them at the market," she continued, her gaze lost in some corner of her memory. "You were so young, so eager to show the world what you had created. Do you remember that first time we went?" I nodded, remembering that day clearly. "Yes. I was nervous, afraid no one would want to buy our roses. But you told me it wasn't about selling flowers, but about sharing beauty with others." Melissa gave a soft laugh, though the sound of her breathing was faint. "That's it. And you were always good at it, Gregory. You knew how to arrange roses in a way that made people stop just to admire them." "It was because you taught me how to do it," I whispered. "You taught me to see beyond the thorns." Melissa looked into my eyes, whispering between pauses. "Life is like those roses. You can't avoid the thorns, but that doesn't mean it's not worth it to keep nurturing them." The tears finally fell silently as I continued to hold her hand. I leaned forward and kissed her forehead, remembering all those moments shared among flowers, laughter, and dreams. I knew that even though my time with her was ending, I would always remember those afternoons in the garden. "I'll always take care of our roses, Aunt," I promised her. "And I'll always take you with me." Melissa closed her eyes, her breathing soft but uneven. Although the end was approaching, in that moment, we were back in that garden, together, surrounded by the beauty of our flowers. The silence in the room became overwhelming as I watched Melissa's face. The monitor continued to emit its rhythmic beep, almost a constant reminder of how fragile the time we had was. She, my aunt, my only family, the person who had been with me since I lost my parents. I felt orphaned ever since, but never alone. Melissa had given me everything a mother and father could offer, and now, seeing her so vulnerable, on the verge of leaving me too, made that feeling of orphanhood threaten to overwhelm me. My breathing became heavy, as did the lump in my throat. I felt like a child again, terrified of abandonment, of impending loss. Melissa had been my rock, the one who always told me that no matter how strong the wind blew, our roots would always keep us standing. But what would happen when those roots disappeared? Suddenly, the door opened and Dr. Fernandez entered the room. I straightened, quickly wiping away my tears, even though he'd already seen them. His expression was serious, but he hadn't lost that slight kindness in his features. "Miss Sanchez, may I speak with you for a moment?" he asked softly, approaching the bed. "Sure," I replied, my voice still shaky. The doctor leaned a little closer and lowered his voice, as if he didn't want to disturb Melissa's fragile rest. "I know the situation seems grim, but I wanted to talk to you about an option we haven't discussed in depth before. I didn't mention it because it's an experimental treatment and the results have been mixed, but there's a new gene therapy that some doctors are testing for advanced cases of lung cancer." My eyes widened in surprise, and a small spark of hope ignited in my chest. I clung to those words like a lifeline. "A cure?" I asked, barely whispering. The word cure sounded almost unreal at that moment, like something I couldn't allow myself to fully believe. The doctor approached, although his expression remained cautious. "I wouldn't call it a cure, not yet. It's an experimental treatment, and while it's shown some promise in some patients, we can't guarantee results. It's also not without risks. It would be an option to prolong your life and improve your quality of life, if you respond well." I stared at Melissa, who was still breathing heavily but seemed peaceful in her sleep. Should I cling to that slim chance? Could I risk giving her hope that might never materialize? What if the treatment caused her more suffering? How soon could we try? I asked, unable to keep the urgency out of my voice. "We could start organizing it right away, but it would be a long process and we'd need your consent, of course. You'd also have to undergo some preliminary tests to see if you're a viable candidate. The cost is quite high. I'd like to tell you that your aunt can be used for experiments, however, her body isn't suitable for that," the doctor explained, with that same mix of seriousness and compassion that made me want to trust him. The mere mention of expensive cost caused my chest to shudder and the pain in my temples to instantly increase. Years of paying for expensive treatments, chemotherapy took all my savings, but her life was worth it all. I looked back at my aunt, her face so serene now, and realized it wasn't just about me anymore. Even though I wanted to cling to any hope of not losing her, I knew the decision had to be hers. Melissa, who had always faced everything with unwavering strength, had to be the one to choose how she wanted to live these last moments. Money was an impediment, but never impossible. Melissa gave up her permission to receive her treatment, and she would do whatever it took to get it and thus be able to pay for the cost of the new medications. "I want to talk to her first," I finally said, my voice firm, even though my heart was torn between hope and fear. "If she wants to try, we'll do it." The doctor showed respect. "I'll make the preliminary arrangements should you decide to go ahead. But don't feel you have to rush into anything. The most important thing is that you both feel at peace with whatever decision you make. The doctor knows my financial situation. I've asked him several times to open a loan at the hospital so I can pay for my medications and bed rest. His eyes tell me he's willing to find a solution, and I know it won't be easy." I nodded my thanks as the doctor left, leaving me alone again with Melissa. I walked over to her side, gently taking her hand, afraid of waking her, but unable to let go. Auntie, I whispered, we have a chance. It's small, but it's a chance to keep going. Her eyes opened slowly, as if she knew I was talking about something important. She looked at me, and in her gaze I could see the tiredness, but also that spark of determination she'd always had. I don't know if I want to keep fighting, Gregory, she said softly, her voice barely audible but clear. I'm tired. There's no money. I know you've invested all your savings in me, and it doesn't seem fair that you continue to struggle and ruin your business because of me. I assumed she'd object because of the money. She's always been stubborn. I think I know who she'll inherit it from. You've never been a burden. Have you forgotten the oath we made? You take care of me, I take care of you, and now it's my turn. My heart thunders inside my chest. I'll get that money no matter what. I'm already old, but if you need it, if you do it for yourself, I'll try. My tears flowed again, but this time I didn't try to hold them back. I leaned down and kissed her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin despite everything. I don't want you to do this for me, Aunt, I said, my voice breaking. I want you to do this for yourself. If you're tired, if you don't want to fight anymore, that's fine. I love you. I love you more than I can say, but I don't want to see you suffer anymore. Melissa closed her eyes again, breathing deeply, as if processing my words. I'll think about it, dear. But whatever happens, I'm at peace. And I want you to be, too. I nodded, though the pain still pressed against my chest, knowing that his decision would be the right one, whatever it was. Chapter 2. Antonius Caspian. The sound of my footsteps echoed loudly through the castle's halls, seemingly reflecting the chaos in my mind. Claudia, my daughter, my most precious treasure and at the same time the cause of my greatest frustrations, was waiting in her room, probably with her arms crossed and her jaw clenched in that characteristic way of hers that foreshadowed an impending storm. We'd gone through 3 nannies in the past few months, and the last one, poor Mrs. Cornejo, had just left the castle, almost in tears, after Claudia decided, in a fit of rebellion, that she didn't need any more lessons or discipline. It was the last straw for the governess, and I didn't blame her. My daughter had a supernatural ability to push any adult to the limits of their patience. Another one, the governess, Carmen, who was my wife's best friend, had asked me in that tone that no longer concealed her disapproval. Your Majesty, if we continue down this path, there won't be anyone who wants to work here. I knew perfectly well what she was talking about. These past few days, it's been harder than usual for me to find someone to take care of my daughter. Carmen was always a friend of my late wife, which is why she has stayed by my side to help me raise Claudia. I pity her, she's the one who has to put up with all the snubs and tantrums my daughter throws. Being in her shoes isn't easy. I didn't respond to her comment at the time, but the truth is, I was beginning to doubt whether anyone could handle Claudia. My daughter wasn't just stubborn, she was intelligent, cunning, and sometimes cruelly direct. She didn't accept authority from anyone but me. To be honest, she has episodes where she reproaches me and refuses to accept my reprimands. She constantly brings up the loss of her mother. A topic I still struggle to discuss. Remembering Claudia, the youngest queen today, left a lasting impression on my heart. Her death has marked me forever. I made a promise to her the day I visited her ashes, would never fall in love with anyone again, and I've kept that promise. Upon reaching her room, I paused for a second in front of the door before turning the handle. I knew it was going to be a difficult conversation, like all the ones I'd had with her lately. I entered, finding her exactly as I'd imagined, sitting on the edge of her bed, chin raised, eyes blazing with defiance. What did he do this time, Claudia? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. My voice sounded more stern than I intended, but I was tired. Tired of the constant problems, tired of watching her drift further and further away from the sweet baby she had been. She deserved it, Dad, he replied coldly, without even hesitating. I couldn't stand her treating me like a baby. I'm not a little girl. I closed the door behind me and walked to the center of the room, watching her look at me with that mixture of arrogance and disdain I hated so much. When had it come to this? Before, I could calm her down with a few words, but now. You're not a baby, but you're not an adult either, Claudia, I replied, crossing my arms in front of her. Mrs. Cornejo was here to help you, not to control you. That's not true. He stood up, taking a step toward me. They all want the same thing, to impose rules, to tell me what to do and how to behave. I'm fed up. Her voice rose higher and higher, but I stared at her, letting the silence after her outburst be enough to calm the tide. It had always been like this with Claudia. She spoke her mind without a filter, without fear of the consequences. Part of me admired that strength, that courage, but the other part, the one that was her father and her king, knew I had to learn to channel that energy. This is the third nanny we've fired this year, Claudia, I said, my tone firm, though with a hint of tiredness I couldn't hide. I can't keep letting you kick out everyone who bothers you. The castle doesn't revolve around your whims. Claudia gave me a look that almost made me flinch. It was a mixture of defiance and pain, one that resonated in my chest in a way I hadn't expected. I don't need a babysitter. I'm old enough to take care of myself, she insisted, crossing her arms as if that would end the discussion. I sighed, placing a hand to my forehead. This was a recurring theme between us. Since her mother's death, things had changed, she was a baby. I never had time to spend with her, the castle consumed all my attention, and it still does. I left her in the care of Carmen, her governess, and the nannies. I sometimes feel guilty about her bad behavior. I understand you feel that way, I said, softening my tone a little. But you need someone to be with you, to guide you, and support you. You can't handle everything alone, not yet. My daughter looked away, her jaw clenching again. She knew she'd hit a nerve. For Claudia, admitting she needed someone was tantamount to admitting weakness, and that was something she wasn't willing to accept. If you keep this up, no one will want to stay with you, I added. And it's not because they don't like you, Claudia, but because you don't give them the chance. I don't need your affection. I don't need anyone's affection but yours, he snapped, turning his back on me. That hit me harder than I expected. My daughter. Did she think I wasn't looking after her enough? That I wasn't there for her? But before I could respond, the door opened and Carmen, the governess, walked in, frowning. Forgive me for interrupting, Your Majesty, but we need to make a decision about Ms. Cornejo's replacement, he said, completely ignoring the palpable tension in the room. I haven't decided yet, I replied, giving him a look that indicated the conversation wasn't welcome at the moment. With all due respect, Your Majesty, Carmen insisted, child Claudia needs someone who can manage her temper. It won't be easy, but we can't leave it much longer, either. The child's behavior will only worsen if we don't set clear boundaries. Claudia turned to me, her gaze withering. Are you going to let him control me too? He asked, his voice thick with resentment. It chilled me to the bone when he stuck out his tongue in a strange mime toward the governess. Get a life, Carmen, he muttered, crossing his arms. Raise your hand to stop your anger. It's not about controlling you, Claudia. It's about helping you learn to manage your emotions, to get along with people. You need to learn to respect those who try to take care of you. You're going to apologize right now for that gesture, I ordered, standing firm. She looked at me with a mixture of anger and pain, and for a second, I thought I saw the little girl who used to run to me when something wasn't right. Now, I saw only a young woman trapped between her pain and her pride. "I don't want anyone to take care of me," she repeated in a whisper, her voice breaking for the first time in what seemed like years. That whisper disarmed me more than any scream. Because, deep down, I knew it wasn't about the babysitters or discipline. It was about her mother's absence, a void I couldn't fill. "I know," I said gently. "But I'll always be here, Claudia. And I'll do whatever it takes to make you okay. Even if that means hiring someone to help you see what you really need." "Now you're going to apologize," I ordered again. "I'm not going to do it. Carmen isn't who you think she is." Her nostrils flared. "Claudia, I'm not going to tolerate your insolence any longer. I'll let it go for now. Remember that you still have to apologize." The princess didn't respond, she just sat back down on her bed, her back to me. And I knew the battle wasn't over, but at least for today, we had reached a silent truce. As I left the room, Carmen followed me silently. "I admire what a wonderful woman she is. She's sacrificed herself at my daughter's feet and always goes out of her way to look after both of us. She refused to have her own family. Instead, she decided to stay by my daughters and my side." Just before closing the door, I stopped and whispered to her. "Find someone who can match her level, but who also understands her. Because what Claudia needs now isn't a nanny, it's someone who knows how to heal a broken heart." I closed the door and went down to the royal office where my best friend Duke George was already waiting for me. We had to attend a social event at one of the central hospitals. With this whole issue with my daughter, my time was delayed. Antonius Caspian. The wind blew hard as the carriage traveled along the kingdom's roads. With every second we drove away, my unease over having left Claudia so angry increased. Jorge, the Duke, sat next to me, calmly observing the landscape, although I knew his thoughts were anything but calm. He had always had the ability to remain calm on the outside, while precisely calculating and analyzing everything that was happening around him. I, on the other hand, couldn't stop thinking about the last words he had said to me before leaving the castle. "Antonio, the kingdom needs a sovereign." Her voice echoed in my head. It was the third time this month she'd mentioned it, and even though I knew it well, the thought was unbearable. My hands gripped the steering wheel more tightly than necessary as I tried to focus on the road, but Jorge kept the subject moving, as if he could read my thoughts. "I rarely drove. I have so many servants that I rarely get to do what I like, and being behind the wheel of a car is one of my passions." Jorge shares that taste. He's the kind of man who hides his emotions, cold and distant. "You can't go on like this, Antonio," she said, breaking the silence that had reigned for much of the journey. "You have to consider what's best for the kingdom. And for Claudia. She needs a mother figure, and you need someone by your side." Talking about a wife was one of the worst tortures I could experience. I swore to my dead wife that I would never set eyes on another woman, and so far I've kept my promise. I have no interest in anything other than advancing the kingdom. My fingers tapped the steering wheel, as if that movement might dissipate the tension building in my chest. A wife. The words made me feel a mixture of rejection and guilt, as if simply considering remarriage was a betrayal of my queen's memory. "I don't need anyone, George," I replied, my tone sharper than I intended. "The kingdom has been doing just fine without a queen all these years." Jorge let out a sigh, one that seemed to carry the patience of years. "You're deceiving yourself, Antonio. The kingdom has endured, but it hasn't prospered as it should have. The nobles are murmuring, alliances are weakening. You need a companion, someone to support you and provide balance. Besides, Claudia is growing up. She can't continue without a strong female figure at her side. I gritted my teeth. Claudia. I knew Jorge was right about that. My daughter was out of control, defying everyone, and no matter how hard I tried to guide her, there was something in her life she couldn't fill. But getting married again. How could I even think about something like that? It was as if, by even considering it, I was failing my queen, as if I were burying everything she had meant to me. I can't do this, I said, this time in a lower tone, almost inaudible. My eyes were still fixed on the road, but my mind was somewhere else, in another time. I can't forget her. Marrying someone else would be like betraying her. Jorge was silent for a moment, and I thought maybe he'd dropped the subject. But Jorge never abandoned an argument halfway. It's not about forgetting, Antonio, he finally said. No one is asking you to forget her. Claudia will always be a part of you, of your life, of your story. But the kingdom needs you to move on, and so do you. Living in the past is only consuming you. His voice was calm, almost affectionate, but that didn't make his words hurt any less. I glanced at his profile, searching for any sign that maybe he didn't understand what he was asking of me. But of course, he did. He was George, after all. Always analyzing, always calculating, always putting duty above all else. And forgetting that he also had to find a wife, the dukedom demanded it, he always found a way to evade the subject. It's not that simple, I murmured, knowing I wasn't even talking to Jorge at that moment, but to myself. With my own fears and guilt. Jorge bowed his head slightly, as if accepting my resistance, although he knew I wouldn't let the subject drop there. No one said it was, he replied with a slight smile. But duty is rarely simple. You know that better than anyone. I felt frustration begin to stir in my chest, searching for an outlet. If Jorge wanted to push me, I knew just where to push. You should get married then, I said, my tone bordering on provocation. You've been avoiding the subject for a while, and you know you should. They're demanding heirs from you. My words fell between us like a challenge, and for a moment I thought I'd silenced him. But no. As always, Jorge had the last word. We're talking about you and Claudia, your daughter, he replied with his imperturbable calm. I felt a wave of helplessness. I knew he was right, but I didn't want to admit it. I couldn't admit it. See, it's not that easy. I murmured, trying to divert the conversation again. Jorge looked at me, his eyes filled with a seriousness he rarely showed. Antonio, he said in a firm voice, choose a wife before the kingdom imposes one on you. Choose yourself before the duchy forces you, I replied in the same tone. I knew for a fact that Jorge longed for an ordinary life. He had never agreed to lead a life as rigid and proper as the one his title of duke demanded. Jorge had to take over the position 2 years later, when his father died, and since then, the weight of expectations had suffocated him. But even so, he had accepted his fate. As had I. I remained silent. I knew she was right. Being king had never been easy, and the decisions that came with the crown always involved sacrifices. But this decision felt like I was being asked to tear away a part of myself. Remarrying not only meant finding someone for the kingdom, but also dealing with the silent betrayal of my wife's memory. The car continued on its way, the landscape passing in a blur of colors faded by the speed, but inside the vehicle, the air was thick with tension. I could feel Jorge's eyes on me, waiting for me to respond, waiting for me to accept what he considered inevitable. I'll think about it, I finally said, though without conviction. I knew it was an easy way out, an empty promise that bought me time but didn't solve anything. Jorge nodded, satisfied for the moment. That's all I ask of you. Think about it. And what it could mean for Claudia and the kingdom. I nodded, but my thoughts had already drifted away. They returned to my late wife, to her smile, to the days we shared before everything fell apart. How could I love another person when I still hadn't gotten over her absence? The ghost of her presence followed me like a permanent shadow. The car stopped in front of the hospital, and the silence that had filled the vehicle for the past few minutes became even more intense. Jorge and I exchanged a quick glance before getting out. We didn't say anything, there was no need to. The royal defense was already deployed around us, forming a protective circle as we got out. The air outside was cool, with a faint smell of dampness, and the wind made the flags flutter rhythmically on the hospital towers. I watched the fabrics move gracefully, losing myself in the hypnotic rhythm of their swaying, wishing for just a second that I could experience the same freedom the wind gave those flags. But it wasn't possible. I was chained to my duty. My mind was still anchored in the conversation we'd just had. A new wife, the kingdom needs a sovereign. Jorge was certainly right, but there was something in me that refused to accept that truth. I can't betray the memory of my late wife. The thought gnawed at me inside, like a guilt that would never leave me. But now wasn't the time to think about it. We had an important visitor to attend to. We headed toward the main entrance, the royal defense marking our every step, as if the simple act of walking to the hospital doors was a mission. And suddenly, as if fate had decided to stand in our way, something, or rather, someone, appeared out of nowhere. She was a simple woman, but not just any woman. I don't know how to describe what I saw in those first seconds. Her hair was slightly disheveled, the brown strands tangled by the wind, and her eyes. God, her eyes were brimming with tears, reflecting a pain that pierced my soul without me being able to stop it. But despite the chaos of her expression, there was something about her face that took my breath away. She was beautiful. Not in the way that ladies of the court are, with their perfect hairstyles and ostentatious dresses, but in a raw, real way. I didn't have time to react. In her haste and desperation, she crashed straight into me, her small body wobbling from the impact. Instinctively, my arms shot up to support her, to keep her from falling. And then something I hadn't expected happened. I pulled her toward me, without thinking, as if my body knew something my mind didn't yet understand. Her hands gripped weakly in the folds of my coat, and I felt the weight of her grief as if I'd carried it with me all my life. She looked up, and our eyes met. For a second. Just 1 second. But it was enough. My heart, which had been locked in an endless winter for years, beat with a force I thought I'd forgotten. It was as if, for the first time in a long time, something broke inside me. It wasn't just physical attraction, it was something deeper, something I couldn't quite understand. My mind rebelled, confused. No. This isn't possible. But my heart was awake, beating with an intensity that astonished me. It was as if all those emotions I had buried with death, all those parts of me that had died with it, were now being forcibly revived. And they were doing so in the arms of this unknown woman. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking, as if the words hurt as much as the tears still falling down her face. I didn't know how to respond. I could only hold it, still trying to process what was happening inside me. I'd never felt anything like this before. It was an overwhelming mix of confusion and warmth, as if my body and mind were at war. "It can't be possible, I must be dismayed by your state of mind," it's obvious that I've been having a bad time and that has me moved. I breathed several times and it was a serious mistake. The smell of roses soaked my nostrils, causing the nostrils of my nose to sweeten with that aroma. Jorge cleared his throat behind me, reminding himself we weren't alone. I moved away from the woman slightly, but didn't let go completely. Her eyes, still filled with tears, looked at me with a mixture of shame and despair. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice softer than I intended. She nodded, but didn't say anything else. She just looked away, as if she realized the inappropriateness of the situation. I felt the urge to say something else, to ask her name, to make sure she was okay, but Jorge intervened before I could. "Your Majesty, we must continue," he said calmly, though I noticed the slightest hint of curiosity in his voice. It wasn't common for someone, much less a woman, to clash like that with the King of Caspian. I nodded, but I still couldn't tear my eyes away from her. There was something about this woman that called to me, that enveloped me in a feeling I hadn't felt in years. My mind kept fighting the idea, insisting that this didn't make sense, that I couldn't allow myself to feel anything like this. Finally, she stepped back, her hands reluctantly letting go of my coat. "Sorry, I was looking for my aunt. She's in the hospital," she said, her voice still trembling. A wave of compassion washed over me. What had brought her to this state? I wanted to ask her more, wanted to know what had made her cry like that. But I stopped. It wasn't my place, not at that moment. "Don't worry," I said, trying to offer a reassuring smile, even though my mind was still reeling from what had just happened. "I hope your aunt is okay." She nodded weakly before turning and walking down the hall, leaving an unexpectedly empty feeling in the air. Jorge watched me silently, probably trying to decipher what he'd just witnessed. I didn't understand it myself. "Interesting," Jorge finally murmured, breaking the silence. I looked at him, frowning. "What's interesting?" I asked, trying to sound disinterested, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to fool him. Jorge smiled slightly, with that air of superiority that irritated me so much sometimes. "Nothing in particular, Your Majesty. It just seems like fate keeps throwing you reminders of what you might need in your life." I ignored it, but I couldn't ignore what had just happened. I couldn't ignore the way my heart had responded to that woman, as if every fiber of my being knew something was about to change. And, for the first time in a long time, I was afraid of what that meant. Gregory Sanchez. The cold of the hospital corridors chilled me to the bone, but it wasn't just the air that made me shiver. I could still feel the echo of the crash, the sudden impact with that stranger. My mind was torn between worrying for my aunt and the image of the man who had held me. His face was stern, imposing, but there was something in his eyes, something I couldn't get out of my head. And his scent, that scent of wood and spices, enveloped my senses as if he were still close by. I had never felt such an overwhelming attraction at such an inopportune moment. I walked through the halls almost on autopilot. My heart was racing, but not just from the fear I felt for my aunt. Who was that man? I tried to push the thought away, reminding myself that this wasn't the time for distractions, but it was useless. My body reacted with an intensity one couldn't control, a wave of heat running through me from head to toe despite the coldness around me. Finally, I arrived at the room where my aunt was hospitalized. The door was ajar, and upon entering, the first thing I saw was Maria sitting next to Melissa's bed, her face reflecting equal parts concern and tenderness. The lights in the room were dim, and the constant sound of the machines monitoring my aunt's condition filled the silence. "Gregory," Maria looked up when she saw me enter, her eyes reflecting relief, although the weight of the situation remained. You're here. Yeah, I got stuck in reception, I murmured, still a little dazed from what had just happened outside, though I tried to smile reassuringly. I walked over to the bed, and seeing my aunt hooked up to tubes and machines made the ache in my chest grow again. How is she? Maria sighed, looking at my aunt with eyes full of sadness. It was as if the weight of years had fallen upon her all at once, and each breath Melissa took seemed more fragile than the last. The doctors haven't said much more since I arrived, Maria said, her voice soft, though laced with anguish. But he's conscious. Weak, but conscious. I leaned closer, feeling my body tremble slightly. Looking at Melissa in that state was heartbreaking. The woman who had been my pillar, my only family, now seemed so small, so vulnerable. I took her hand carefully, her skin cool to the touch, and a wave of memories hit me hard. The roses, the days in the garden, our laughter as we prepared bouquets to sell at the market. It all seemed so distant now. Auntie. I'm here, I whispered, my voice cracking slightly. Melissa opened her eyes slowly, as if each movement cost her immense effort, and a small smile appeared on her lips. It was faint, but it was there. My child. He said, his voice barely a whisper, but full of the love he'd always had for me. I knew you'd come. My throat closed with emotion, and I knelt beside the bed, resting my forehead against his hand. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner, I said, trying to hold back my tears. I never meant for you to go through this alone. She gently shook her head, stroking my hair with what little strength she had left. I was never alone, Gregory. I've always had you, even from a distance. Her words were comforting, but at the same time, they filled me with a deep sadness. I felt Maria place herself beside me, her presence always calm and comforting, as if she knew when I needed silent support. I sat up to get a better look at her, and then, without being able to stop them, the words came out of my mouth before I could stop them. Auntie, do you remember when we used to sell roses at the market? I asked, trying to hold on to those happy memories that seemed so distant now. My aunt said she didn't want to do the treatments the doctor prescribed. I've been coming constantly trying to convince her, and she continues saying she wants to die without being tormented, but she doesn't realize that with her she's taking everything from me. I've been looking for a job for days. I need it so I can convince her that there is money for her to be able to do the treatment. Melissa nodded slowly, her gaze drifting off into the past. How could I forget? You always insisted on carrying the heaviest baskets, she said with a small laugh that soon turned into a mild cough. Because I wanted to be strong like you, I replied, smiling through the tears I couldn't hold back. You were my hero. You always were. Maria watched us silently, respecting that intimate moment between us. Memories of those days when the sun shone on the garden, while the scent of freshly cut roses filled the air, enveloped me like a hug. They were simpler, happier times. Times when nothing seemed impossible. But now, the weight of reality fell upon us like a slab. The sound of the door opening interrupted the moment. I turned to see the doctor enter, his expression serious but professional. I immediately felt the air in the room change. Mrs. Sanchez, he said, turning to me, I need to talk to you about your aunt's condition. I felt Maria stand next to me, as if she knew I'd need all the support I could get for what was coming next. My heart began to beat faster, as a mixture of hope and fear took hold of me. We've been monitoring your aunt very closely, and her condition is serious. We need to proceed as soon as possible. Will you tell me? The doctor continued, his gaze fixed on me. The doctor watched me silently, waiting for my decision. I could feel the weight of urgency in his gaze, as if every second that passed was crucial. My heart pounded in my chest, hope and fear in a constant battle within me. An experimental treatment, an opportunity. But there was something else, something eating away at me inside. "Mrs. Sanchez, we must act as soon as possible," the doctor finally said, breaking the tense silence. "Your aunt's condition is delicate, and if we're going to attempt treatment, it must be as soon as possible. Every day counts." I turned to the bed, where Melissa was resting, her eyes half closed. She'd heard everything, but her expression was tinged with resignation. She didn't want this. She told me before that she didn't want any more treatments, that she just wanted to rest. But how could I accept that? How could I just let her go? I approached her side, carefully taking her hand. Her skin was so fragile, as if the slightest touch could break it. Her eyes slowly opened, looking at me with that mixture of tenderness and exhaustion that had always moved me. "Gregory," she murmured, her voice soft but firm. "I don't want to go through this. I've fought enough." My eyes filled with tears. I couldn't let her give up. Despair was taking hold of me. I knew I wasn't selfish, but the fear of losing her was greater than anything. "Auntie, please," I begged. "This treatment might help you, it might give you more time. I can't lose you yet." She looked at me sweetly, a weak smile forming on her lips. "It's not fair that you keep fighting for me," she replied. "I'm tired, my child. I've lived long enough, and I've been happy in my own way." I felt my heart break. I didn't want to hear those words, I didn't want to accept that maybe it was her wish, but the idea of letting her go without doing anything was unbearable. I turned my head toward the doctor, who was still waiting silently with the documents in hand. If I didn't sign now, there would be no other chance. A lump formed in my throat as I struggled between what Melissa wanted and what I needed to do. Save her, at least try. I closed my eyes for a second, feeling tears running down my cheeks. I couldn't waste any more time. Finally, with a trembling hand, I took the pen the doctor offered me. I felt like I was betraying my aunt in some way, but I also knew I couldn't just stand idly by. I signed the document, agreeing to let them do whatever was necessary to save her. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed in my mind like an eternal wake-up call. "Do your best," I said firmly, even though my insides were in pieces. The doctor nodded, taking the papers from my hands with a grave but understanding expression. He didn't say anything else as he left the room. The decision had already been made. Melissa closed her eyes again, her hand still in mine. She didn't say anything, but I knew she understood me somehow. I just wanted more time with her. It was all I asked for. Maria approached slowly, standing beside me. Her presence had always given me comfort, and this moment was no different. She stroked my arm, offering a silent support that needed no words. "Come on, some fresh air will do you good," he said softly, and I nodded, unable to resist. I knew staying there would only hurt me more. We left the hospital together, and the cold evening air hit my face, clearing my thoughts, although the weight of my decision still weighed on my chest. We walked in silence, my mind still on Melissa's room, on the happy days we had shared, and on the uncertainty of what would come next. Maria, always practical, took something out of her purse and handed it to me. It was a newspaper, one of those she always carried with her out of habit. I looked at it without much interest, but her expression made me stop. "Look at this, Gregory," he said in a tone that betrayed some suppressed emotion. I took the newspaper and opened it where she indicated. In the ad section, there was one that immediately caught my attention. Nanny wanted for the royal family. Experience with children and references needed. Send application to the palace office. My heart leaped. A nanny for the royal family. The title glimmered before my eyes like an unexpected opportunity, a door I hadn't considered until that moment. Don't tell me you're considering it, I said, smiling weakly. But Maria, ever the optimist, gave me a serious look. Gregory, this could be an opportunity. I know the floriculture industry isn't going through its best times, and this could give you the stability you so desperately need. Besides, working for the royal family is something anyone would want. My mind filled with doubt, but also curiosity. Me? A nanny for the royal family. It didn't seem realistic, especially at this chaotic moment in my life. But something about that announcement, about the way it had found me just when I felt most lost, made me think that maybe, just maybe, this was something more than a coincidence. I'll think about it, I murmured, not knowing if he meant it or just wanted Maria to drop the subject for the moment. She smiled reassuringly, as if she already knew what was going through my mind. Do it. You never know what doors might open when you least expect them. I looked at the newspaper again, the ad flashing before my eyes like a reminder that maybe, just maybe, life was offering me a second chance in the midst of the storm. And maybe it was time to take it. First, I'd cover the upcoming wedding, then I'd make the final decision. If it turned out to be a success, the event could be the salvation for the treatment. Otherwise, I'd better start practicing how to be a real nanny and where to draw the cards and experience. Chapter 3. Gregory Sanchez. Saturday arrived sooner than I expected. 2 days had passed in a flash, filled with wedding preparations and hospital visits. I'd done my best to keep busy, to avoid thinking about what I'd signed or what it meant for my aunt's future. But now, standing in front of the mirror in the small flower shop, adjusting my white apron, it all hit me again. Maria was by my side, as always, sorting out the final details of the bouquets and making sure each flower was in perfect condition. The scent of roses, lilacs, and peonies filled the air, a sweet fragrance that normally calmed me. But today, although the surroundings were familiar, my mind was elsewhere. Gregory, don't forget this one, said Maria, handing me a bouquet of white roses, the centerpiece of the wedding decor. I took it with trembling hands, trying to concentrate. The wedding. We'd been planning for it for a week, and although it wasn't one of the big events of the season, for me it represented an important client, one who could help me save the flower industry. If all went well, maybe a smiling heart would give me more contracts. Are you ready? Maria asked, interrupting my thoughts as she checked her watch. We don't have much time, and we can't afford to be late. I nodded, although inside I felt a mixture of anxiety and exhaustion. Yes, ready, I replied, although I wasn't. Not in the deepest sense, at least. We left the flower shop together, laden with bouquets, centerpieces, and altar flowers. The morning sun shone brightly, as if there was no room in the world for worries. Sometimes life has a strange sense of humor. The day was beautiful, perfect for a wedding, and yet my heart felt heavier than ever. The car was loaded and moving in a few minutes, and while Maria drove, I stared out the window, lost in my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the image of my aunt in the hospital bed, her face serene but tired, as if she were resigned to her fate. And then there was that strange encounter with the man from the hospital, his face, his scent, the way his body had reacted to mine in such an inexplicable way. Gregory, are you okay? Maria's voice brought me back from my thoughts. Yeah, I'm just thinking about everything we have to do, I lied, trying to smile. She gave me a quick glance, clearly knowing I wasn't telling her the whole truth, but decided not to press. Well, luckily it's a small wedding, so it won't be as stressful as others. You'll see, we'll make it, she said with a reassuring smile. Soon, we arrived at the wedding venue. The space was a small open-air garden, with tall trees providing shade and a gentle breeze swaying the branches. It was the perfect spot for an intimate wedding. Maria and I began unloading the car, organizing the bouquets and placing the flowers where they belonged. The altar, decorated with roses and peonies, was beginning to take shape. As I worked, I felt a small surge of pride. This was something I knew how to do well, something that still gave me satisfaction despite everything else. The flowers, at least, were my constant in a world that often felt out of control. "These roses are beautiful, aren't they?" said Maria, admiring our work. "I'm sure the bride and groom will be delighted." "Yes, I'm happy with how it's turning out," I admitted, as I finished adjusting one of the centerpieces. The place slowly began to fill with people, and the typical bustle of a wedding began to surround us. As guests settled in and laughter and conversation filled the air, I felt the weight on my chest lift for a moment. Here, in the midst of all this, I could almost pretend everything was okay. But then, my cell phone vibrated in my apron pocket. I pulled it out and saw a notification from the hospital. My heart stopped for a second. "Is everything okay?" Maria asked when she saw me checking the screen. "It's from the hospital," I murmured, feeling anxiety creep back in. She nodded, giving me space to read the message. Thankfully, there were no major updates. Just a reminder that I needed to speak with the doctor later about the next steps in Melissa's treatment. I closed my eyes for a moment, grateful it wasn't an emergency, but knowing I couldn't escape that dark cloud that kept looming. "How about we take a break before all the fuss starts?" Maria suggested, perhaps realizing I needed a moment of quiet. "Besides, I wanted to show you something." I followed her, curious, as she pulled a newspaper from her bag. I recognized it immediately. It was the same one she brought 2 days earlier, but there was something different about the page she was showing me. "Remember the babysitter ad I showed you?" Maria asked, pointing to a new column. "Sure," I replied, although I hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. "Well, look at this," he insisted, pointing at the ad again. "The royal family is seeking a nanny for the princess." But this time, the description was more detailed, mentioning that interviews would begin the following week. They had updated the information, and it seemed like they were taking the search very seriously. "They seem desperate," Maria murmured with a small smile. "Maybe you should seriously consider it." I looked at the newspaper, trying to imagine myself in that position, caring for the daughter of the royal family. It seemed so far removed from my current reality, but at the same time, why not? Things in the flower industry weren't improving, and with Melissa's situation, I needed more stability than I had. "Maybe I will," I said, more seriously than I expected. Maria looked at me with a mixture of surprise and pride. "I think you could do very well, Gregory," he said, giving me a gentle push. "Besides, you never know what opportunities might arise from something like this." I sighed, trying to take it all in. The wedding, the hospital, the royal family's announcement, everything seemed intertwined in a chaotic tangle, but there was a tiny spark of hope amidst it all. And in that moment, I decided that maybe I had nothing to lose by submitting that application. "I'll think about it," I murmured again, as I looked around the decorated garden, trying to find a small ray of light. The ceremony went off without a hitch. The flowers were in place, the guests were excited, and the bride and groom, smiling, radiated the happiness of those on the verge of a new life together. Maria and I moved lightly between the tables, making sure everything was perfect, just as we had been planning for days. Already at the reception, the sounds of clinking glasses, laughter, and music filled the air, creating a light, carefree atmosphere that helped me disconnect, at least for a moment, from the chaos my life had become. Everything seemed under control, until I heard Maria make a comment I couldn't ignore. "Look at that," he whispered beside me, leaning in as he arranged the napkins on a nearby table. His tone was low, but full of emotion. "Who could they be? Don't tell me you didn't notice the two gods who just walked in." I looked up from the glass I was adjusting, following his discreet nod. And there they were. Two men, entering the room as if they owned the place, radiating a presence that captured everyone's attention in a matter of seconds. One of them, dark-skinned and with a carefree smile, chatted with an elegance that betrayed his nobility. The other, however, had a completely different vision. Tall, blonde, with an imposing posture and an aura that demanded respect, the dark-haired man was the complete opposite of his companion. And my eyes recognized him instantly. My heart leaped so hard I had to look away before it showed on my face. It was him. The man from the hospital, the stranger who had so disconcerted me with his overwhelming presence. I recognized him, even though I didn't want to believe it. What was he doing here? My thoughts began to race. "Wow, I haven't seen such perfection together in a long time," Maria commented, biting her lip as she glanced quickly at the dark-haired man. "Though I must say, the other one, well, he's got something else. I don't know what it is, but it's impossible to stop looking at him." I nodded silently, unable to give a coherent answer. I forced myself to continue what I was doing, hoping that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched would dissipate. But as I headed toward the head table, where I was supposed to pour the wine, I felt it, his gaze on me. It was as if the air had thickened around him, making me hypersensitive to his every move. With trembling hands, I carried the bottle of wine to the table, trying to remain professional. I couldn't afford a slip-up right now. But when I looked up to offer a polite smile to the diners at the table, my eyes met theirs. Dark. Intense. Penetrating. The world seemed to stop for a moment. My breath caught in my throat as a wave of heat rose from my stomach to my chest. It wasn't just his gaze that disarmed me, but the feeling that he was also surprised to see me, as if he hadn't expected our paths to cross again so soon. "Thank you," murmured the man sitting next to her, a young man who seemed to enjoy every moment of the evening. The dark-haired man looked at me with a friendly smile. I barely paid attention, though my brain registered every little detail. With a slight nod, I finished pouring the wine and prepared to move to another table. But something inside me refused to budge. I felt as if there was a magnet between us, an invisible force keeping me anchored in that spot. Maria, always perceptive, approached my side at that moment. "Gregory, are you okay?" she whispered, glancing quickly at the mysterious man and then back at me. "You're a little pale." "Yeah, it's the heat," I lied, trying to smile as I walked away. I couldn't let Maria notice the whirlwind of emotions churning inside me. I slipped around the room, trying to focus on my work, but every time I turned toward the head table, I felt his gaze following my every move. The weight of his presence was like a shadow following me, impossible to ignore. I tried to distance myself, to lose myself in the laughter and conversations of the guests, but something inside me was changing, and he was the reason. "Who do you think they are?" Maria asked in my ear, smiling. "I'll bet anything there's someone important. Maybe nobles, or powerful businessmen, or even something else." I didn't respond. I couldn't. Only one thing was clear at that moment: he wasn't just any man, and I was afraid of what that might mean. As the wedding continued and the dancing began, a part of me knew this wouldn't be the last time our paths crossed. Something deeper was at play, something that went beyond mere chance. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like my life was about to change, even though I had no idea how or when. But I knew for sure, it had all started with that look. Chapter 4. Antonius Caspian. The roar of the car's engine brought me back to the present as we drove through the city streets. The gray sky and the neon lights that were just beginning to turn on made the day seem even gloomier than it already was. In the midst of this, with all the modern conveniences, I still felt like a man stuck in another time. Nothing seemed capable of filling the void left by my wife's death. Claudia. She was the only thing that kept me grounded. My little daughter, with her eyes that reminded me so much of her mother, but with that rebelliousness I sometimes didn't know how to handle. The car stopped in front of the palace, and when I got out, Gustavo, always punctual and efficient, was waiting for me with a serious expression. I knew beforehand what he was going to say. I hadn't received good reports from the interviews for the new nanny. Your Majesty, the interviews have not been satisfactory, Gustavo said, his voice calm but with urgency hidden in his tone. None of the candidates seems to meet the standards we are looking for. Miss Claudia needs someone with more experience and control. I nodded, feeling frustration rising inside me. Gustavo wasn't wrong. None of those women seemed capable of tolerating my daughter, let alone raising her. Carmen was the one who insisted on it the most, every chance she got. When I walked into the living room, I wasn't surprised to find her there, waiting for me with her arms crossed and that accusatory look I'd learned to ignore. Your Majesty, he said, in a formal but reproachful tone, I don't understand why you keep insisting on finding a nanny when I'm more than qualified to raise Claudia. It's my job, after all. I approached the fireplace, feeling the comforting warmth of the fire as I tried to remain calm. Carmen always found a way to inject herself into every decision I made, and although I knew she was efficient at her job, I couldn't ignore the tension that always arose between us. Carmen, it's not a matter of you not being competent, I replied, trying to maintain a neutral tone. Claudia needs more than a governess. She needs a maternal figure who can guide her, and you're simply not that person. Aren't I that person? Her voice rose a little, challenging me. I've taken care of her since her mother died, I've been there when you were busy with your duties, and yet you still don't trust me enough. It's frustrating to see how you let other people, who don't know Claudia, get close to her without giving someone who already has a bond with the girl the chance. I turned to face her. I didn't like being spoken to in that tone, but I understood her point. However, there was something I couldn't explain to her, something that went beyond reason. It's not about you, Carmen. It's about what's best for my daughter. I made this decision for a reason, and I don't need to justify my every action. And what's that reason? He asked, his eyes flashing with defiance. I could see he wasn't going to let this topic go so easily. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. The nanny interviews had been a disaster, but I couldn't give up on finding the right person. Claudia needed someone who could give her what I couldn't: care, understanding, emotional stability. I've lost too many things in my life, Carmen. And Claudia is the only thing I have left. I can't make mistakes with her, I said, lowering my voice, letting my vulnerability seep through for a moment. That's why I'm so cautious. It's not a lack of trust in you, but this goes beyond your role as a governess. Gustavo entered the room at that moment, interrupting the conversation. He looked at me seriously before speaking. Your Majesty, if I may interrupt. I've received reports that the next candidates for the nanny position will arrive tomorrow. Interviews will begin first thing in the morning. This time, we seem to have found some women with good references. Let's hope so, I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. Interviews had disappointed me before, and I couldn't handle another round of failures. Carmen let out a frustrated sigh, as if she already knew she wasn't going to win this fight. Finally, she gave me a hard look before leaving the room without another word. I stood alone, watching the flames dance in the fireplace, feeling the weight of the crown I wore day after day. It wasn't just the kingdom that needed stability, but my home as well. And Claudia deserved more than I could give her. If only there was a way to find someone who could fill that void, someone who knew how to handle my daughter and, at the same time, bring some peace to this chaos. But who could possibly be capable of accomplishing such a difficult task? And more importantly, how could I ever trust someone to take such an important place in our lives again? The clock kept ticking, but in my head, everything was frozen. I still couldn't find the answer. Gustavo brought me out of my thoughts with a discreet clearing of his throat. I knew he had something important to say, but his expression seemed slightly tense, as if he were preparing for a battle. Your Majesty, I must remind you that you have a wedding to attend tonight, he said cautiously, knowing in advance what my reaction would be. I sighed deeply. The damn wedding. I'd received the invitation weeks ago, but I had no intention of attending. Social events no longer appealed to me, especially since she left. Everything had become empty, meaningless. The forced smiles, the small talk, the formalities. I just couldn't stand them. Gustavo, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not in the mood for parties or celebrations. I have no interest in going, I replied, my gaze returning to the flames in the fireplace. The thought of being surrounded by so many people was unbearable. Gustavo, however, did not give in so easily. Your Majesty, this is an important event. Your absence would be conspicuous, and it's not something the kingdom can afford at this time. Besides, Duke George has already confirmed his attendance. He's hoping you'll accompany him. Jorge. Of course, he always enjoyed these get-togethers. For him, weddings were a perfect excuse to flirt and drink without remorse. I knew that if he was involved, it would be much harder for me to refuse. And worst of all, Gustavo was right, my absence would be seen as a snub. Fine, I murmured with resignation. I don't feel like it, but I'll go. Gustavo nodded satisfied, but all I could think about was the weight of another endless evening. I knew Jorge would try to cheer me up, but I also knew that nothing could bring back what I had truly lost. Hours later, Jorge and I were in the car, heading to the wedding. The atmosphere inside was relaxed, in contrast to my gloomy mood. Jorge was talkative as always, full of enthusiasm. You don't know what you're missing by avoiding these events, Antonio, she said with a smile. The kingdom needs a sovereign, someone to accompany you and restore the court's shine. You can't go on like this forever. You have to open yourself to new possibilities. I rolled my eyes, looking out the window. The paved streets stretched out under the streetlights, and the city unfolded before us like a gray ocean. I knew where Jorge was going with this, and I wasn't about to have that conversation. I don't want to get married again, Jorge. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm failing my wife. I can't. I don't want to replace her. Jorge was silent for a moment, his usual spark of humor extinguished by the seriousness of my words. Finally, he spoke in a softer tone. I'm not telling you to replace her, Antonio. But you can't keep clinging to the past forever. Claudia needs someone else. The kingdom needs someone else. And you, well, I think you do too. I didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. The wound was still open, and every time someone hinted at the possibility of moving on, I felt it reopen a little more. When we arrived at the wedding venue, the bustle of the crowd and the bright lights greeted me with a feeling of heaviness. The royal guards escorted us to the entrance, weaving their way through the guests. I could feel the eyes on us, as if our arrival was an event in itself. But my mind was elsewhere, trying to find a reason to be there other than simply out of obligation. Just as we were about to enter the main hall, something unexpected happened. She appeared. Gregory. I first saw her in the crowd, her eyes shining with a mixture of surprise and pain. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her simple dress contrasted with the luxuriousness of the event, but there was something about her that made her stand out. She was beautiful, even more so than I remembered from the hospital. However, what truly stunned me was the intensity in her eyes, as if they were charged with an emotion I couldn't quite decipher. I realized that she was in charge of the wedding service. She approached my table, serving wine. My eyes couldn't help but scan her face and body. I became more and more intrigued by her presence, knowing what she did and what she did at that hospital. She left, leaving me with a sea of questions and strange feelings. Anxious to see her again, I got up, apologizing, and was about to go to the bathroom. However, I didn't realize where she had gone. I decided to walk around the area that had been cleared out of the party. The vegetation was beautiful, and I needed a moment of peace. Suddenly, we collided. It was so fast that I didn't have time to react. I felt her light body hit mine, and for a second, I held her in my arms to keep her from falling. Her face was so close to mine that I could almost hear her rapid breathing. "Sorry." "I'm sorry," Gregory murmured, his voice shaking and his gaze lowered. His eyes were slightly red, as if he'd been crying earlier. But there was something else. Her scent, a delicate blend of flowers and something else indefinable, flooded my senses, awakening a visceral reaction. My heart pounded, as if something inside me had suddenly come back to life. "No, it's nothing," I murmured, still amazed by the intensity of the connection I'd just experienced. My brain was on fire, my emotions in turmoil, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. Gregory looked at me for a moment longer before quickly turning away, as if he also sensed the discomfort of the situation. I watched her walk away into the crowd, her silhouette fading into the crowd. Jorge, who had been watching the scene with a poorly concealed smile, leaned toward me. "Looks like someone's got your attention, buddy," he said mockingly, nudging me. "Don't let her slip away so easily." I ignored her comment, but I couldn't deny what had happened. Something in me had changed, something I hadn't expected, much less sought after. Gregory. That unknown woman who had burst into my life twice in such a short period of time had left me stunned. And I didn't know how to handle it. As I sat at the head table, surrounded by conversation and music, my eyes kept searching for her. And when I finally saw her, pouring wine for the guests with graceful, focused movements, our eyes met again. The impact was immediate, like an electric shock that ran through my body. There was something between us, something I couldn't deny or ignore. And for the first time in a long time, I felt something other than pain. Gregory Sanchez. The cool breeze caresses my face as I approach the home of Madame Torres, an elderly woman I worked with when I was barely a teenager. Her home, an old mansion on the outskirts of town, has always seemed like a place full of stories and secrets. The peeling walls and overgrown garden are merely a facade of a woman who, despite her age, maintains a mental acuity that surprises anyone. I remember the afternoons I spent in this house, chasing after the little dogs she adored as if they were her own children. My days were filled with barking, running around, and chewing balls, while I cared for those creatures with more dedication than some humans receive. Today, however, my purpose is different. I am no longer the carefree young woman who came to walk dogs for a few coins, but a woman who needs something much more important, a letter. The wooden door creaks when I gently push it, and the scent of herbal tea and old wood envelopes me, instantly transporting me back in time. Madame Torres is sitting in her usual armchair, her glasses perched on the end of her nose, leafing through an old book she seems to have read 1,000 times. Hearing my footsteps, she looks up, her gaze lighting up with a mixture of surprise and affection. "Gregory, my dear," she exclaims, putting the book aside. "What a pleasant surprise." Her voice is warm, but beneath it there's a hint of malice, as if she knows I haven't just come to chat. I approach, feeling a strange mix of nervousness and nostalgia. I sit in the armchair opposite her, and for a moment, we're both silent. The sound of the grandfather clock is the only thing that fills the room. "How have you been?" he asks, a smile on his face. "I guess I'm doing well, in the same struggle to stay alive and keep my flower business going," I commented, sitting next to him. "I've heard what's happening to your aunt, and it's very unfortunate that such a young woman is suffering from something so serious," he added, standing up. "You have no idea how much this is breaking my heart." I break down and allow a few tears to roll down my cheeks. Madame Torres calls someone and my eyes widen. Ever since I left her side I always knew I was alone. A young woman with red hair appears and smiles at me, then obeys the order to bring us chocolate and cookies, my favorite, oatmeal with chocolate chips. "I need to ask you a favor," I finally say, choosing my words carefully. Madame Torres looks at me over her glasses, one eyebrow raised, as if she already knows what I'm going to say before I say it. "A favor?" she repeats, fiddling with the hem of her scarf. "What's this about, dear?" I take a deep breath before blurting out the truth. "I need a letter of recommendation. I saw they're looking for a nanny in the kingdom, and, well, I want to apply for the position." The old woman interlaces her fingers and rests her chin on them, assessing me with her penetrating gaze. She knows I've never babysat. She herself taught me everything I know about animals. "A nanny?" she asks slowly, as if testing the taste of the word in her mouth. "That's quite different from what you did here. You took care of my adorable dogs, not children." I shift in my seat, uncomfortable under his scrutiny. "Yes, I know, but I need that letter. They won't accept someone without experience, and you were my only employer during those years." My words come out more hurriedly than I'd like. I know I'm asking for something big, something that goes beyond the barking and leashing that occupied me before. Madame Torres looks at me silently for a few long seconds before smiling, a mischievous smile that reveals she has understood everything. "So you want me to put in the letter that you have experience babysitting, when all you did was chase unruly little dogs? Is that it?" "If only it were possible," I admit, with a small nervous laugh. She lets out a soft laugh, which echoes around the room like a nostalgic melody. "Oh, Gregory, you've always had that spark of determination. I never thought you'd want to work in the palace, but I understand that circumstances change. And if anyone can handle a group of children like you handled my dogs, perhaps you have a chance." My nerves calm down a little. This adorable old lady is known as the most honest and correct woman that can exist. She has never let anyone down, and she did not marry because she hates lies, and her only boyfriend betrayed her with her cousin. Since then, according to legend, she bought dogs and dedicated herself to being a solitary woman. His words, though humorous, fill me with a strange sense of hope. It may be a delusion, but I need this job more than ever. The financial reality of floriculture is a burden I can no longer bear alone, and the hospital bills keep growing. If I want to keep my aunt safe, I need stability, something that will allow me to pay for her treatments. Madame Torres stands with surprising agility for her age and heads to her desk, where she takes out a pen and paper. Her gaze remains sharp, but I sense a trace of understanding in it. She begins to write, and the sound of the pen scribbling on the paper calms me. "Fine, darling," he says as he writes, "I'll do as you ask. But only because I know you have the strength to face whatever fate throws your way." I let out a sigh. I just hope they accept my handwritten documentation, since Madame Torres doesn't know computers, and hates them so much that she refuses to learn how to use them. My only hope is to pray. I look at her gratefully, knowing that what she's doing for me is much more than a simple favor. It's a leap into the unknown, into an uncertain future, but at this moment, I have no other choice. When she finally hands me the letter, I look at it for a moment before carefully putting it in my bag. I feel a mixture of relief and fear. This little piece of paper could change everything, or not. "Thank you, Madame Torres." "Really?" She smiles again, but this time her expression is softer. "Take care of yourself, Gregory. And remember, children can be just as mischievous as dogs, but much more difficult to train." I laugh, knowing there's more truth to his words than I'd like to admit. As I leave her house, letter in hand, a mixture of emotions churning in my chest, the weight of what I've done begins to sink in. But at the same time, I feel a spark of excitement. This is the start of something new. I kept telling myself. I say goodbye to Madame Torres with a warm handshake, grateful for her help, but still with a mix of nerves and excitement rumbling in my chest. The cool wind accompanies me as I walk away from her house, and the crunch of gravel beneath my feet marks the accelerated rhythm of my thoughts. The letter is already in my bag, one step closer to a new future, although the weight of uncertainty still haunts me. The walk back to my flower shop feels endless, even though the familiar streets of the village offer me a fleeting calm. The bills, my Aunt Melissa's health problems, everything seems lighter for a moment, as if the letter were a key that could open the door to something better. But I know nothing is that simple. When I arrive at the store, I see Maria waiting for me at the entrance, her arms crossed and a curious expression on her face. I don't need to say anything, her eyes sparkle with questions, as always. "So, how did it go with the letter?" she asks as soon as I walk through the door, following me as I drop my purse on the counter. Her tone is casual, but I know her too well. She wants details. I lean against the counter and look at her, wondering how to describe my encounter with Madame Torres. "It went well. She wrote me the letter," I reply, carefully taking out the paper and showing it to her. Maria takes it, looks at it carefully and raises an eyebrow. "Handwriting, huh? Classic Torres," he comments as he hands it back to me. His critical eye never fails. I smile, but I know it's not the letter he's really interested in. It's the mystery of the man I bumped into at the wedding, that encounter I haven't been able to get out of my head. And that mysterious guy from the wedding. Her voice is a little lower, as if we're sharing a secret. "Have you found out who he was yet? He seemed important." My heart races just remembering him, the unexpected crash, his scent that still seems to be etched in my memory, the strength of his arms as he held me. I don't know how to explain all of that without sounding like a complete idiot. "Not much," I say with a vague gesture, as if it were a trivial matter. It was an accident. I don't know who it is." Maria looks at me with a crooked smile, obviously not convinced. Sure. But the way you stared at him said otherwise," he mocks, though there's genuine curiosity in his tone. "It seemed like he left an impression on you." I can't help but blush a little. I'm not ready to talk about how that man makes me feel, especially since I don't even understand it myself. I just know the impact was more than just physical. It's not important, I finally answer, wanting to close the subject. What's important now is that I have this letter and, well, I'll go to the castle tomorrow for the interview. Mario looks at me silently for a moment before nodding, her expression softening. So that's what really matters, huh? He says, his tone softer. You'll be fine, Gregory. You'll see. The smile on his face is enough to calm my mind, if only for a moment. I take a deep breath, knowing that whatever comes tomorrow will be decisive. Thanks, I murmur, as I prepare to close the flower shop for today. As I change, I put the letter in my bag and mentally prepare for what's coming. The castle, the idea of working there has always been something distant, something people dream about but never think is possible. Yet tomorrow I'll be there, face to face with the possibility of a new job and an opportunity for Melissa. And maybe, just maybe, one day on the streets of this beautiful city I will cross paths again with the man who continues to inhabit my thoughts. Chapter 5. Omniscient Narrator. Carmen had always been an enigma in the castle corridors. Her neat manners and polite tone hid what she truly was, a ruthless woman, especially with little Princess Claudia. Since she arrived to take charge of the girl's education, the princess had lost her sparkle. Her laugh grew rarer and rarer, and her eyes, once full of curiosity, were always dull. No one suspected what really happened when the doors of the classroom where the little girl received her education closed. Again, Claudia, you've done it wrong. Carmen's voice sounded cold, lacking a trace of patience. You have to repeat it until you get it right. The princess, barely 7 years old, had red, sore hands from practicing calligraphy. The pain radiated down her back from bending over the desk for so many hours, but she didn't dare complain. She knew what was happening when she did. Forgive me, Madame Carmen, Claudia murmured, her voice barely a whisper. She knew that if she looked up, she'd only see her governess's frown. I don't accept apologies, Claudia. I accept results, the woman responded mercilessly, approaching with firm steps. Do it again. Claudia started again, holding back tears, her chest tight with fear and frustration. It wasn't just academic work Carmen imposed on her. The punishments were often cruel and disproportionate. She forced her to go for hours without food if she didn't finish her lessons, or made her clean the servants' room, tasks that were proper for servants, not a princess. You know what you're doing isn't right, the princess would sometimes whisper, while rubbing the floor with her scraped knees. But Carmen wasn't the only one who treated her badly. Rita, the maid, had formed a strange alliance with the governess. Together they controlled every aspect of Claudia's life, from her diet to her daily activities. They always found an excuse to punish her. Come on, little mouse princess, we don't have all day, Rita teased, throwing a bucket of water at her as the girl struggled to clean the floors. Let's see if you can learn what hard work means. Claudia swallowed her pride and pain because she knew any attempt to complain or ask for help would only make things worse. The castle was full of people, but no one seemed to notice the mistreatment. Carmen and Rita meticulously controlled the times when anyone could see the princess, and at those times everything seemed to be in order. One afternoon, after finishing cleaning the room shared by the servants, Claudia tried to get up from the floor on shaky legs. I'm done, he said, hoping that at least this time, they would let him rest. Not until I say so, Carmen replied, leaning toward her with a cruel smile. Your place is down here, until you learn to behave like a true princess. I've told you, and you'll have to tell your father, the king, that I'm the only one who can take care of you and raise you. You insist on hiring someone, Claudia repeated, pouting. Because that makes your father happy. However, you are the one responsible for choosing me as the only woman capable of raising you. Claudia nodded, powerless to reply. She knew that no matter what she said or did, these women had made her life a living hell from which there was no escape. Claudia clenched her fist tightly. She was fed up with being treated like nothing more than an object. As Carmen's words sank into her mind, something inside her snapped. Suddenly, with a swift, decisive movement, she spat directly in the governess's face. "You're not my mother!" Claudia screamed, her eyes filled with fury and unshed tears. "You have no right to treat me like this. You're nobody." Carmen froze for a moment, the shock evident on her face. No one, not even the little princess, had ever dared to challenge her like that. Her hands shook with rage, and her face twisted into an expression of hatred as she wiped the spit from her cheek. "You damn brat!" Carmen yelled, raising a hand to hit her. "I'll teach you some respect." But Claudia didn't wait. Before the governess's hand could touch her, she spun around and ran for the door. Her heart was pounding, but her survival instinct was stronger than her fear. She shot out of the living room, her small feet pounding the marble floor, her sobs renting the air. As she ran through the castle's long corridors, sadness and anger overwhelmed her. She had no friends, no one to confide in. Her father was always busy, in endless meetings, with his office doors closed to her. And her mother had died when Claudia was just a newborn. She didn't remember her, but she knew everything thanks to Simon, the butler. It had been Simon who, in her saddest moments, spoke sweetly of her mother, of how beautiful and brave she was, but also of how she had died, leaving her alone in this cold world. Every time Claudia thought about it, she felt as if a part of her heart shriveled with pain. But not even Simon could be with her all the time. She was alone, surrounded by people who only wanted to control her. Claudia didn't stop running until she reached the castle's backyard. There, among the rose bushes, she finally stopped, letting the tears fall freely down her cheeks. She couldn't take it anymore. She felt as if she were fighting for her life every day, trapped in a place where neither her father nor anyone else could protect her. Why did it have to be this way? Why had her mother left so soon, leaving her with a father who barely looked at her and people who only wanted to hurt her? "I hate you," she muttered to herself, referring both to Carmen and to the fate that had left her alone in that dark castle. She knew she would have to go back. Carmen would look for her, and although she feared retaliation, in that moment she felt more alive than ever, because she had shown that, even if she was treated badly, she still had the strength to fight. But how long could she hold out without anyone around her truly listening or seeing her? Princess Claudia was broken, and what terrified her most was that no one seemed to notice. Gregory leaned against the counter of his flower shop, his gaze lost in the fallen petals of a withered rose. It wasn't a good day, nor was it a good week. The recent events with his aunt had her overwhelmed, and the last thing she wanted was to worry about something as frivolous as royalty. Her best friend, Maria, however, had other plans. "Are you really not the least bit interested in knowing who the king is?" Maria asked with a mischievous smile, flipping through a celebrity magazine while sipping her coffee. "He's been in these magazines several times, and I assure you, he's gorgeous. I don't know how you can resist." Memories of the wedding came to Maria's mind. She covered her mouth with her hand, realizing who that man was who had looked at her best friend with lustful eyes. She opened her mouth to say what was on her mind, but the impression of everything she had experienced did not allow her to speak immediately. Gregory sighed, not even looking up from the flowers. He had always avoided such publications. Royal life seemed so distant and, in his opinion, totally irrelevant to someone like her. "I don't care, Maria," he finally replied, shaking his head. "I've never cared what the nobility does or doesn't do. They have their problems, and I have mine." Maria giggled, as if she couldn't believe anyone could live without that kind of curiosity. "You've got to be kidding, Gregory. He's the king. And I assure you, if you saw him, you'd change your mind in a second. Besides, you'll be working for him. They say he's a widower." "I don't think so," Gregory insisted, putting aside a rose that was no longer useful. "I don't care. I don't have time for that nonsense, not with everything going on with my aunt. I'll meet him within the kingdom, if possible." Maria watched her silently for a moment, knowing that her worries for Melissa weighed on her mind like a dark shadow. Still, she decided to change the subject, trying to lighten the mood. Perhaps her friend would never actually exchange words with the king. It was said that the princess's affairs were the responsibility of her governess. "Well, you won't get rid of me that easily. I'm taking you to the castle today, and nothing's going to stop me," Maria announced with a smile, standing up from her chair and throwing her car keys in the air. "The interview is important, remember. You can't pass up this opportunity. If you're not interested in the king, at least think about the job." Gregory smiled slightly, silently thanking his friend for her determination. He knew Maria was right, but going to the castle made her a little nervous. What would a girl like her do in a place like this? But she didn't have much choice. The flower shop was on the verge of closing, and his salary as a royal nanny might be just the lifeline she needed. "Okay, Maria," he relented, sounding resigned. "Take me in your junk right now. But I'm warning you, I'm not going to pay attention to the king for even a second. I just want to get that job and get back to my normal life." Maria laughed as they walked toward the door. "We'll see how long that promise lasts when you see him in person." Soon after, they were sitting in Maria's battered car. The engine roared with effort, but, true to form, Maria navigated it through the streets as if it were a luxury sports car. Gregory stared out the window, paying little attention to the conversation his friend was carrying on about the king's alleged adventures and his life in the media. Finally, the castle appeared in the distance, its massive steel gates gleaming in the sun. It was imposing, almost intimidating, and Gregory felt a knot in his stomach. Not because he cared what he would find inside, but because he knew this meant a new chapter in his life, one he wasn't sure he was ready to face. "Here we are," Maria announced, stopping in front of the castle gates with a satisfied smile. "Now, come down and show your worth." Gregory took a deep breath and got out of the car, her eyes fixed on those enormous doors that slowly opened in front of her. Gregory Sanchez. Standing in front of the imposing castle gates, I couldn't help but feel a weight in my stomach, as if every stone that made up those gigantic walls was meant to remind me how small and insignificant I was compared to that place. My breathing became erratic, and for a second, I considered turning around and running away. I spun around, searching for Maria's friendly face, still in her battered car. The wreck seemed to tremble under her weight, as if it were about to crumble at any moment. Maria, true to form, smiled at me with that mix of confidence and mischief that only she could muster. "Good luck, Gregory. Don't forget to smile," she yelled at me as she honked her horn, a sound more like an asthmatic cough than a normal honk. Her engine roared to life, releasing a cloud of black smoke that completely engulfed me. I coughed, waving my hand in the air to clear the smoke, as she disappeared down the street. The silence that followed his departure hit me like a cold blast. I turned, facing the doors again, which seemed as enormous as mountains, and took a step forward. Every inch of my body trembled with nervousness, and my normally steady hands sweated. I had never felt so out of place. I advanced with hesitant steps until one of the steel doors slowly opened with a metallic screech. I couldn't help but flinch when a tall, impeccably built male figure emerged from inside. His serious expression radiated authority. I froze for a second, until the man stopped in front of me and, with a polite bow, spoke. "Welcome to the castle. I'm Simon, the butler. I'm here to guide you," he said, his tone conveying a mix of professionalism and coldness. I could barely nod, my mind still caught in the awe that enveloped me. Every corner of the castle seemed to vibrate with an ancient history, as if time itself had stopped within those walls. The air was heavier, denser, charged with an elegance that overwhelmed me. I felt out of place, a simple flower girl in a world of kings and queens, and the contrast was overwhelming. "Thank you, Simon," I replied in a faint voice I barely recognized as my own. We stepped inside, my feet echoing on the polished marble like a distant echo. Every step I took inside that enormous hall made me feel smaller. The ceiling soared so high it seemed to reach into the sky, and the columns supporting the castle were thick, monumental, decorated with intricate carvings I could only have imagined in fairy tales. The tapestries hanging on the walls, depicting scenes of ancient battles and portraits of past kings, watched me like silent witnesses to my nervousness. "This way, please," Simon indicated with a courteous gesture, continuing to walk with a grace that I could only envy. Every time we crossed a new corridor, my mind struggled to comprehend how anyone could live in such a vast, majestic place. Everything was so far from my reality, where the smell of earth and roses was all I knew. I felt like I'd entered a dream, one I didn't know if I wanted to wake up from. Simon stopped in front of a large dark oak door and, with a slow gesture, opened it, allowing me to see the interior of a waiting room. "Wait here, they'll call you soon," he told me, in a tone that brooked no argument. I nodded again, wordlessly, as I sank into the stillness of the room. My heart was pounding, and though my hands wanted to shake, I clasped them in my lap, trying to maintain my composure. I was about to enter an unknown world, and I had no idea what awaited me beyond those doors. The only thing I knew was that after that day, my life would never be the same. Something big was about to happen. I couldn't sit down. My legs were shaking like they had a mind of their own, and the thought of staying still was unbearable. I paced the room, trying to calm myself, but all I managed to do was increase the pressure in my chest. Time stretched in a kind of uncomfortable limbo, and my head kept going over all the things that could go wrong. I felt like I was about to break. I opened my purse with trembling hands and pulled out my cell phone. I needed to hear some news about my Aunt Melissa, even if it was minimal. I looked for the hospital number and dialed with nervous fingers. The ringtone dragged on, and every second that passed without an answer increased my anxiety. Finally, an automated voice answered, and after an excruciating wait, I was connected to a nurse. "Good afternoon, I'm Gregory Sanchez. I wanted to know how my Aunt Melissa Sanchez is doing." "She was admitted a few days ago," I said with a lump in my throat. It took the nurse a moment to respond, which made me fear the worst. "Mrs. Sanchez is stable, but I suggest you come in soon to speak with the oncologist. They've been adjusting her treatment," said the voice on the other end of the line, with the monotonous, distant tone of someone who deals with bad news every day. My heart leaped. I was far from being able to be there, and worry for her overwhelmed me. I pressed my lips together, resisting the urge to cry, and hung up without another word. I put my phone back in my bag, my hand somewhat calmer. I looked at the papers I'd brought with me, the letter of recommendation written for me by the elderly woman I'd worked with as a teenager. I couldn't help but notice that, while it was well written, the part about babysitting was an exaggerated embellishment. What I'd actually done was babysit her dogs, not children. What if they find out? I thought, biting my lip as I reread the letter for the umpteenth time. What am I going to do if they ask me questions I can't answer? With a heavy sigh, I stood up. I couldn't sit any longer, my nerves were destroying me. I walked over to a small table where a sophisticated-looking coffee maker sat. Pouring myself a cup of coffee would help me calm down, or at least give me something to occupy my hands. I picked up a marshmallow chip cookie from a small saucer next to the coffee pot and bit into it. The sweet taste brought me back to earth for a moment, although the anxiety was still present. I looked at the clock on the wall. Time passed, and no one came to pay attention to me. It seemed as if the silence of the castle was slowly swallowing me up. I walked over to one of the windows and looked out at the beautiful but distant gardens outside. I wondered if I'd ever get used to something as grand and elegant as this place when I heard a noise behind me. I whipped my head around, and saw a second door open, one I hadn't noticed before. My heart beat faster than I thought possible when I heard a deep, familiar male voice, making me catch my breath. "Please come in," the voice said, its tone echoing in the silence of the room. I froze for a moment, holding the half-eaten cookie, until I recognized whose voice it was. It can't be true. Is it possible? Maybe it's the castle manager. I entered the office with footsteps that barely made a sound, as if afraid of awakening anything other than the stillness of the place. Each footstep seemed heavier than the last, although my body moved almost automatically, while my eyes widened in astonishment. I felt my heart galloping at an absurd speed, and my pulse pounded not only in my hands but also in my ears, vibrating in a way that left me half-deaf. My brown eyes fixed on the man sitting behind the imposing desk, and for a second, I forgot how to breathe. The green-eyed blonde man who had stopped me at the wedding, the same one who had filled my mind with emotion when I bumped into him at the hospital, was there in front of me. He was wearing an outfit that stopped me in my tracks, not just elegant but clearly fit for a king. Reality hit me with overwhelming force. I was standing in front of King Antony Caspian himself. My breath caught in my throat as my mind tried to process the scenario I was in. What is he doing here? I thought, unable to find a logical explanation. My knees buckled, and my breathing became a lump in my chest. He was staring at me, as if he could see beyond what I was revealing, with those green eyes that pierced me. The intensity of his gaze paralyzed me. "Sit down," he ordered, his voice firm, low, but full of authority. His eyes never left mine, as if he were measuring my every movement, every breath I took. My body, treacherous, obeyed before my mind could react. I slid into the chair across from his desk with clumsy movements, feeling my hands tremble as I placed them in my lap, trying to hide the vulnerability that dominated me. Antonio didn't take his eyes off me, and I wondered if he remembered the moments before, that unexpected crossroads. I tried to stand firm, but it was impossible under the penetrating gaze that shamelessly stripped me bare. "Do you have everything you need to introduce yourself?" he asked, his voice so controlled that it left no room to understand what he might be thinking. I swallowed and nodded, not daring to speak for fear my voice would betray how nervous I was. The silence that followed was thick and heavy, and the pounding in my temples only grew louder as he watched me, as if reading an open book. Chapter 6. Antonius Caspian. The morning light filtered through the thick curtains in my office, creating a soft glow that barely illuminated the dark furnishings. The castle was silent, as if it knew that day was going to be different. It wasn't usual for me to find myself in this situation, let alone about to conduct interviews for such a crucial position as nanny to my daughter, Claudia. What was even stranger was that, in the absence of Governess Carmen, I would be the one conducting the interviews. Your Majesty, the first group of candidates will arrive in half an hour. The voice of Gustavo, my royal advisor, brought me back to the present. He stood before me, his expression always serene, but with a slight trace of concern in his eyes. I stared at him silently for a few seconds, the reality of what I was about to do weighing heavily on my shoulders. I didn't like this, I didn't want this. I didn't want to have to worry about Claudia's upbringing at a time like this. With Carmen out of the castle, I had to personally take charge of something I would normally delegate. But the circumstances weren't normal, and Carmen wasn't an option for this task. I knew something about her wasn't quite right, but I couldn't afford to stop to investigate further. I can't leave this in just anyone's hands, Gustavo, my voice came out firmer than I felt at the moment. Claudia needs someone who understands her, who guides her firmly but lovingly, someone who won't treat her like she's just another responsibility. Gustavo nodded, but there was something in his eyes that told me he was considering whether or not he should say something. I understand, Your Majesty, he replied gently. But I believe your judgment will be more accurate than any governess's. You know the princess better than anyone. I sighed, leaning back in my leather chair, which creaked under my weight. It was true. I knew Claudia better than anyone, but I had failed to protect her from the pain, from the void her mother's death had left in her life. My little Claudia, so brave, so rebellious, carried a weight she should never have had to bear. Even so, Gustavo, I can't let this fail. Not now, I replied, rubbing the bridge of my nose tiredly. My assistant shifted slightly, as if considering what words to say next. Your Majesty, I may make an observation, he said cautiously. Governess Carmen has been effective in many ways, but she may not be the best choice to guide the princess in the long run. Her rigidity could be doing more harm than good. I looked up at him, a frown reflecting the pent-up frustration. Gustavo was cautious with his words, but he always found a way to point out what others didn't dare to say. And you think I should replace it? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He didn't look at me directly. He just nodded, still maintaining his diplomacy. Perhaps an immediate replacement isn't necessary, he said, but I should consider it if the new nanny proves to be what the princess needs. The mere thought of trusting someone new with Claudia made me nervous. My daughter was all I had left, and placing her in the hands of a stranger wasn't something I accepted easily. We'll do the interviews, I finally said, getting up from my chair and walking to the window. I want to observe them personally. I want to see with my own eyes who they are and if they're worthy of being near my daughter. I won't delegate this to anyone else. I felt Gustavo's gaze on my back, a mixture of respect and concern. It shall be as you wish, Your Majesty. But he hesitated for a moment. I hope the decision isn't based solely on protection. Claudia needs more than that. Her words hung in the air as I looked out the window at the castle gardens. My kingdom was flourishing, vibrant, full of life. But my heart, ever since my wife's death, remained withered. I protected Claudia because I didn't know how to do anything else. The love I once had to give had withered inside me, and all I had left was responsibility, duty. Don't worry, Gustavo, I replied softly. I'll make sure Claudia gets the best. But the best isn't always the most comfortable. A heavy silence filled the office before Gustavo bowed slightly and left. All that remained was to wait. The interviews would soon begin, and I, the king, would be faced with the task of finding the right woman to fill a role that no one could fully replace. The interviews seemed endless. A line of women, all different, yet all alike in their inability to inspire confidence in me. Some were too old, with shaky hands that could hardly keep up with a child like Claudia. Others were too young, barely young enough to have taken care of themselves, let alone a princess who needed more than a simple caregiver. My patience was running out. One after another, each candidate sat before me, and while some had the necessary experience, none seemed to fit the strict rules they had to accept to work at the castle. The rules are unbreakable, I told them. Life at court isn't easy, and Claudia needs discipline. But the responses I got were either excuses or timid rejections, as if the seriousness of my proposal intimidated them. As the last candidate walked out the door, I felt a knot in my stomach. Not from the food I'd avoided, but from frustration. None of those women had even scratched the surface of what Claudia needed, what I needed for her. I abruptly stood up from the chair, pushing it back, and headed for the kitchen. I remembered those childhood days when, angry at the world without knowing exactly why, I used to escape here in search of something to soothe my discomfort. In those moments, a sweet, soft, and comforting dough was my refuge, as if that taste made me forget how much I was hurting. As I entered the kitchen, the air was warm and inviting. The scent of freshly baked bread and familiar spices enveloped me, transporting me, if only for a second, to a time when the responsibilities of being a king didn't exist, and my only concern was finding a piece of sweet pastry. My steps slowed as I moved forward, and then I saw her. Claudia was there, sitting in a corner of the table, staring off into space somewhere beyond the castle walls. Her small fingers played with the crumbs of a piece of bread, and her face, which usually wore a defiant or curious expression, now seemed empty. My heart sank at the sight. She was dealing with this chaos too, though I'd been so wrapped up in my frustration that I hadn't realized how much it was affecting her as well. "Claudia," I said softly, approaching the table. She didn't react immediately, but upon hearing my voice, she looked up. Her eyes were filled with a sadness I hadn't seen before, or maybe I hadn't wanted to see. "What are you doing here, Dad?" she asked in such a low tone that I almost didn't recognize her. She wasn't the same brave, defiant girl who usually stood up to me without fear. "I was tired," I replied, sitting down next to him. "And I thought I'd get something to eat, like when I was a kid." She made a slight gesture, something between a bitter smile and a grimace, as she lowered her gaze again. "I was tired too," she murmured. "Tired of all this." My heart stopped for a moment. Her tone was flat, almost lifeless. She wasn't just talking about being tired of the routine or classes. It was something deeper. "Tired of what, Claudia?" I asked, not in the way a king questions someone else, but rather like a concerned father. She sighed, and for a moment I thought she wouldn't answer. "Tired of being alone," she finally said, her voice breaking. "Of not having anyone. Of not having a mother, and of you never being here." Her words pierced me like a dagger. I'd tried to protect her, to give her everything she needed materially, but I hadn't really been there. Claudia was alone, more than I'd dared admit. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the pain evident in every word. I leaned toward her, trying to comfort her somehow, though I didn't even know how. "I don't want you to apologize," Claudia replied, looking down at the floor again. "I just want you to be here." I remained silent, contemplating how I could do that. There were obligations, duties, but all of that faded in the face of my daughter's need, in the face of the truth she had just thrown in my face. "I promise I'll be here," I told him, even though I knew it wouldn't be easy. She didn't respond, but leaned lightly on my arm, as if, for a brief moment, she accepted my promise. The weight of the crown had never seemed so light and so heavy at the same time. At that moment, the kitchen door opened, breaking the silence. Simon peeked his head out, his neutral expression turning more serious when he saw me there. "Your Majesty, I apologize for interrupting," he said, "but the next candidate has arrived for the interview." I looked at Claudia, who was still at my side, more fragile than ever. I gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze before standing up. "I'll be back soon, Claudia," I promised her once again. And this time, he meant it. I walked into the office with the weight of the crown pressing down on me more than usual. The tension still lingered in my chest, but I had to continue. I had one more interview ahead of me, and I wasn't holding my breath. Most of the previous candidates had been a waste of time. I swiveled the leather chair behind my desk and took a deep breath, trying to focus on what was coming next. "Let the next one come in," I ordered, my voice ringing with a firmness I didn't feel. The door opened, and a gust of warm air brought the soft scent of flowers to me. I didn't immediately look up, already accustomed to the protocol of these gatherings, but the moment that perfume filled the room, something inside me awakened. I finally looked up, and there she was. My body immediately tensed. It was the woman from the hospital. The one who just a few days ago had crashed into my chest, her pale face and pain-filled eyes. And she was also the same one who had served me wine at the wedding, the one who had left me unsettled with just a look. My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of it all as my heart began to pound in my chest like a drum. The scent that enveloped me now brought me back to that first encounter, and for a second, I was stunned, unable to react. "Have a seat," I finally said, my voice a little lower than usual. She nodded and walked silently to the chair opposite me. Her hands were clutching some papers, but what disconcerted me most was the way she avoided looking at me directly, as if the awkward air surrounding us affected her as much as it did me. The silence between us stretched. Neither of us seemed to want to break it, but I couldn't stay still any longer. I needed to pull myself together, to act like the king I was. "Do you have all the paperwork?" I asked, almost automatically, trying to regain control of the situation. She nodded again, but her hand trembled slightly as she handed me the documents. Our eyes met for a second, and it was as if the air in the room thickened, heavy with something I couldn't identify. I took the papers, trying not to lose my composure, and opened them in front of me. My eyes scanned the pages quickly, but what I read wasn't encouraging. I had no real experience as a nanny. What I'd written seemed more like a series of odd jobs, and there were only a couple of vague mentions of childcare that, upon closer reading, turned out to be about caring for animals, not children. It was garbage. I didn't even know how I'd made it past the first round. My lips tightened into a line as I tried to find something I could salvage from that pile of papers. But then, I looked at her again. Her hands were still clasped in her lap, nervous. Her brown eyes, which refused to look directly at me, revealed a mixture of anxiety and pride, as if she were waiting to be judged in the harshest possible way. And something inside me, something I tried to bury, stirred. Despite what was in front of me, I couldn't ignore that feeling, that irrational attraction that had baffled me from the start. I cleared my throat and leaned forward a little, placing the papers on the desk, though I barely looked at them anymore. "Tell me, miss." I paused, searching for her name on the document. "Sanchez. How do you plan to take care of a girl like Claudia if you have no real experience dealing with children?" The question was direct, almost cruel, and I knew anyone else would have flinched at my tone. But she didn't. She looked up with something that looked more like defiance than fear, and that simple gesture completely disarmed me. "I know I don't have the traditional experience, Your Majesty," she replied, her voice firmer than she expected. "But I have cared for living beings, beings that require patience, attention, and affection. They're not children, I know, but I believe those skills translate to caring for a child, and I'm willing to learn." Her words struck me in a strange way. On the one hand, her response was insufficient. I needed more than a willingness to learn. But on the other, there was something about her, something about that conviction radiating from the depths of her being, that made it difficult to reject her at that moment. I pressed my lips together, staring at her for a long moment. My pulse was still racing, as if my body were having a completely different conversation than the one my words were carrying on. The reason he hadn't fired her yet wasn't logical. It wasn't logical at all. Gregory Sanchez. Being in that room was killing me. My heart was beating so fast I thought I could hear it, and my barely controlled hands were shaking in a way that was impossible to hide. There he was, sitting across from me, the same man who had stolen my breath not once, but twice. First at the hospital, and then at the wedding. His gaze bored into me, almost unblinking, as if he could see beyond my exterior, as if he were searching for something inside me that even I didn't understand. It was the king. King Antonius Caspian. That detail, which had seemed irrelevant to me just a few days ago, now held an overwhelming weight. My entire body seemed aware of his presence, and my mind kept repeating the same warning: "Don't fail, Gregory. Don't fail." I tried to focus on his words, on the questions he was asking me, but my mind was clouded. How was I supposed to impress a king? How was I going to convince him that I, someone with no real experience with children, could be the right nanny for his daughter? "Tell me, Miss Sanchez," his deep voice echoed in the room, "how do you plan to take care of a girl as special as Claudia if you have no experience with children?" His tone was cold, almost impenetrable, and my breath hitched at his question. I felt the weight of his gaze fixed on me, waiting for an answer. The pressure was crushing me. I could feel my knees wobbly, but I forced myself to remain firm. I couldn't lose my composure now, not if I wanted to get out of this room with the work. "Your Majesty," I began, my voice shaky but clear, "although I haven't worked directly with children, I have cared for living beings. Animals, yes, but beings that require a great deal of patience, love, and discipline. I've cared for pets, but I've also learned to care for children who had them. Both require constant attention. I know I can apply those same skills to caring for your daughter. I'm willing to learn, to do it well." As I spoke, the lie dripped like poison from my mouth. I knew it wasn't enough. I knew any sensible person would have rejected me right then and there, but he wouldn't take his eyes off me, and that made me even more nervous. His gaze was intense, analytical, as if he were weighing my every word, as if he were trying to break me down to the last corner. I felt vulnerable, exposed, and I couldn't stop imagining that what I was saying was ridiculous. Caring for children and animals weren't the same, but what else could I do? I needed this job. My aunt depended on me, and I depended on getting something that would allow me to advance. Even if I had to lie. The silence between us grew thick, unbearable. My mind raced with every possibility, that he'd reject me, that he'd humiliate me, that he'd simply ask me to leave. My nerves were on edge. And just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the sound of my cell phone rang through the air. "Excuse me," I said, with a mixture of relief and fear, picking up my phone as my heart pounded in my chest. "May I answer, Your Majesty?" He nodded, though he seemed irritated. I didn't care. At that moment, the ringing of my cell phone was a way out, a lifeline. I quickly took it out of my pocket and put it to my ear. "Maria?" I asked, trying to sound calm, even though I knew my face probably betrayed my desperation. My friend's voice sounded agitated on the other end of the line. "Gregory, I'm trapped. The car won't start, and it's blowing a lot of black smoke. I'm in the middle of nowhere, I need you to come help me." I swallowed hard, my relief fading immediately. Maria, with her old car. Always the damn car. I glanced at the king, hoping I hadn't done too much harm with that interruption, but his expression was impassive, though his eyes never left me. "Maria, I can't go out right now. I'm at the interview," I whispered, trying to keep my voice low. But my friend wasn't one to take a no so easily. "Please, Gregory. There's no one else who can help me, and the car feels like a coffee pot about to explode." My mind raced as I tried to find a solution. I couldn't leave Maria stranded, but I also couldn't leave the interview halfway through. The king watched me silently, waiting for me to finish. And I, holding my cell phone in one hand and my nerves shattered, tried to think clearly. "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty," I said, not daring to look at him directly, "but my friend is in trouble. She needs me to come help her. I promise this won't happen again." The silence that followed was almost palpable, but surprisingly, the king nodded, though not before letting out a sigh that made it clear his patience was running out. I couldn't believe he'd let me off the hook so easily, but I wasn't going to wait for him to change his mind. I stood up quickly, feeling like my legs were barely holding me up. I gave him a quick bow before leaving the room, my heart still pounding. The lies, the pressure, and the meeting with the king, it was all taking its toll on me. But now I had to focus on helping Maria. With luck, I'd still have a chance to return and salvage what little remained of my credibility. When I thought the meeting was over, when my body was almost at the door, the king's deep voice stopped me in my tracks. "Wait." I froze instantly. My heartbeat picked up again, as if it had stopped only to start up again even faster. I turned slowly, my breath bated, my eyes probably wide with shock and fear that I'd done something wrong. "Is something wrong, Your Majesty?" I asked, my voice sounding much calmer than I actually felt. Antonio slowly rose from his chair, with the elegance and firmness that only someone like him could possess. He took a few steps closer, his gaze fixed on me, as if calculating my every move. "I'm going to accompany her." My eyebrows immediately rose. What? The king, accompanying me? This had to be some kind of joke. "No, it's not necessary," I said quickly. "I can handle it. Maria, my friend, it's just a problem with her car. I wouldn't want to waste her time." He looked at me, tilting his head slightly as if he didn't understand my words. His expression was impenetrable, but his eyes, those green eyes, seemed determined. "I insist," he said in a voice that left no room for argument. "Besides, the interview isn't over. I want to make sure it's completed properly." I was stunned, speechless. He was going to accompany me, to rescue Maria and, incidentally, continue the interview. None of this made any sense, but for some reason, something in his authoritative tone made me nod, without further protest. "As you wish, Your Majesty," I said, feeling a mixture of confusion and nervousness that made me want to faint right then and there. He followed me out of the office, and as we walked toward the castle exit, my mind was racing with 1,000 things at once. What would I say to Maria when she appeared with the king? How was I going to continue the interview under these circumstances? And above all, why the hell did I feel so nervous in his presence? When we arrived at the parking lot, the surprise didn't end there. On the other side, the king's friend, who had accompanied him to the wedding, was leaning against a luxury car, looking at us with a raised eyebrow. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" he asked, with a crooked smile, clearly enjoying the situation. Antonio didn't seem to hesitate for a second when he answered, with an almost amused seriousness. "We're going to save a damsel in distress," he said, his tone unclear as to whether he was joking or serious. His friend laughed, but after seeing the king's expression, he realized he wasn't entirely joking. "Then I can't miss this." "I'm going too," he declared, walking over and opening the car door as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At that moment, I couldn't even think. What was going on? How had I gone from a job interview to an impromptu rescue with the king and his friend? I climbed into the passenger seat, feeling out of place in a car worth more than my entire flower shop. Antonio settled in behind the wheel, and Jorge, whose name the king mentioned as he climbed into the car behind us, as if it were just a casual stroll. As the car rumbled gently beneath our legs, my mind remained entangled with everything that was happening. I tried to get comfortable, but every fiber of my being was tense. "So, Miss Sanchez," Antonio said, without taking his eyes off the road, "tell me more about your experience caring for children and pets." I swallowed. I knew that question would come back, but now, in the midst of this strange situation, I felt even more nervous. How could I keep up the facade? The weight of his gaze was so strong that even if he wasn't looking directly at me, it felt as if he was. My hands rested on my knees, clenched in an effort not to tremble. "Well," I began, trying to sound confident, "I worked for a family for several years. I took care of the children, and their pets, too. They had dogs, cats." I made it up quickly, knowing what I was saying was a mix of fact and fiction. I learned a lot about balancing both responsibilities. Children can be difficult, but, with patience and care, anything is manageable. He nodded, though he still projected the feeling that he was cautiously scrutinizing me. "And why did you leave that job?" he asked, keeping the conversation flowing but with a calculating tone. "Oh." My mind raced to find a plausible answer. "The family moved out of the country, and I decided to stay. I had other commitments here, like my flower business." I felt Jorge watching me from behind, surely enjoying everything that was happening. I couldn't imagine what he was thinking, but I felt like an ant under a magnifying glass. Finally, we arrived at the spot where Maria was parked, her car emitting a ridiculous amount of black smoke. Jorge burst out laughing, and Antonio just let out a deep sigh before stopping the car. "Looks like we've arrived just in time," the king commented with a slight smile, opening the door. For my part, all I could think about was how surreal it all was. The king and his friend, rescuing Maria and her junk. What else could happen on that day? The black smoke from Maria's car billowed into the air like a dark, suffocating cloud. Antonio and Jorge approached to check the engine, while I hurried to try to calm Maria, who seemed on the verge of panic. The king, without losing his composure, grabbed the car's fire extinguisher and used it accurately. The smoke gradually diminished, although the car continued to emit that annoying sound that indicated it wouldn't get very far on its own. "We'd better call a tow truck," Antonio said, his tone firm but still surprisingly calm for the situation. Maria nodded, her mouth still open at the sight of the king himself handling his car problem. Jorge made the call, while Antonio stared at the car as if it were a defeated enemy, with a mildly annoyed expression. "I think it's best to take you home when the tow truck arrives," I said to Maria, who was still looking at us with a mixture of gratitude and surprise. She nodded, probably too overwhelmed to speak. When the tow truck arrived and took her old car away, we headed to her small apartment. Jorge joked around the whole way, trying to lighten the mood, while Maria laughed nervously, but visibly relieved. Maria's apartment, though modest, was cozy. We sat in her living room, and she served coffee, thanking us repeatedly for our help. I couldn't help but feel nervous, knowing that Antonio was still watching me in a way I couldn't quite understand. His deep, analytical green eyes didn't seem to miss a single detail. After a while Jorge and Maria were chatting in the kitchen, Antonio addressed me, his tone more formal. "Miss Sanchez," he began, and my heart skipped a beat. He was looking at me with that intensity that unsettled me. "I've decided the nanny position is yours." I froze for a moment. Was the job mine? I was so shocked I almost dropped my coffee cup. "Really?" I asked, trying to maintain my composure, even though inside I felt on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He nodded and took a sip of his coffee before continuing, with that air he had of absolute control over every word that came out of his mouth. "However, there are certain conditions we must discuss. Some very important prohibitions that you must follow if you accept the job." My throat went dry. I knew it wouldn't be easy, that nothing with a man like him could be simple. Still, I was determined. I wasn't going to waste this opportunity. I needed it, not just for the pay, but for the challenge it represented for my life. "I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say, Your Majesty," I replied, trying to make my voice as firm as possible. Antonio watched me for a few seconds, as if measuring every gesture, as if trying to read beyond my words. The air in the room felt heavy, charged with something more than a simple conversation about employment. His presence filled everything, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my life was about to change irrevocably. Finally, he nodded once more, placing the cup on the table. "Very well. We'll have to discuss the rules in depth, but I'm warning you right now, this will be a demanding job, with more responsibilities than you might expect. Not all the rules will seem easy to follow." I looked at him, nodding, even though anxiety was gnawing at me inside. I didn't know if I was completely ready for what he was demanding of me, but one thing was certain, I wasn't going to back down. "Whatever it takes," I said, and though my voice didn't waver, my stomach was in knots. "We'll have a talk tomorrow afternoon, after I introduce you to my daughter and assign you a room," he mentioned, piercing my soul with that unique gaze, those green eyes. Chapter 7. Antonius Caspian. Returning to the castle, the drive felt longer than usual, though it wasn't because of the distance. Gregory, sitting in the back seat of the car, kept her gaze glued to the window, avoiding all eye contact with me. Every now and then, Jorge broke the awkward silence with a trivial comment, but even he could sense the tension filling the air. When we finally reached the castle's massive steel gates, my mind was racing with intertwined thoughts. The implications of hiring Gregory were more complex than I could admit to her. There was something about her presence that unsettled me. It was a mix of admiration, curiosity, and something else I couldn't quite place. But control over my life and my emotions was something I wasn't willing to give up, not now, not for someone who had just walked through the door into my world. We arrived at the mansion. I was the first to get out. I went around the car and went straight to the door where Gregory would get out. I helped him by extending my hand. He accepted it and my heart stopped for a moment. His eyes connected with mine, and I saw the need to get away from him immediately. "Simon," I ordered as the butler approached the entrance, always efficient, always attentive. "Assign a room to Miss Sanchez. She'll spend the night here." Simon, as always, nodded silently, ready to obey any command without question. His gaze shifted for a second to Gregory, who was still staring at the floor with something that seemed a mix of embarrassment and nervousness. "And you?" I turned to her, aware of the weight of my words. I'll expect you tomorrow at 5 in the morning in my office. Don't be late. She looked up, her dark eyes glowing in the soft light from the chandeliers in the castle's entrance. She nodded, and for a moment, our eyes met in a fleeting but intense connection. I wondered if she felt the same way, that inexplicable stirring that seemed to arise whenever we were in the same room. "Good night," she murmured before turning to Simon, who was already preparing to guide her to her room. I watched her walk down the hallway, her slim figure fading into the darkness. She wasn't like the other women I'd met. There was something about her that made her different, something I couldn't quite understand. "What's wrong with you?" Jorge's mocking voice brought me back from my thoughts. I looked at him, no words needed to show him I had no desire to continue this conversation. "Don't tell me the nanny has you like this." I rolled my eyes and started walking down the main hallway toward my rooms. Jorge followed me, as always, never missing a chance to annoy me. "It's not what you think," I growled, though I wasn't entirely sure what I was thinking at the moment. I forced myself to focus on the practical. "It's professional. I want to make sure it lives up to expectations." Jorge let out a low, sarcastic laugh. "Yeah, right, professional," he mocked. "All you're interested in is her professionalism, right? I'm sure that's also what made you invite her to the castle instead of returning home, right?" I opened my mouth to reply, but before I could say anything, a slim, elegant figure appeared at the end of the hall. Carmen, the governess, was approaching with light steps, her skirts skimming the floor as if she were floating. I tensed, aware of her presence, and immediately noticed how her eyes lit up when she saw us. "Your Majesty," he greeted with a smile that was meant to be cordial, but one I knew all too well. "George." Jorge gave a small, exaggerated bow, trying not to laugh. Carmen ignored him and approached me, with that fixed gaze she always used when trying to keep a conversation longer than necessary. "How was your evening?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. There was something in his tone that bordered on the impertinent, as if he wanted to know more than he should. I knew exactly what I was doing. His interest in me had been evident for years, though I'd never directly confronted him. This wasn't the time or place to talk about it, but the tiredness of the day was beginning to weigh on me, and the last thing I wanted was to deal with his calculated subtlety. "It's been a long night," I said, not giving her any room to continue. "I must rest." "Good night, Carmen." I saw her purse her lips for a brief second, but she quickly recovered. "Of course, Your Majesty," he replied, bowing his head once more before withdrawing, though not before stealing a glance in my direction. As he disappeared down the corridor, George burst into a low laugh. It was incredible to see him being such a serious and arrogant duke in front of an entire people, nations, when in reality he's an immature man who's always sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong. "It's so obvious it hurts to watch her," he commented, his voice tinged with mockery. "She's desperate for your attention. And you're, as always, acting like she doesn't exist." I gave him a sharp look. "It's none of your business," I replied, even though I knew she was at least partly right. Carmen was an intelligent and dedicated woman, but her emotions complicated the working relationship. I preferred not to dwell on it too much. I already had enough problems to deal with. Jorge looked at me with a knowing smile before changing the subject. "Anyway, what are you planning to do with your new nanny? You seem to be quite interested in her, even if you deny it." I looked out the hallway window, the castle silent around us. The air felt heavy, laden with expectations I wasn't sure I wanted to fulfill. "Tomorrow we'll see if she's as good as she says she is," I mentioned, although a part of me knew the real test wouldn't be for her, but for me. I couldn't sleep. At 4 in the morning, the silence of the castle felt like a weight on my chest, suffocating, unwavering. Every corner of my mind was invaded by the same image, Gregory. His dark eyes, his unsettling presence, the way he seemed to fit in and, at the same time, clash with my world. I was losing control, and I knew it. I dressed quietly, putting on sportswear. I rarely wore it. For a king, the attire should always be appropriate. I needed to escape, at least for a while, from these thoughts that hadn't stopped haunting me since I'd seen her in the hospital, then at the wedding, and now, walking through the castle halls. It was absurd, and yet, my mind couldn't leave her. I stepped out into the gardens, into the vast green space surrounding the castle. The cool morning air hit my face and helped clear my head a little. I started running, picking up my pace in hopes of leaving those thoughts behind. But no matter how hard I tried, my heart rate wasn't from the exercise. It was from her. And then, I saw her. In the distance, in the shadows, there was a figure moving with grace and agility. Gregory. He was stretching, his slim, strong body clad in athletic clothing that emphasized his silhouette. His hair, pulled back in a ponytail, stray strands fell over his face, while his hands moved with precision and concentration. The sight was striking. My heart leapt, and I stopped dead in my tracks, not knowing what to do. Why did it have to be her? Why was she here, right at the moment I was searching for clarity? I felt caught between the desire to avoid her and the need to be near her. My thoughts clashed, while the pounding in my ears never stopped. I tried to turn away, to return to the safety of my solitude. But then, her eyes saw me. They met mine from a distance, and it was impossible to pretend I hadn't seen her. "Good morning, Your Majesty," he greeted me with a smile, as he stood up from his stretch. I couldn't help but return a small nod, even though my mind was screaming at me to back away. My legs, however, decided otherwise. I walked toward her, trying to maintain my composure, but every step made me feel more exposed. How could someone so simple-minded disarm me like this? I didn't understand. "What are you doing here so early?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant, even though I knew I wouldn't succeed. Gregory shrugged, his breathing barely ragged from the exertion. "I couldn't sleep. I decided to go for a little run." "I guess it's a habit I've picked up from before," he replied, his tone light, but his eyes reflecting something deeper, something I couldn't ignore. We ran together for a while, in silence. My heart was racing for reasons that had nothing to do with the rhythm of my feet on the grass. Gregory's proximity was disconcerting, each step of his resonated in my chest like an unstoppable echo. After several minutes of contained tension, I decided to break the silence. "Did you always run in the mornings?" I asked, hoping the light conversation would help me control my thoughts. "When I had time, yes. Taking care of children and dogs didn't leave me much free time," she replied with a smile. "But when I could, I liked to get out. It's a good way to clear my mind. Babysitting and dog sitting. That had me on edge. There was the florist's business. I'd asked them to do some research on it since I saw her serving wine at that wedding. It was obvious she was nervous when she told me, but I admired her determination to keep the job. Even though I knew I'd have to talk to her about the truth of her experience, I couldn't help but feel this strange fascination with the way she handled situations. "I imagine it's not easy," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral, but my mind kept coming up with excuses to prolong this conversation. "But I suppose you're managing well with both responsibilities." She let out a small laugh, and for a moment, my chest relaxed. "Yeah, I guess so. In the end, dogs and kids aren't that different, she replied, with that sparkle in her eyes that made me forget why I'd gone running in the first place. I made a mental note to myself. I had to ask about his flower growing. I would do that after introducing him to my daughter. We ran a little further, the sound of our footsteps on the grass accompanying the comfortable silence we'd managed to create. But at the same time, the tension was still present, hanging in the air, like a taut rope about to snap. I knew this closeness wasn't something I could ignore for long. After a while, we decided to stop. The sun was beginning to tentatively peek over the hills, and I could feel the dampness on my skin, but it wasn't just from the sweat from the exercise. My mind was caught in a tangle of confusing emotions. We should go get ready, I said, trying to sound more assertive than I felt. Today you'll meet Claudia. She nodded, but before she turned to head back to the castle, our eyes met again. For a second, I thought I could see the same bewilderment in her eyes that I felt. We headed to the castle in silence. As we walked to our respective rooms, the physical distance didn't lessen the agitation his presence had caused in me. I knew this wasn't something I could ignore. Something was changing inside me, something I'd never felt before. When we arrived at the music room, the soft sound of the piano filled the air. Claudia, my little daughter, sat in front of the majestic instrument, her back straight and her small fingers moving precisely over the keys. Her hair was pulled back in two low ponytails, and her pastel pink jumpsuit made her look so fragile and delicate, a contrast to the quiet strength that always seemed to surround her. Gregory walked beside me, and although she tried to maintain her composure, I couldn't help but notice the nervousness that still enveloped her. Her dress, also a soft pink, fitted her slender figure perfectly, and the low sandals she wore completed the simple, delicate look. Claudia and Gregory, both dressed in pink, seemed to mirror each other, as if fate had woven a thread between them. A strange thought, but one I couldn't ignore. I, of course, was wearing my usual dark, formal suit, a shield that protected me from the chaos I felt whenever Gregory was around. I knew I should keep my distance, but something about his presence broke through that barrier I'd imposed on myself for so many years. As we entered the living room, Claudia looked up from the piano and at both of us. Her eyes, those large, inquisitive eyes, flicked from Gregory to me before returning to focus on Gregory, with a mixture of curiosity and distrust. I couldn't blame her. She'd had so many nannies, and none had ever really managed to get close to her. Claudia, I want you to meet Gregory Sanchez. She'll be your manager from now on, I said, my voice sounding more formal than I intended, but I knew I needed to establish from the start that this time, things would be different. Claudia didn't say anything at first. She just watched Gregory with those intense eyes, as if evaluating whether she was worthy of his time. Her small fingers stopped playing the piano, and she turned completely around on the bench. How many children have you babysat? She asked, her tone serious and direct, as if she were taking her own test. Gregory smiled nervously, but managed to remain calm. I've babysat several children, she said, telling the same lie she'd already told me, and some animals too. Children and pets aren't so different, they both need a lot of love and attention. Claudia frowned slightly, not entirely convinced. But something in Gregory's gentle way of speaking seemed to calm her distrust, at least for the moment. You can continue with your piano lesson, I said, leaning toward Claudia. Gregory will be here with you the whole time. Claudia glanced at me but nodded before returning to the piano. Gregory stood next to me, his hands clasped in his lap, and I could feel the tension in the air. I knew Claudia's presence intimidated her, as it intimidated everyone who tried to get close to her. But I also knew there was something different about Gregory, something that told me he might be what my daughter needed. Why do nannies always dress like girls? Claudia asked, without looking up from the piano. I was silent, surprised by the remark, while Gregory laughed softly. Maybe to make the children feel more comfortable, she replied, with that kind smile that seemed to calm even the most tense moments. Claudia didn't respond, but continued playing, letting the melody flow through the room. I realized in that instant that something was changing. Although the road would be difficult, I had a feeling Gregory could be the person Claudia and I needed, despite the doubts that still plagued me. I looked at Gregory, and she looked back at me, with a mixture of nervousness and agreement. It was clear she wasn't going to give up that easily, and that was something I deeply admired about her, even though I didn't want to admit it. We stayed in the living room, listening to Claudia's piano, while my thoughts mingled with the music and Gregory's presence, which seemed to bring with it a chaos I didn't know how to handle. Gregory Sanchez. When I walked into the music room, I felt like I was on a stage where everything was overly choreographed. The air smelled of polished wax, and the piano in the background echoed sweet, if slightly muffled, notes. The sight of Claudia, sitting with her perfect pigtails and little pink onesie, welcomed me into a world where I clearly didn't belong. But I tried not to be intimidated. "Hi, Claudia," I said with a soft smile, approaching carefully. The silence that followed was like a subtle but painful blow. The girl didn't even look at me. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to remain calm. I moved closer, hoping to sit next to her. "Do you mind if I sit here?" I asked, pointing to the seat next to his. She glanced at me, and what I saw in her eyes shook me. Coldness. And a spark of contempt that a girl her age shouldn't have. "No," she replied sharply, drawing out the words in a sarcastic tone. "Maids don't sit with princesses." My heart sank as I listened to her. I felt sadness and frustration. I didn't want to upset her, but I also couldn't let her treat me that way. "Claudia, I'm not a maid," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, even though I felt my throat tighten. "I'm here to help you, if you'll allow me." "I don't need your help," he replied just as coldly, crossing his arms and turning his back on me. I stood there for a few seconds, taking deep breaths to calm myself. I understood it wouldn't be easy, but that rejection hurt more than I'd anticipated. I tried hard to appear calm, even though something inside me cracked a little every time his words bit. Claudia continued staring at the piano, completely ignoring me. But before she could react, Antonio's deep voice interrupted the tense silence. "Claudia, that wasn't right," he said firmly, as he slowly approached us. His presence filled the room. "Gregory is here to help you, and you're not going to treat her that way." Claudia frowned, but didn't reply. She merely shot her father a defiant look before turning back to the piano, hitting a key a little too hard. The sound cut through the air like a small rebellion. I, for my part, tried to stay upright, despite feeling caught in the middle of that tense dynamic. Antonio sighed, noticing his daughter's resistance, but didn't press the issue further. He turned to me with a gesture intended to be reassuring. "I have to go," he said, his green eyes reflecting some concern. "Something has come up with the kingdom. I trust everything will be all right here." Then he looked at Claudia once more, and although he didn't say it, the message was clear: he expected his daughter to behave. Before leaving the room, our eyes met briefly. I felt a strange pang in my chest, an echo of that connection that seemed to seep between us, even though I didn't fully understand it. And then he was gone, leaving us alone. Silence settled over the room like a heavy cloud. I didn't know what to do exactly, but I decided not to push her. I was searching for a way to break the ice when the door opened again, and Rita, the maid, walked in. From the moment her eyes met mine, I sensed the venom in her gaze, as if my very presence was an affront to her. I'd met her at breakfast, and Simon had introduced me to most of the staff. From the moment she announced she would be Claudia's nanny, I could sense the displeasure in Rita's eyes. They said she was one of the many maids. She left the kitchen without saying hello. I sensed at that moment that she would be a difficult piece to move on the chessboard of my life. "Here you go," he said, handing me some papers with a disdainful air. "Claudia's itinerary for today. Here's what she needs to do." I took the sheets from her hand, feeling the palpable disdain in her voice. Without another word, Rita left, leaving me with an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I stared at the itinerary in my hands, trying to focus my mind on the task at hand instead of the coldness of those around me. The schedule was packed. In fact, it seemed overwhelming for any girl her age. Claudia had to jump from one class to the next with barely a moment's rest. I began to read it, task by task: piano lessons, etiquette lessons, French, horseback riding, mathematical studies. There was no time to be a child. There wasn't even a break to play or simply enjoy her day. I sighed at the endless list of activities. How could I get close to Claudia when I didn't even have time to breathe? I felt responsible for softening that rigid schedule, for giving her some freedom within all of it. I looked up, watching the little girl sitting at the piano, so lost in her own thoughts, so alone, despite everything around her. The day had been long, and Claudia's face reflected it. The little princess, despite her haughty appearance, couldn't hide the tiredness already showing in her eyes. She was in the middle of her riding lesson, but she didn't seem to be enjoying it. I watched as she tried to maintain her composure, her back straight on the horse, even though her shoulders felt as if she were carrying the weight of the world. It pained me to see her like that. As I walked beside her, an idea formed in my mind. It had been a difficult day, filled with resistance and rejection from Claudia. Perhaps what she needed was something different, something to break the routine and give her a break. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but if I could do something to ease Claudia's tension, I would do it. "Claudia, what do you think about doing something different after this class?" I suggested with a smile. "We could go to the swings I saw earlier, near the riding arena. Sometimes a little fun helps more than any class." She gave me a blank look, as if my words meant nothing to her. But I noticed her lips trembling, as if she wanted to say something, though she didn't. Maybe she wasn't used to someone offering her time to just be a child. After class, I decided to take her to the swings anyway. Even though she didn't say anything, I could sense she needed a moment to herself. The fresh air would help, I thought. I sat her on one of the swings and watched her for a moment, rocking slowly, her little feet brushing the ground without much enthusiasm. Just then, I felt my cell phone vibrate. I pulled it out of my pocket, expecting a call from the hospital, from Maria, who promised to be by my aunt's side to keep me updated on her condition, but when I saw the name on the screen, my blood ran cold. It was him. My ex-boyfriend. The man who had left scars on my life and whom I thought I'd buried deep in my past. Why was he calling me now? I felt a wave of panic mixed with anger rise in my chest. My hands shook as I answered. "What do you want?" I said barely above a whisper, taking a few steps away from Claudia so she wouldn't hear. His voice was soft, dangerous. It had always been that way. Enveloping, but lethal. "Gregory. I wanted to see you," he said. His tone hadn't changed in all those years, as if nothing had happened, as if the pain he left me had never existed. I froze. Every word he said was a reminder of the nightmares he'd tried to bury. But I didn't give him a chance to say anything else. "No, I cut the call before he could continue speaking, and I stood still for a few seconds, trying to calm the racing pulse in my veins. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and tried to push the memories away. Claudia needed me. I had to focus on that. When I returned to the swings, my heart skipped a beat. Claudia was not alone. A tall, slender woman with skin as white as marble and hair as red as fire stood there. I hadn't seen her before in the castle, but there was something unsettling about her presence. Her face was covered in freckles, and her dull gray eyes shone with an intensity that unnerved me. She was grabbing Claudia's arm, pulling her tightly, and whispering something in her ear. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but Claudia's expression made it clear it wasn't good. "Hey!" I exclaimed, taking a step forward, my voice firmer than I felt. "What are you doing?" The woman looked up, and when she met my gaze, her face twisted into a sneer of contempt. She slowly let go of Claudia's arm, as if my presence was a nuisance to her. "Nothing that concerns you," he said in a low, cold voice. Claudia didn't say anything, but the relief in her eyes was unmistakable. She was rubbing her arm where the woman had held her, and I realized she was holding back tears. My chest tightened, a mixture of anger and protectiveness taking hold of me. "I'm Gregory," I said, trying to remain calm. "I'm here to look after the princess." The woman gave a short, mirthless laugh. Her gray eyes scanned me as if I were insignificant. "I see," he replied before turning and walking away, his stride elegant and firm, as if it were all just a simple inconvenience in his day. I watched him walk away, feeling uneasy. I watched the woman walk away with slow but determined steps, and my body tensed. That woman, whoever she was, had left an uncomfortable mark in the air, like a trail of smoke that hadn't yet dissipated. I couldn't help but turn my gaze toward Claudia. The little girl was still sitting on the swing, staring at the ground with a mixture of fear and anger in her eyes. Her small fingers gripped the swing chain so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. I approached her slowly, afraid that any sudden movement would make her withdraw even further. "Are you okay?" I asked softly, kneeling down to be at her level. Claudia looked up, her eyes filled with rage and, once again, that coldness she'd shown me from the beginning. But this time there was something else. Pain. Fear. Vulnerability. She said nothing, just watched me as if she were gauging whether she could trust me or if she should keep me in line as she had done all day. "You don't have to tell me anything," I added after a few seconds of awkward silence. "But if you ever need to talk or tell me what happened, I'm here." "Whatever it is, Claudia." The girl frowned, and for a moment I thought she was going to answer, but she stayed silent. Her eyes flicked past me to where the red-haired woman had disappeared, and my skin prickled as I realized something darker was going on here than I'd imagined. It wasn't just a wayward child and a new nanny, it was something deeper. Something that had hurt her. "We'd better get back to the castle," I said, trying not to sound too worried. "It's late, and you need to rest for tomorrow's activities." Claudia was silent for a moment, then stood up, with the same air of superiority I'd seen her with before, as if the brief moment of vulnerability had been merely an illusion. She didn't wait for me to offer my hand or spare me a glance as she walked toward the path that led back to the castle. She seemed to be made of iron resolve, as if she were wearing a shell that no kind words could pierce. As I followed her, my mind kept wandering over what had happened. Who was that woman? Why was she treating Claudia that way, and why did the princess seem so scared? I tried to connect the dots, but every time I did, the pieces didn't quite fit. The only thing I knew for sure was that the girl was under a lot of pressure, more than any child her age should have to endure. We arrived at the castle in silence. Claudia didn't say a word the entire way, and when we finally entered, I headed toward the main hall, where I knew Simon, the butler, would be waiting to give us instructions about dinner time. However, when we reached the parlor, it was Claudia who spoke first, her voice low and almost husky. "I don't need you to take care of me," she said, without looking at me. "I'm not a child." I wanted to tell her that, in reality, that was exactly what she was. That she still had a lot ahead of her, and that, even though she wanted to be strong and self-sufficient, she needed someone to support her. But I held back. I knew that, at that moment, anything I said would only raise more barriers. "It's okay," I replied softly. "I'll only be here when you need me." The girl let out a snort that almost sounded like a bitter laugh, and then, without another word, she ran off toward the stairs. Her small figure quickly disappeared into the shadows of the castle, leaving me alone in the spacious hall. I sighed and slumped into one of the nearby chairs. It had been a much longer and more difficult day than I'd expected. Claudia's emotions, the appearance of that strange woman, and to top it all off, the call from my ex, had all made my nerves fray. I'd only been here a day, and I already felt exhausted. Just then, my cell phone vibrated again in my pocket. I quickly pulled it out, hoping it was something from the hospital or Maria, but when I saw the screen, my heart skipped a beat. It was him again. I pressed my lips together and, without a second thought, rejected the call. I wasn't going to let him back into my life, not after everything it had taken to get out of that darkness. But even so, I felt his shadow stalking me, as if his presence had once again enveloped me in a cloak of fear. I stood up, needing to move, to push those thoughts away before they consumed me. I looked around. It was incredible that I was inside such a huge place, taking care of the daughter of royalty, and feeling my silly heart flutter every time I thought about the king. I headed toward the kitchen, needing some fresh air. As I walked, a thought kept running through my head. Claudia was no ordinary child, and the weight of her world wasn't one she should carry alone. Perhaps, in time, I could earn her trust. Perhaps, one day, I'd stop being just a maid to her. Chapter 8. Gregory Sanchez. The sun fell gently over the castle's wide pool, reflecting in the crystal-clear water as I watched Claudia from the shore. The princess, as usual, wore the same stern expression she'd had since I arrived a week ago. Every day, the girl seemed more distant, harder to understand. The weight of her disdainful glances and cold demeanor settled like lead on my shoulders. Claudia was in the middle of her swimming class, gliding with perfect strokes under the watchful eye of the instructor, while I stood on the sidelines, silently observing. There wasn't much else I could do. I knew any attempt to engage her in conversation would be met with the same disdain as always. I took a deep breath, feeling the tiredness in my bones. It had been a tough week. The princess's constant care, her bad temper, her coldness, all of it added to the physical and mental exhaustion that hung over me like a black cloud. Some nights I couldn't even sleep properly, tormented by the feeling that I didn't belong here, that every disdainful glance from Claudia, every whisper among the servants, reminded me that I was out of place. One day at a time, Gregory, I murmured to myself as I watched the gentle ripples forming in the pool. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me. Simone had mentioned that the governess was returning today, the woman I'd been warned about so many times. Carmen. I didn't know her, but her name hung in the halls like an ominous shadow. And now, as I turned slightly to see who was approaching, I saw her for the first time. Her slender figure and confident gait didn't go unnoticed. Her hair was tied back in a neat bun, her skin as pale as porcelain, and her eyes seemed to judge everything with an icy stare. Carmen. My breathing became a little heavier as I watched her walk toward me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Well, so you're the new babysitter, she said, stopping beside me in a low, calculating voice. That's right, I replied, trying to sound as neutral as possible. I didn't like the tone he was using to address me, as if he'd already condemned me before even meeting me. Her eyes raked me up and down, a blatant assessment that made me feel uncomfortable. But I stood my ground. I wasn't going to let that woman intimidate me. After all, I was here for a reason, no matter how difficult my stay was. Claudia seems to be entertained, Carmen commented, looking at the princess in the pool. She's taking her swimming lesson, I replied, even though I knew I didn't need to say it. It was clear what was happening. Suddenly, without warning, I felt his hands on my back. A swift, unexpected movement, and before I could process it, the cold impact of the water surrounded me completely. The sound of the splashing and the pressure of the water invading my senses stunned me, and for a moment, I didn't know what had happened. I surfaced quickly, gasping and coughing, my soaked hair falling over my face as I tried to compose myself. In the distance, I heard Claudia's muffled laughter, and when I looked up, I saw Carmen, feigning surprise. "Oh, how clumsy of me," she exclaimed in a sugary, completely fake voice. "I don't know how it happened, I got distracted for a second and, well, you see." Anger rose in my chest like an unstoppable fire, but I swallowed the words I wanted to scream. It was clear it hadn't been an accident. That woman wanted to humiliate me, to make me feel small from the very beginning. But I wouldn't give her that pleasure. Ever since that afternoon when I tugged on Claudia's arm, I've been asking who she is. The only one who told me his name was Simone, and he warned me to stay off her radar. Apparently, a relative of hers had fallen ill, which was the reason for her departure. I wanted to talk to the princess about the governess, but she never said more than necessary, and her face was always serious. I made a mental note to investigate what's going on between her, and I'm just now realizing something. Carmen is a dangerous woman, full of resentment. I approached the edge of the pool, holding onto it as I stood up, my wet dress clinging to my body. I could feel the eyes on me, and the chill of the water on my skin was a bitter reminder of how insignificant I seemed in that moment. "Don't worry," I said, my voice calmer than I expected. "It was just an accident, right?" Carmen's eyes flashed with something dark, but her smile remained intact. "Of course," he replied softly. "Just an accident." I knew she was playing with me, but at that moment, all I wanted was to get out of there and dry off. Claudia was still laughing in the pool, a laugh I hadn't heard all week. That laugh, for the first time, wasn't laced with contempt, but it wasn't a happy laugh either. It was something different, something that made me think the girl found amusement in her governess's cruelty. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the pool exit, my shoes making an annoying squeak from being soaked. I knew Carmen was watching me, enjoying every step I took. "I'll see you later, dear," she said in an almost mocking tone as she turned to speak to Claudia. I ignored her comment and continued on my way. I wasn't going to let it affect me any more than necessary, but deep down, something told me this was just the beginning of a war. This woman didn't know me, and I'd soon discover what she was capable of. As I walked down the hallway, still feeling the damp weight of my clothes clinging to my skin, I heard firm footsteps approaching. I looked up, and my heart leapt as I saw Antonio advancing toward me, his imposing bearing and that aura that seemed to fill the entire space around him. As he reached me, his eyes fixed on me, and I immediately noticed how his expression changed to a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What happened to you, Gregory?" she asked in a soft voice, almost as if it pained her to see me in this state. I looked at him, hesitating for a moment. I didn't want to tell him the truth. Admitting what had happened with Carmen felt like a mistake, as if by telling him I was giving that woman more power over me. I swallowed and looked away, noticing his attention focused on the neckline of my dress, which had stuck to my skin because of the water. My cheeks began to burn, a deep blush spreading across my face. I tripped. I lied clumsily, unable to meet his gaze as heat crept up my neck. I didn't know what else to say. Antonio, however, didn't take his eyes off me. I felt the tickle of his gaze run over me, making me even more aware of every drop of water that trickled from my hair to my shoulders. Suddenly, his hand slowly rose, and before I could react, he gently touched my cheek, wiping away the drops that still trickled down my face. His touch was warm, and his gesture, though simple, made me shudder. "Your eyes," he whispered in a voice that touched me to the bone, "they're beautiful." The world around us seemed to stop in that instant. His fingers ran over my face with a gentleness that left me breathless, as he tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. My breathing became erratic, and I felt as if the air in the hallway had thickened. The proximity of his body, the sparkle in his eyes, everything made me feel vulnerable, but at the same time, I wanted to stay there, trapped in that moment. "I don't know how you do it, but..." he whispered, his voice barely a murmur, so close I felt the warmth of his breath on my skin. "It's impossible not to look at you." My heart was beating so hard I thought he could hear it. His words echoed in my mind like an unfamiliar melody, and for a moment, I wanted to lose myself in that feeling, in that attention he was offering me. But just as I felt the world close in around us, a voice broke the tension between us. "Majesty." The sound shook us both, and Antonio darted away as quickly as lightning, as if he'd been caught doing something wrong. I turned to see Gustavus, the king's aide, standing a few feet away from us, his expression neutral, though his eyes reflected a tacit knowledge of what he had just witnessed. "I'm sorry if I interrupt, but there are urgent matters that require your attention," Gustavo said, his tone polite but firm. I felt a chill run through me, and I was grateful that Gustavo's presence had broken the spell. Antonio nodded, though his gaze returned to mine for a brief moment, as if he still wanted to say something more. "See you later, Gregory," she said softly, before stepping aside and following Gustavo down the hallway. I stood still, watching the two of them walk away, their footsteps echoing off the castle walls. My heart was still racing, and my cheeks were still burning. The truth was, I didn't know what disturbed me more, the fact that Antonio had touched me so tenderly, or the fact that I hadn't wanted him to stop. After dressing carefully, adjusting the pastel blue jumpsuit that fit me like a second skin and tying my hair back in a high ponytail, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My face was lightly made up, highlighting my brown eyes, which, despite the pressure I felt, couldn't hide the unease that was overcoming me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the nerves growing in my chest. Today I had to accompany Claudia to her usual afternoon tea, and although interactions with her were always a challenge, I was ready to face whatever came. Just as I was about to leave the room, the insistent ringing of my cell phone broke the silence. My heart raced when I saw the hospital number on the screen. I knew the news they were bringing couldn't be good. "Miss Sanchez, we ask that you come as soon as possible," that was all, and she hung up without further ado. The nurse's words echoed in my head. I felt the world crumble beneath my feet. I couldn't wait. I needed to get out of the castle and get to the hospital, but the rules were clear: 1 day off a month, and I'd only been here a week. Fear and despair gripped me. How could I justify my departure? How could I leave without facing the consequences? I decided I had to speak to the king. he would somehow understand the urgency of my situation. I hurried through the castle's corridors, but when I reached his office, I was informed that Antonio was unavailable. My mind raced for alternatives. Carmen. I had no choice but to go to the governess, although the mere thought of confronting her gave me a bad feeling. I found her standing next to Claudia, reviewing her itinerary for the day. I took a deep breath before speaking. Carmen, I need to do something personal outside the castle, it's urgent. My voice trembled slightly, but I tried to remain firm. Carmen's gaze pierced me like a sharp knife, and her expression of disdain quickly appeared. I knew she didn't like me and that any request from me would be viewed with suspicion. Something personal? He repeated, raising an eyebrow. You're not here for your own personal business, Gregory. You can't just leave whenever you please. The rules are clear. My shoulders tensed at his response, but I wasn't surprised. Desperation began to boil inside me. I had to leave, but how? I was trapped in this damn castle with no way to get to the hospital. Suddenly, I felt a small hand tug at my dress. I turned to meet Claudia's curious eyes, looking at me with a mixture of malice and complicity. I can help you out, Claudia whispered with a mischievous smile. I looked at her, puzzled. I didn't know if I should take her offer seriously or if this was just another of her ways of playing me. How? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I'll help you escape, but on one condition, the girl said, lowering her voice. You take me with you. The shock left me speechless. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to process what he'd just told me. Take Claudia with me. How could I do that without risking everything? Desperation was getting the better of me, and although I knew accepting his offer would be crazy, I saw no other way out. Okay, I murmured, my words filled with anguish. But you have to promise me you'll be discreet. Claudia smiled slyly, and at that moment, I realized I had gotten myself into something much more complicated than I had imagined. Gregory Sanchez. The day passed like any other, filled with unavoidable duties and endless documents. Gustavo, my faithful assistant, was at my side, reviewing the kingdom's reports, his voice firm as he informed me of the economic situation and the decisions that urgently needed to be made. My thoughts, however, were elsewhere. My mind wandered to the image of Gregory, to the way his brown eyes shone with an intensity one found unsettling, almost impossible to ignore. I remembered how the drops of water had slid down her skin, dampening the fabric of her dress, revealing the swell of her breasts. The heat of that sight coursed through me, and I had to fight to maintain my composure. The attraction was like a noose tightening around my chest, something so unexpected it unsettled me. Your Majesty, do you agree to proceed with the investment in the southern lands? Gustavo asked, pausing when he noticed my distraction. I looked up, blinking to snap out of my reverie. For a second, I didn't even know what he was talking about, the words barely reached me. I cleared my throat, pretending to have been listening. Yes, of course. Go ahead with the details, Gustavo. My voice sounded harsher than I intended, but he didn't seem to notice. Gustavo continued talking about the contracts, but I was lost in my thoughts again, the image of Gregory hovering in my mind. The feeling he provoked was strange, unsettling. It wasn't the first time a woman had captured my attention since my wife died, but I never paid attention to her for more than a night because of my manly needs. However, there was something about Gregory that disarmed me. I don't know what, in his fragility mixed with that silent strength. Your Majesty, a strange voice interrupted my thoughts. It was a castle employee who had entered the room. The messenger has arrived with the security report. I nodded, inwardly grateful for the interruption that pulled me out of my own mental chaos. I accepted the report and reviewed it with just enough attention so they wouldn't notice my mind was elsewhere. My homework was a distraction, but not enough to erase Gregory from my mind. After a few hours, I finished the meetings and decided to return to the castle. I needed some fresh air, and perhaps to check on Claudia. I walked through the castle's halls, greeting the staff with a slight nod, my footsteps echoing on the marble floor. Suddenly, I ran into Rita, the maid, who was walking quickly with some papers in her hand. I stopped in front of her. "Rita, where's Claudia?" I asked formally, even though what I really wanted to ask was about Gregory. Rita stopped, looking down before answering me. "She's with the governess, Your Majesty." "They have their afternoon lessons," he replied, without dwelling too much on the details. I wanted to ask about Gregory, to know if he'd seen her, but something inside me stopped me. I didn't want to seem too interested, especially in the eyes of a servant. Still, doubt plagued me, and images of her continued to haunt my mind. "And Gregory?" I finally blurted out, trying to sound casual, avoiding the hint of my interest. Rita looked at me, somewhat surprised, and then her expression changed to a more cautious one. I instantly regretted asking about my daughter's nanny. "I'm not sure, Your Majesty. I've only seen her a few times, always busy with the princess. Or talking to everyone." She trailed off, avoiding my gaze, as if she regretted what she'd said. Her answer left me unsatisfied. I signaled with my hand for her to leave, and she obeyed immediately, bowing before disappearing down one of the hallways. I stood there, motionless for a moment, struggling with the frustration building in my chest. Curiosity, attraction, everything mingled in a whirlwind I couldn't control. What's happening to me? I thought as I walked toward my office. I'd never allowed myself to get distracted like this before. I've always been the kind of man who keeps a cool head, who doesn't give in to impulse. But with Gregory, everything felt different. As if his mere presence had the power to disarm me. When I reached my office, I sank into the leather chair with a sigh. I tried to focus on the papers in front of me, on the kingdom's problems that continued to pile up, but my thoughts kept returning to her. The way she'd looked at me, how her cheeks had flushed when I touched her, her skin still damp from the pool water. The mere memory made me feel something I didn't want to admit. It was desire, yes, but also something deeper, something I couldn't define. And that worried me. Jorge arrived at the castle with his usual carefree air, his hair slightly tousled by the wind and a sly smile on his lips. From a distance, I saw him enter with the same carefree attitude as always, the typical heir to whom the worries of the world slipped by. But behind that relaxed facade, Jorge was a born hunter, expert in any game that required skill and concentration. Just what I needed right now to clear my mind. "Ready to practice, brother?" he asked, patting me on the back as we reached the shooting range, a clear expanse just outside the castle where we used to train before royal hunts. I nodded, taking one of the rifles with a firm gesture. Feeling the cold metal in my hands had always helped me stay focused. Today, more than ever, I needed that mental clarity. The mere thought of Gregory and what he did to me was consuming me. Since the last time I saw her, dripping wet, her eyes shining and her damp cleavage pressed against her skin, I hadn't been able to get her out of my mind. I felt her image gravitate to every corner of my thoughts. "I've heard rumors about a hunt among the royal houses," George said, loading a cartridge into his gun and preparing to fire. "They say the king of the neighboring kingdom will be there. Are you up for it?" "Sure, I never miss a hunt," I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral as I adjusted the rifle scope. Jorge aimed and fired, hitting the target dead center with a precision that demonstrated his skill. Then, still watching me out of the corner of his eye, he let his smile widen. "So tell me, how are things going with the nanny?" she asked, throwing the question out as casually as possible, but with clear intent in her words. I felt tension creep through my body. I didn't like talking about Gregory, especially with Jorge, whose history with women was well known. I knew what he was like, how he could twist every word into a mockery or, worse, an incentive for me to do something I shouldn't. I tried to hide my annoyance as I fired, though the shot wasn't as accurate as I'd hoped. "Okay," I replied dryly, hoping my tone would set a limit. But Jorge, of course, wasn't intimidated. He loaded another cartridge into his rifle and looked at me with that spark in his eyes that always preceded one of his comments. "Just as good. Come on, Antonio, you can't fool me," he said, firing again and hitting the target. "That woman has something, right? It's time to put the morning aside and enjoy life." "It's none of your business," I replied, my jaw clenching. I knew I shouldn't play along, but the mention of her name, and especially the mention of my dead wife, made me let her go. Falling in love again was never in my plans. Jorge burst out laughing, lowering his gun and resting it on the ground as he turned to me. "That's what I like about you, Antonio. Always so stoic, so proper. But we all have our moments. I bet you've already thought about kissing her. And if you haven't, well, it's about time you did, don't you think? You can't deny that you're attracted to her." Her words were like a spark that lit a fire inside me. A fire I'd been trying to extinguish since the first moment I saw Gregory. Every time I saw her, every time her presence touched me, the desire hit me harder. And now, with Jorge's words, it was almost unbearable. "Shut up, Jorge," I said in a low voice, but with a firmness that left no room for doubt. But instead of stepping back, he took a step closer, with that mocking smile that irritated me and made me want to hit him. "Oh, come on, bro, don't get so defensive. It's only natural. A woman like her, so sweet, so vulnerable. I don't know how you've lasted so long. If it were me, I would have done something about it by now." The mere thought of Jorge even approaching Gregory made my grip on the rifle tighten, my knuckles white with tension. I knew what he was like. His behavior with women had always been questionable. But Gregory wasn't like the women Jorge used to entertain. She was different. And she wouldn't allow him to treat her like a game. "Don't involve her in your nonsense," I replied in a deep voice, and before I knew it, I was already looking at him in a way that left no doubt that my words were a warning. Jorge raised his hands, as if he wanted to calm me down. "Relax, don't worry. I'm just saying that if you keep holding back, you might miss the opportunity." He paused, emphasizing his words. "And that would be a shame, wouldn't it? A woman like her, so close, yet so far away." My thoughts swirled, Jorge's words repeating in my mind. I'd thought about kissing her before, of course I had. The idea had crossed my mind more than once. But I'd never allowed it. I'd never let my impulses take control like that. Yet now, after everything Jorge had said, the desire seemed stronger, more insidious. I didn't respond. Instead, I raised the rifle and fired, this time hitting the target dead center. But the satisfaction of accuracy wasn't enough to calm the chaos Jorge had stirred inside me. Jorge, of course, smiled. He knew he'd planted a seed in my mind, and that was the problem. Because now, every time I looked at Gregory, it would be harder to ignore what I really wanted. And the worst part of all, I was starting to question whether I should keep resisting. Jorge and I returned to the castle after an afternoon of intense practice. The sun was beginning to set, bathing the gardens in a warm golden glow, while the long shadows of the trees marked the path to the main entrance. Thoughts of Gregory kept swirling in my head, but I forced them away. Tonight, I should focus on other things, or at least try to. "Are you staying for dinner?" I asked Jorge as we walked through the castle gates. "Of course. I don't plan on missing the opportunity to enjoy your chef's cooking, and see if your mood improves along the way," he replied with a mischievous smile, alluding to the discomfort he'd felt during our previous exchange. I shot him a warning look, but he simply laughed and continued walking beside me. We headed to the tea room, one of the most elegant rooms in the castle, where the walls decorated with antique tapestries and hand-carved furniture gave the place an air of grandeur. Jorge sank into one of the velvet armchairs, relaxed, as if the castle were his own home. And in a way, it was. Jorge had spent countless afternoons here when we were children and teenagers, and that familiarity always gave him extra confidence. "I'll have Claudia and Gregory summoned," I said, addressing one of the servants waiting at the entrance. "Tell them to come to the drawing room." The servant bowed and quickly left. While we waited, Jorge poured himself a glass of wine and offered me another. I accepted, needing something to ease the tension that still coursed through me. "Do you think the nanny has escaped yet?" he asked, a smile playing on his lips as he took a sip of wine. I glared at him. I knew he was just trying to provoke me, but the mere thought of Gregory leaving was something I didn't want to even consider. Just as I was about to respond, the massive wooden door to the living room opened with a deep creak. "You've been told that your jokes are sometimes in bad taste," I replied, preventing her from realizing how distressed I felt just imagining that she could leave. "Maybe he got bored of you and your insecurity." I glared at him. I knew he was just trying to provoke me, but the mere thought of Gregory leaving was something I didn't want to even consider. Just as I was about to respond, the massive wooden door to the living room opened with a deep creak. It was Carmen, the governess. She entered with that haughty air that always characterized her, her back straight and her expression cold. Her eyes scanned the room before settling on me, and something in her gaze made me frown. "Your Highness," he said with a slight bow. "I'm afraid I can't bring the princess or Miss Gregory." Jorge, who until then had been half reclining in his seat, sat up straight, paying attention. I tensed, my eyes fixed on Carmen's. "Why not?" I asked, my voice low but full of authority. "Because they're not inside the castle," she replied, with a calmness that infuriated me. "I've made sure to check every room. There's no sign of either of them." A feeling of unease washed over me. It wasn't normal for Claudia to go out unannounced. She never went out without security. The royal defense had to follow her everywhere, especially with Gregory at her side, whom she barely knew. My daughter wasn't the type to empathize with someone at first glance. My mind began to race with all the possibilities, from a simple excursion around the grounds to something much more alarming. "What do you mean, they're not inside the castle?" I insisted, my tone becoming more tense. "I haven't been able to locate them, Your Highness. The last time I saw them was this morning, in the gardens." "I haven't heard from them since," Carmen replied, her gaze filled with disdain at the mention of Gregory's name. Jorge let out a slight laugh, but I could see he was also interested in what was happening. He stood up from his seat, approaching me with his glass still in hand. "This is getting interesting," he said jokingly, although I could tell he was watching my reaction with curiosity. Carmen looked at me with a mixture of defiance and submission, a combination that had always irritated me. My mind began to fill in the blanks. Where could Claudia and Gregory be? If they were outside the castle, why hadn't anyone informed me? The feeling of not being in control of the situation was exasperating. Send the defenders to find them. I want to know where they are right now, I ordered, my words sharp as a blade. Carmen nodded and quickly left the room, leaving a tense atmosphere in her wake. Jorge watched me with an amused smile on his lips, clearly enjoying the situation. Worried about the nanny or the princess? He asked, his tone light, but clearly meant to provoke me. Don't play games, Jorge, I growled, although I knew that any attempt to divert the subject would only fuel his curiosity. He shrugged, raising his glass to me in a toast. I'm just saying you have more stake in this situation than you seem willing to admit. But don't worry, I'm not going to interfere. Although I must say, if she's missing much longer, you could lose your mind. His smile widened, and as much as I wanted to ignore it, I knew he was right. Something about Gregory unhinged me, took me out of my usual self-control. And the simple fact of not knowing where he was made me feel a deep unease I couldn't explain. Was it for Claudia? Or for her? It had to be for both. My daughter had my full attention, she often made these kinds of disappearances, but I knew exactly where she was hiding. I let out a sigh and got up from the couch, ready to find them. Jorge drank the rest of his wine, his expression triumphant. He knew he was getting on my nerves. He stood up, mimicking my actions, and cleared his throat, catching my attention. With a gesture, he asked me to guide him. Come with me. But at that moment, I cared little about his games. All I wanted was to find Claudia and Gregory, to know they were okay, and maybe, to make sure the nanny didn't escape my control, or my thoughts. Chapter 9. Gregory Sanchez. It had been a week since I started working at the castle, and although my days with Claudia had been exhausting, today presented an opportunity one couldn't pass up. The call from the hospital, asking me to arrive as soon as possible for my aunt's health, had weighed like a stone on my chest. Every second that passed without being able to attend to the emergency made me feel more and more anxious. So when Claudia approached me with that mischievous look, I knew she could be my salvation and my downfall. Are we going to escape? I asked, adrenaline pumping through my veins as my eyes widened. The thought of leaving the castle filled me with excitement and dread at the same time. Yes, but we need a plan. And you're never going to say it was my idea. I'll blame you for everything if we get caught. Claudia smiled, her enthusiasm contagious. Even though she made it clear she wouldn't take responsibility for her actions, she led me to one of the castle's hallways, where shadows loomed like accomplices in our little adventure. Have you done this before? I asked curiously, risking not getting an answer. You're not my favorite person to trust with my secrets, but, he paused for silence. But, I encouraged her to continue. I've done it a few times. I'll order you to be thrown into the lizard pit if you say anything to my father, he warned, frowning and twitching his nose. That gesture of hers was natural every time she was going to tell a lie or something that would give her away. In just a few days I learned to read the little rascal who strutted in front of me. As we walked, she explained how she'd done this before. I learned it wasn't the first time she'd escaped the castle's restrictions, which made me feel a little more secure, although the fear of being caught made me swallow hard. The king's carriage is in the carriage house. I know the keys. Claudia stopped in front of a door. The royal defenses were just around the corner, but she seemed to have a plan to distract them. I'll tell them the princess needs a drink and that you're my escort. It's simple, Gregory. My heart was pounding. I knew this was crazy, but the need to see my aunt outweighed the fear of the consequences. What if they catch us? I muttered, my voice trembling with the thought that this impulse could land us in serious trouble. If we get caught, I'll just say you're new and didn't know the rules. I'm not as bad as you think, maybe I'll grow to like you someday. Her tone was firm, and although it filled me with doubt, the sparkle in her eyes told me she was ready for an adventure. I took a deep breath and nodded. I had nothing to lose, or perhaps if that look Antonio gave me every time we bumped into each other in the hallways was an incentive to stay inside the castle, that king was seeping into my bones without asking permission. I felt alive just imagining that, despite the governess's opposition, I could go see my aunt. Claudia, showing her courage, led me toward the back exit, where the guards seemed distracted. "Ready?" she asked, with a smile that could light up the dark hallway. "Ready," I replied, though anxiety was making me wobble. Claudia approached the guards, her voice soft and melodious. "Excuse me," she called, while I stood to the side, my pulse racing. "The princess needs a drink." The defenders stared at her in disbelief, but her nonchalant attitude seemed to work. One of them nodded, while the other looked at her with a mixture of confusion and respect. That was Claudia's magic, she knew how to manipulate people. Taking advantage of the distraction, I slipped behind her, looking for the way to the garage. The shadows closed in around us, and adrenaline drove me forward. When we arrived, Claudia approached a small cabinet where the car keys were kept. I felt like I was in a movie, one where rules were broken and emotion swept me away. Without a second thought, Claudia grabbed the keys with a quick gesture. "See," he said with a soft laugh. "This is a piece of cake." He looked at me, his face alight with excitement at our prank. But despite the fun, I couldn't shake the unease. "So what now?" I asked, glancing around to see if anyone was watching us. "Now you drive." Her smile was contagious, but my hands trembled at the thought of the steering wheel. "Me?" I exclaimed, feeling a little overwhelmed. "I don't know if I'm ready for that." "It's not difficult, you just have to remember that the car is automatic. Besides, I trust you, Gregory." She looked at me with those shining eyes that sometimes made me forget everything else. "Do you trust me?" I questioned, looking into her eyes. "Don't get your hopes up, we're accomplices, so I have no choice but to trust you," he said with a disdainful gesture, making me laugh at his lack of empathy. "As your Majesty says," I replied, and took the keys. With a final sigh, I decided to play along. I couldn't let fear stop me. We got in the car, my heart pounding with the idling engine. Claudia was sitting next to me, eager to get going. "Ready?" she asked, her voice bubbling. "So smart," I said, even though I felt like the butterflies in my stomach were having a party. I accelerated smoothly, feeling the car respond to my instructions. With each turn of the key, I felt ourselves moving further away from the most handsome man my sisters had ever seen. A weary sigh escaped my lips. Antonio was on my mind the entire time. "Remember to be quick. As soon as we leave, keep going straight down the path," Claudia instructed me as we headed toward the exit. As we passed through the castle gate, I couldn't help but smile. It was a moment of freedom, and although I knew I was getting into deep trouble, I also knew I was going to see my aunt, and that was worth any risk. The uncertainty of what would come next faded in the face of the urgency of getting to the hospital. Within minutes, we were on the road, the wind ruffling my hair as Claudia giggled with excitement. "We're free," he shouted, as I held the wheel firmly, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The roar of the engine subsided when we arrived at the hospital, but the excitement still coursed through my veins. I parked the car in the first available space, and as I turned off the engine, I felt my heart pounding against my chest, as if it wanted to escape as well. The car gleamed under the parking lot lights, and although I tried not to pay attention to it, I knew I had made a huge mistake bringing the king's car. The royal seal, embossed on the front, left no doubt about the vehicle's origin. I looked at Claudia, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a mischievous smile on her face, as if none of this was a big deal. "Claudia, maybe we should have come by taxi," I murmured, as I watched the people who were already starting to stop and look in our direction. "Bah," she said, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. "It's just a car. No one will notice." But of course they noticed. Murmurs began to rise among the people in the parking lot, and it wasn't just about the car. When Claudia got out of the car, her petite figure, with her hair styled in pigtails and her aristocratic bearing, was enough to make everyone start whispering even louder. The eyes of those present widened, and in a matter of seconds, the rumors began to spread. "It's the princess," I heard someone say. "It's Claudia, the king's daughter," another voice murmured from the back. I felt a knot in my stomach. This was all wrong. The last thing I needed right now was to attract attention. I just wanted to see my aunt, make sure she was okay, but Claudia's presence complicated everything. People began to move toward us, their gazes filled with curiosity, some with cell phones in hand, ready to capture the moment. "Claudia, we need to hurry," I said in a low voice, as I headed toward the hospital door, trying to ignore the inquisitive glances that followed us. "Leave it to me," she replied, without missing a beat. Claudia walked beside me with natural grace, as if these kinds of situations were common to her, while I tried to remain calm. But every step we took toward the hospital entrance felt like a countdown to chaos. As we entered the building, the pressure of stairs grew even more intense. People in the lobby stopped mid-conversation, turned their heads toward us, and some even began to approach. "Princess Claudia is here," I heard a nurse whisper excitedly as we walked through the reception area. My breathing quickened. I couldn't allow this to become a spectacle. Claudia seemed unfazed, but I felt the weight of stairs following us with every step. I quickened my pace, almost running toward the elevator, trying to avoid the crowd surrounding us. We reached the elevators, and just as the crowd began to draw closer, the doors opened. We rushed in, and with a sigh of relief, I pressed the button for up. "That was close," I said, letting out a nervous laugh, as the elevator began to rise. "It was exciting," Claudia replied, grinning from ear to ear. "I love it when people talk about me." "Well, in this case, it's not ideal," I muttered, knowing that what I had done today could get me into a lot of trouble. The elevator arrived at the floor where my aunt was hospitalized, and when the doors opened, the atmosphere changed. There were no more whispers or curious glances, only the cold silence of a hospital hallway. We walked toward my aunt's room, and my steps slowed as the weight of worry returned to my chest. Claudia, although she seemed more relaxed, observed everything with curiosity. Although she was young, she didn't miss the sadness that permeated the air. Somehow, her presence, although unpredictable, gave me strength. I knew I wasn't alone in this. When we got to my aunt's room, I took a deep breath and pushed open the door. There she was, lying on the bed, her skin pale and her body fragile, as if every breath was a struggle. Seeing her like that hit me hard in the chest. "Auntie," I whispered, moving closer to her side as my heart ached in pain. Claudia stood to one side, respectful for the first time all day. She didn't say anything, but her presence gave me the feeling that, despite being a child, she understood more than she let on. "Who is she?" my aunt asked in a weak voice, pointing at Claudia. "She's a friend," I replied with a slight smile, trying to lighten the situation. I knelt beside the bed, taking my aunt's cold hand in mine. I felt the urge to tell her everything would be okay, but the words stuck in my throat. I didn't know if it really would be. "I promise I'll do everything in my power to make you better," I said, gently squeezing her hand. My aunt nodded, her gaze was serene, but I could see the tiredness in her eyes. The sound of the door suddenly opening brought me out of the trance I was in, stroking my aunt's hand. I looked up and saw the doctor enter the room in his white coat, a folder under his arm, and a grave expression on his face. My heart sank instantly. I knew the news wouldn't be good. "Miss Gregory," he greeted me with a slight nod as he approached the bed. My voice was caught in my throat. There wasn't much to say. I'd already heard everything in his tone of voice and the way his eyes avoided mine. I remained silent, waiting for whatever was coming. But the doctor, instead of immediately continuing the conversation, laid his eyes on Claudia, who was standing next to me, observing everything with curiosity. The way the doctor looked at her, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, betrayed his knowledge of who I was. His expression changed, and without saying a word, he gave a slight nod, as if asking me if the girl was who he thought she was. Claudia, for her part, gave me a small, mischievous smile, as if she enjoyed the awkward moment. She couldn't let this escalate into something more complicated. I shook my head quickly, trying to hide the nervousness that was creeping through me. I didn't need the entire hospital to know the princess was here with me, in the middle of this situation. The doctor raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical, but didn't say anything. He returned his attention to my aunt. "Her condition remains delicate," he began, his tone low and professional. "We've done what we can, but she needs more aggressive treatment, and there are costs associated with that." Every word he said hit me like a blow. Treatment, costs. It was like I was sinking into a bottomless abyss, ever deeper. How much does it take?" I asked in a whisper, feeling the lump in my throat grow. The doctor looked at me, compassionate but firm. He knew I wouldn't sugarcoat the reality. "You have to go through the checkout to cover the first payment. The amount is considerable." I nodded slowly, though my mind was filled with chaos. There was no escape. I didn't have the money I needed, not even close to covering the amount. The last thing I had was what I'd earned from the flower farm, the last profit before I had to close it almost completely. Heart in my mouth, I turned toward the door, ready to do whatever it took. Claudia remained silent, watching my every move with a gaze that revealed more understanding than I expected. We left the hospital, and as we walked toward the king's carriage, I felt each step like a condemnation. What would I do when there was nothing left? What would I do when I couldn't cover the next payments? "Hey, Gregory," Claudia's voice interrupted my dark thoughts. "Can we go get some ice cream?" I stared at her in disbelief. Ice cream? In the midst of everything that was happening, the little girl wanted ice cream. However, I looked at her more closely. Her expression wasn't that of the haughty, distant princess I'd known. Claudia looked vulnerable, almost like any other little girl, and her request wasn't whimsical, but genuine. "I want to go somewhere normal girls go," she added, as if reading my thoughts. "Somewhere ordinary, you know." My first impulse was to refuse. We had to return to the castle as soon as possible, before we were discovered. But something in her voice made me hesitate. Maybe we both needed a moment of respite, a moment to forget, even for a brief moment, the pressure weighing on us. "Okay," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. Claudia smiled, and for the first time since I'd known her, she seemed truly happy. I headed toward the nearest mall, the most normal place I could think of, where we could go unnoticed, although I knew that was practically impossible with Claudia by my side. The royal car attracted glances as we drove through the city, but I tried to ignore them. We arrived at the ice cream shop, and I parked the car in a secluded corner, hoping not to attract more attention than necessary. As I got out of the car, I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me. We had been reckless, but there was no going back now. We walked toward the ice cream shop, and the sweet scent of sugar and the chill of the air conditioning greeted us. "I want a strawberry one," Claudia said, looking at me with shining eyes. "Sure," I replied, trying to stay calm as I ordered the ice cream. We sat at one of the tables, away from prying eyes, and for a moment, the outside world ceased to exist. Claudia, holding her ice cream, seemed like just another little girl, oblivious to the pressure of being a princess. And for a brief moment, I could breathe without feeling crushed by the reality that awaited me. But deep down, I knew the clock was ticking, and our little escape would have consequences sooner rather than later. Claudia moved through the mall crowd with the ease of someone used to being at the center of everything. As I watched her run toward one of the rides, a strange mix of emotions washed over me. How was it possible that, on such a chaotic day, that little girl could seem so carefree? My mind was still caught up in the anguish of the hospital visit, but on the other hand, seeing Claudia enjoy what was, for her, a little adventure made me feel a little lighter. I watched her climb onto the Ferris wheel, her childlike laughter echoing through the crowd. It was hard to associate her with the grumpy princess I'd met so recently. This little girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a cotton candy in her hand, seemed so normal, so free. "Gregory, I want one of those," he shouted from the top of the Ferris wheel, pointing toward the cotton candy stand. I smiled, even though my mind was already calculating how much longer we could be out before we got caught. We couldn't keep up this prank much longer, although, deep down, something told me Claudia already knew that. When the Ferris wheel ended, we walked together toward the cotton candy stand. Claudia impatiently pointed out the brightest colors, as if every decision was vital. As the vendor wrapped the fluffy candy around the stick, I took out my wallet, aware that the last few bills I had been sacrificed for flower growing and paying the hospital bills. Still, I couldn't deny the girl something so simple. Suddenly, my cell phone vibrated in my coat pocket. I pulled it out and saw Maria's name flashing on the screen. My heart skipped a beat. It was unusual for her to call me so urgently. "Maria, what's wrong?" I responded quickly, a lump in my throat. "Gregory, you have to come to my house." "Right away," she said, her voice agitated. "But what's going on?" "I'm with Claudia, I don't know if I can." "There's no time, just come." "It's urgent." Before I could protest or ask for more details, Maria hung up on me. I stared at the blank screen, a bad feeling growing inside me. What could be so urgent? I had no choice. "Claudia," I said, handing her cotton candy. "We have to go." The girl looked at me with a mixture of disappointment and curiosity, but said nothing. She knew there was a limit to our little escapades, and it seemed we'd reached it. We walked back toward the king's car, and once again I felt the eyes of the people boring into us. I tried to ignore them while Claudia nibbled on her cotton candy without any apparent concern. The walk to Maria's apartment was silent. My mind raced, worried both about my aunt and this new emergency my friend hadn't wanted to explain. When we finally arrived at the small brick building where Maria lived, I felt my stomach turn. I climbed the stairs with shaky steps, while Claudia followed me, looking around with a childlike curiosity that made me want to smile, even though my nervousness wouldn't allow it. We reached Maria's door and I knocked. A second later, the door flew open, and there she was, along with someone I hadn't expected to see. King Antonio. My heart stopped for a second, my chest exploded with pure shock. His face was a mask of suppressed fury, his eyes like ice that pierced me, and beside him, Jorge, with a smile that didn't bode well. And behind them, Maria, looking uncomfortable, nervously playing with her hands. I felt my legs go weak, and my thoughts swirled in chaos. This isn't right, was all I could think. What are you doing here? My voice came out muffled, barely audible. Antonio crossed his arms, his eyes boring into me. I could ask you the same thing, Gregory. His voice was low, but the threat in it was palpable. Where do you think you've been taking my daughter? Claudia, beside me, was silent, chewing on her cotton candy as she watched the scene with those wide, curious eyes. I knew that in any other situation she would have responded with something sharp, but even she felt the tension that filled the air. I'm sorry, I stammered, feeling my face flush with embarrassment. I didn't mean to. Wasn't that your intention? Antonio repeated, taking a step toward me. His presence was commanding, crushing. Gregory, you don't realize the chaos you've caused today. Not only did you take the princess out of the castle without permission, but you did it in one of my cars. And to top it all off, you took her to, he waved his hand, as if the hospital and the mall were undignified places. What were you thinking? I didn't know what to say. Every word I tried to form stuck in my throat. I knew I'd done wrong, I knew I'd gotten into serious trouble, but circumstances had pushed me there. My aunt, my friend, Claudia. It had all been too much. Gregory was just helping me, Claudia suddenly chimed in, her small, clipped voice. I was the one who insisted on coming. Antonio turned to his daughter, his eyes showing a mixture of surprise and frustration. That doesn't change anything, Claudia. You shouldn't have been out of the castle, he chided her gently, though his tone softened only slightly. Jorge, for his part, watched everything with an amused smile. Wow, Antonio, I think your nanny has more guts than we thought. Her comment was laced with irony, and her eyes sparkled with malice as she looked at me. Jorge, please, Antonio grunted, but the seed had already been planted. His friend's comment made my cheeks blush even more, and I felt an urge to disappear from the scene altogether. Maria, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. Gregory. I didn't mean to get you in trouble, I'm sorry, he said softly, though he didn't seem able to look me in the eye. I think it's best if we return to the castle, Antonio said, his voice brooking no argument. He looked at me directly. This isn't over. And with that, the little getaway with Claudia came to an end. Omniscient narrator. Carmen and Rita sat across from each other at the large kitchen table, cups of steaming tea in their hands. Both wore expressions of malicious satisfaction, as if they knew something that amused them. It's only a matter of time before the king finds out what that silly Gregory has done, Carmen said, with a light laugh as her fingers tapped the porcelain of her cup. He's going to get a scolding he'll never forget, I assure you. No one contradicts the king, much less a novice nanny. Rita, always ready to play along with the governess, smiled mockingly and nodded. And what do you think he'll do? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Because I don't think he'll just scold her, right? He'll fire her, for sure. Oh, of course he'll fire her, Carmen replied, her eyes twinkling. After what he did, taking the princess away. In one of the king's cars. That's an unforgivable affront. And the best part is, Claudia dragged her along. The king won't stand for that. They laughed together, enjoying her morbid prognosis, imagining the moment when Gregory would be humiliated and sent back to her ordinary life. What they didn't realize was that Simon, the castle's butler, was listening to them from the kitchen entrance. Tall and with impeccable posture, he had learned to move silently, but this time he couldn't stay out of it. He cleared his throat softly, letting them know he was there. "You should have more respect for Gregory and the princess," she said firmly, her gaze fixed on both women. "It's not appropriate to speak that way, especially when you don't even know what really happened." Carmen snorted, looking at him sideways with disdain. "Respect? Please, Simon. We all know Gregory isn't up to this job. What she did is unacceptable, and the king will make it count." Before Simon could respond, Mary, the cook, came out of the pantry carrying a basket of vegetables. She looked at Carmen and Rita sternly and shook her head. "Enough with the gossip. If you're going to be here, at least do something useful or get out of the kitchen. I don't appreciate malicious comments in my space." Both women reluctantly got up from the table, but just as they were about to leave, the sound of cars arriving at the castle stopped them in their tracks. Carmen exchanged a quick glance with Rita, and a spark of excitement shone in her eyes. "He's the king," Carmen whispered with a calculating smile. "Let's see what happens." The two hurried toward the entrance hall, their footsteps echoing on the marble floors. Upon arrival, they saw the royal carriage pull up in front of the main entrance. Antonio stepped out, followed by Gregory and Claudia. The princess had her head down, as if she knew the king wasn't happy, while Gregory tried to remain calm, though her tense shoulders betrayed how nervous she was. Carmen couldn't contain herself. She walked toward them, with a pleased smile and a gaze dripping with venom. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. "Your Majesty, if I may," she said, raising her voice enough to ensure everyone could hear her. "I believe it's important to point out that Gregory acted irresponsibly, endangering the princess and taking her outside the castle without permission. This is a very serious offense that—" Antonio raised a hand, abruptly interrupting her. His dark eyes fixed on her with a severity that silenced her immediately. The silence that followed was so heavy it seemed to fill the entire hall. "Carmen, don't get involved in this," the king said, his voice low but full of authority. "I don't need your opinions right now." Carmen's face immediately tensed, and although she tried to hide her discomfort, it was obvious to everyone. She took a step back, pressing her lips together, and remained silent as Antonio turned to Claudia. "Go to your room, Claudia," he said gently, avoiding any harm, but his tone brooked no argument. "We'll talk later." Claudia, nervous but knowing she had no other choice, obeyed without a word. She walked briskly up the stairs, her small figure disappearing down the hallway that led to her chambers. Antonio then turned to Gregory, who could barely meet his gaze, his body rigid with tension. The king said nothing more. With a gesture of his hand, he signaled for him to follow him. They entered his study together, closing the door behind them, as the slam of the door echoed throughout the castle. Carmen and Rita stood there, in the middle of the hallway, not knowing what to do. Antonio's words had been an unexpected blow, and Carmen, frustrated at not being able to say what she wanted, clenched her fists in suppressed rage. "So what now?" Rita murmured, still shocked by the situation. "Now," Carmen replied, frowning, "we'll see how much longer that useless Gregory can hold out in this castle. This isn't over." Gregory stood in the middle of the king's office, his nerves knotted in his stomach. The room, with its walls paneled with fine woods and shelves filled with ancient books, felt intimidating, as if the weight of centuries of royal decisions were falling upon his shoulders at that moment. He could feel his heart hammering against his chest, so loud it seemed to resonate in the quiet room. Across from her, Anthony had sat in his large leather chair behind the desk, his gaze fixed on her, as if evaluating her every move. Gregory didn't know what to expect. Would he fire her? Would he yell at her? Would he punish her in some other way? The more he tried to imagine Antonio's reaction, the more he was torn between fear and regret. The rules were clear: he couldn't leave the castle, much less take the princess without permission. He'd broken the rules in a way no staff member would dare. Antonio let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair, feeling like the world was coming down on him. His gaze softened a little, but the silence between them remained fraught. "Gregory," he began, his tone deep and grave, "I need you to explain to me what happened. Why did you do this running away thing? Why did you take Claudia out of the castle without my permission?" Gregory felt his throat go dry. The words wouldn't come out, and his mind was torn between the truth and a white lie. He couldn't tell her that the reason behind his escape was something as personal as his Aunt Melissa's health. But at the same time, he couldn't come up with an excuse that sounded convincing, not in front of those piercing eyes that seemed to see right through her. Gregory's silence stretched on as she looked down at the floor, unable to maintain eye contact with Antonio. She knew that not speaking would be her worst mistake, but the words stuck in her throat like a knot she couldn't undo. Antonio frowned at her silence, frustrated. He rose from his chair with controlled grace and, to Gregory's surprise, circled the desk. Every step he took toward her made her heart beat faster, until he was only inches away. Gregory looked up and found him leaning toward her, so close she could see the gleam in his dark eyes, feel the heat emanating from his body. He squatted in front of her, taking her hands with a gentleness that disconcerted her. His skin was warm and firm, wrapped around hers, and Gregory felt a spark run down his spine. The air between them seemed to change, grow thick, charged with something even she couldn't fully understand. "Look at me," Antonio whispered, his voice low and velvety, like a gentle command. "I want to know the truth, Gregory. Whatever happened, I don't care as much as you telling me. I'm not here to punish you. I just want to understand." The tone of his voice became almost intimate, and Gregory felt his body tremble under the intensity of that moment. How could he make her feel so small, so vulnerable, and yet so safe? There was something about the way he looked at her, the way he touched her, that completely disarmed her. The wall she tried to put up inside to protect herself crumbled with every second he held her hands. Gregory looked up, his eyes meeting Antonio's. She felt lost, trapped in the magnetism of his gaze. He didn't look away for a moment, and in that instant everything vanished, the anger, the fear, the doubts. Only that intense, overwhelming connection between them remained. "I didn't do it out of malice," Gregory managed in a barely audible whisper. "I just needed," his words hung in the air, unable to move on. Antonio, still holding Gregory's hands, offered a slight smile that barely reached his lips. Then, without warning, he leaned a little closer, so close that Gregory could feel his breath against his skin. "You have beautiful eyes, Gregory," she said in a whisper that went straight to the depths of her soul. "I've always thought so, from the first moment I saw you. And I like seeing you like this, when you're being yourself, without fear." Gregory's breathing became erratic. His heart was racing, and Antonio's proximity made everything around him disappear. He couldn't think clearly, couldn't reason. His eyes locked on his lips, which were inches from his, and before he could stop himself, his body reacted instinctively. Antonio closed the space between them, and their lips met in a soft kiss, heavy with repressed emotions. Gregory felt the warmth of her lips against his, the way he held her delicately, as if she were something too fragile. Her heart leapt, and for a moment, she let herself be swept away by the feeling of being lost in him. But just seconds later, reality hit her hard. What was she doing? He was the king, and she was just his daughter's nanny. This wasn't her place. With a stifled gasp, Gregory gently pushed him away, avoiding any harm, moving away from him as quickly as his mind allowed. His eyes were wide open, and his chest was rising and falling with the mixture of emotions. "I'm sorry. He stammered, not knowing how to explain what had just happened. Antonio looked at her, confused but without reproach. His lips still bore the mark of the kiss, and his hands, now empty, seemed to want to cling to what he had just lost. "Gregory," she tried to say in a soft voice, but before she could continue, she turned and ran toward the office door, without looking back. Gregory's heart pounded as he fled through the castle's corridors. He had to find Claudia. He had to get away from him, and from what had just happened. Claudia's room was immersed in a heavy tension, an almost palpable darkness that mingled with the faint rays of light that filtered through the heavily curtained windows. Claudia, her heart racing, was sitting on the edge of her bed when the door burst open. Carmen entered with an expression the princess knew all too well, that mix of malice and dominance that always made her skin crawl. The woman walked toward her with firm steps, as if she owned the place, as if every corner of the castle belonged to her. "So you ran away with that nanny," Carmen said sourly, not bothering to hide her contempt. She walked over to Claudia and squinted at her. "What did you do with Gregory? Where did you go? Why did you break the rules?" Claudia lifted her chin, trying to maintain her composure, but she felt her hands tremble in her lap. She wasn't going to say anything, she wasn't going to betray Gregory. They had had so much fun together, and Gregory had allowed her to feel like a normal girl for the first time in a long time. No, she wasn't going to give in to Carmen's attempts at intimidation. "I won't tell you anything," Claudia replied firmly, even though her insides were trembling. "You have no right to ask me." Carmen's face hardened, and her mouth twisted into a poisonous smile. "Aren't you afraid of the consequences, little one?" He leaned toward her, his eyes cold and calculating. "That's silly, Gregory. Do you really think she cares about you? She's only here for the money, like all the others. And she'll leave you when she tires of you, like the previous nannies did. Don't fool yourself, Claudia, you mean nothing to her. She's only here for her own benefit." Those words fell upon the girl like a dark cloud, causing something inside her to begin to wobble. She had spent a wonderful day with Gregory, enjoying ice cream like a normal girl, without the constant pressure of royalty, without the stern glares of adults. But now, Carmen was sowing doubt in her mind, twisting the sweet memories with her venom. Claudia felt a lump form in her throat. What if he was right? What if Gregory would leave her, like all the others? Still, something inside her told her Carmen was lying, that she only wanted to hurt her. "I'm not going to play your games," Claudia said, more forcefully this time, though her voice trembled. "Gregory is different. And I'm not going to let you mistreat her." Carmen straightened, her expression dark as a storm. "So now you think you're a brave little girl," he said disdainfully. "Fine, if you can't follow my rules, I'll have her fired like all the others. You, Claudia, will make that happen. You will tell your father that Gregory put you in danger, that he didn't look out for you. You have to get her fired." Claudia shook her head, clenching her fists tightly. She wasn't going to do that, not this time. Gregory had treated her kindly, stood by her side, and given her a respite from the crushing weight of being the king's daughter. "I won't do it," Claudia whispered defiantly. Carmen, filled with anger, took a step toward the girl and roughly grabbed her arm, squeezing her small wrist with a force that made Claudia let out a muffled cry of pain. "You'll do as I say," Carmen exclaimed, dragging her toward the bedroom balcony. The glass door swung open, letting in a gust of cold wind that made Claudia's hair swirl around her. The girl struggled, trying to break free, but Carmen held her with terrifying strength. Claudia, filled with panic, watched as Carmen pushed her to the edge of the balcony. The void stretched out before her, the floor of the royal garden several meters away. Claudia's heart pounded desperately. She tried to resist, but Carmen's strength was relentless. "If you don't do what I say, I swear you'll jump off here," Carmen whispered to her, with a coldness that sent shivers down the girl's spine. "Do you want to know what it feels like to fly, princess?" Tears streamed down Claudia's cheeks. She was terrified. For a moment, she thought she might fall, that Carmen wasn't joking. But suddenly, the door to the room swung open. "Claudia!" Gregory cried desperately, bursting into the room like a whirlwind of fury and anguish. Seeing Carmen holding the girl on the balcony, his eyes filled with suppressed anger and his fists clenched tightly. "Let her go right now," Gregory ordered, his voice shaking with rage as he advanced on Carmen. Carmen, surprised by Gregory's sudden appearance, loosened her grip on Claudia, but didn't back down. Instead, she turned to Gregory with a crooked smile. "Are you going to try to stop me, Nanny?" he sneered, his eyes flashing with malice. "You know you have no power around here. It's only a matter of time before you're fired. You're just a poor flower girl playing important." Gregory didn't stop. His body was shaking, not from fear, but from suppressed fury. Without pausing to think, he grabbed Claudia and pulled her away from Carmen, wrapping the girl in a protective hug. "Don't touch her again, do you hear me?" Gregory said, his voice brooking no reply. His soft eyes were filled with fierce anger. "I won't let you hurt Claudia. Not now, not ever." Carmen frowned, furious at the challenge. But before she could respond, Rita's hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. She entered the room and informed him that the king requested his presence. Chapter 10. Gregory Sanchez. Several days had passed since the incident with Carmen, but the weight of what had happened still hung over me like a dark cloud. I couldn't get the image of Claudia on the balcony, terrified, out of my mind, while that woman cruelly held her. My heart broke remembering her fear, her vulnerability. She was just a child, trapped in a world of rules and appearances, and I couldn't stop wondering why she put up with it. Today we had gone for a walk around the castle. The gardens were as beautiful as ever, with vibrantly colored flowers and well-kept paths winding through the trees. But I couldn't enjoy the beauty around me. My mind kept spinning, searching for answers I couldn't find. Claudia walked beside me, silent. She seemed distracted, her gaze lost in some distant spot. She hadn't spoken much since the incident, and although I tried to get closer to her, she had become more reserved, more quiet. I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to understand. "Claudia," I said softly, stopping in my tracks and looking at her. "Why do you let Carmen treat you like this?" I knew the question was delicate, but I couldn't continue watching this woman torment her. I had to do something, but without Claudia's consent, I felt trapped. The princess stopped in her tracks, her expression changing instantly. She raised her chin with a haughtiness that, for a moment, reminded me that she was still the king's daughter. Her eyes, which had previously seemed tired, hardened and looked at me coldly. "It's none of your business, Gregory," she replied, with a harshness he hadn't expected from her. "You have no right to interfere in what doesn't concern you." The tone of her voice surprised me, It was so different from the little girl I'd shared ice cream and laughter with at that mall a few days earlier. I froze, trying to process what she'd just told me, as she abruptly turned around and started walking away. "Claudia, wait," I tried to follow her, but she was already walking away quickly, leaving me alone, lost in my own thoughts. I stood there, in the middle of the road, feeling confused and hurt. Why didn't she want me to help her? Why did she allow Carmen to hurt her like that? Claudia was strong, I'd seen that in her, but it seemed like something else was keeping her trapped. Something I couldn't fully understand. I walked slowly back toward the castle, my mind a tangled mess of unanswered questions. I knew the right thing to do was to talk to the king, tell him what I'd seen, what had happened in the room. But something held me back. What if Claudia hated me for betraying her? What if she didn't want me to intervene? My heart pounded as I made the decision. I couldn't stay silent. As much as I was terrified of facing the king and everything it entailed, I knew I had to protect Claudia, even if she didn't want me to. I had almost reached the main entrance when a strong hand grabbed my arm. I felt the immediate pain and the cold rush of fear when I recognized that cruel grasp. Carmen. I turned, my heart in my throat, and found her standing before me, her dark eyes flashing with suppressed anger. "Don't even think about it," he said in a low, threatening voice, his grip on my arm tightening. "If you open your mouth, Gregory, I swear you'll pay dearly. And you won't be the only one." "What are you saying?" I managed to mutter, even though I knew exactly what he was talking about. My body trembled beneath his grasp, but I tried to maintain my composure, not letting him see how scared I felt. Carmen leaned toward me, her breath icy and her words sharp. If you say anything to the king, Claudia will suffer. And not just her. I will make sure that everything you hold dear falls apart, he whispered, his voice like a sharp knife cutting through my skin. She will be the first to pay. You've already seen her. She is under my control. My heart stopped. I knew this woman was capable of harm, I'd seen it with my own eyes. The way she treated Claudia, the way she reveled in her power over her. But I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I couldn't allow Carmen to continue controlling everything. I wrenched myself out of his grasp, taking a step back, my eyes filled with rage. I won't let you hurt her anymore, I said without hesitation. If you touch Claudia again, the king will know. And I swear I won't stop until you pay for what you've done to her. Carmen laughed, but it was an empty laugh, without joy, only with contempt. You're more naive than I thought, he whispered, looking at me coldly. You think you can stop me, but you'll see. No one will believe you, Gregory. You're just a babysitter, and not even a good one. Just wait and see how your world falls apart. I stood still, breathing heavily as she walked away, leaving me with that crushing feeling of helplessness. But I didn't care. I wasn't going to let her get away with this. I wasn't going to let Claudia suffer in silence any longer. I had to find a way to protect her. And although the idea of facing the king terrified me, I knew I couldn't just stand idly by. It had been an exhausting day. After making sure Claudia had completed all her tasks, I allowed myself a brief moment of peace. The castle, despite its majesty, could be stifling with its many rules, regulations, and expectations. But there was one place I could escape, if only for a while, the library. The castle's massive library was a haven. The shelves reached toward the sky, filled with books old and new, of every genre imaginable. The walls were a rich, dark oak, the air smelled of leather and parchment, and the prevailing silence felt like a balm to the soul. After the past few days, with the constant tension between Carmen and the uncertainty about my position in the castle. All I wanted was to lose myself in the pages of a good book. As I scanned the shelves, my fingers brushed the spines of the books until a title caught my eye, Married to My Boss by Obligation by Odalys Granados. Something about that name made me stop. It was a novel that promised a complicated romance, a story where duty and desire collided, something I felt strangely connected to. I carefully picked up the book and sat down in one of the large velvet armchairs that adorned the room. The weight of the book in my hands was comforting, as if its pages held answers to my own unasked questions. I soon found myself absorbed in the story, forgetting the world around me. I don't know how much time passed while I read, but each word drew me deeper into the narrative. The protagonist, trapped in a forced marriage, struggled between duty and the feelings that were awakening within her. On more than one occasion, I felt reflected in her dilemma, in the way her emotions were sometimes uncontrollable, even if you tried to hide or repress them. Suddenly, I felt a slight movement beside me. A shiver ran down my spine, but I ignored it, too absorbed in the plot. It was then that something soft brushed against my face, brushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen across my forehead, and suddenly, an involuntary gasp escaped my lips. I slammed the book shut, startled. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Antonio's deep voice shook me from my reverie. My heart pounded as I turned my head toward him, the king, sitting next to me in the same chair, so close I could feel the heat emanating from his body. His fingers had been the ones to brush my hair back, and now he was staring at me with an intensity that seemed to disarm my defenses. "No. I didn't hear you come in," I mumbled, still trying to calm my breathing. Antonio smiled, but his eyes never left mine for a second. "You were very absorbed in your reading," he said, with a gentle mockery in his tone, but without malice. Then his gaze shifted to the book I was still holding. "What are you reading?" I felt the heat rise to my cheeks. The title of the book, at that moment, seemed too obvious, almost embarrassing. "It's just a novel," I replied, trying to hide my discomfort. "Nothing important." "Married to My Boss by Force," he murmured, reading the title aloud, and I noticed a flash of amusement in his eyes. "Is this interesting?" "Well, it's fiction," I tried to explain, though I felt like anything I said would only sink me further. "But the main character is caught between her duty and her feelings." "Interesting dilemma," he said, and before I could stop him, he took the book from my hands and placed it on the nearby table. The air between us tensed, and my heart began to beat faster as I felt his gaze on my face. He was so close I could see every tiny line in his eyes, the subtle gleam that made them look almost golden in the soft library light. And then, unexpectedly, he lifted his hand again, this time gently stroking my cheek before tucking the unruly strand of hair behind my ear. His touch was gentle but firm, and I couldn't help but feel a shudder run through me. "You shouldn't have run off with Claudia like that, Gregory," she whispered, but her tone wasn't reproachful, but rather softer, more intimate. "You worried me, more than I should have." I started, but the words didn't come out. I couldn't lie to him, and the truth seemed so dangerous at that moment. "You have a good heart," she continued, her voice lower now, as if sharing a secret. "And that's what disarms me, Gregory. I can't stop thinking about you, even though I should. You're different, and that terrifies me." My eyes filled with confusion and something else, something I didn't want to fully acknowledge. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I felt the confession, his words laden with an emotion that seemed so wrong and, at the same time, so inevitable. "You shouldn't say that, Antonio," I murmured, using his name for the first time, feeling like I was crossing a line I shouldn't cross. But he didn't let go, his gaze fixed on mine as his thumb brushed my cheek with a softness that made me weak. And in that moment, before I could stop him, his face moved closer to mine, and our lips met in a kiss that was soft, slow, but filled with a suppressed need. My mind screamed that this was wrong, that I had to stop it, but my body, my heart, wouldn't obey. I kissed him back with an intensity one didn't know I possessed, letting myself be swept away by the emotion of the moment, the warmth of his lips, and the tenderness of his touch. That's when I realized what was happening. I pulled away, my breathing ragged, and stared at him, my eyes wide. "No. I can't," I whispered, my chest tight and confusion flooding my thoughts. I stood up, almost stumbling in my haste to get away. Antonio didn't say anything, he just looked at me, his eyes full of frustration and something else, something I couldn't decipher. I ran out of the library, my heart racing, my mind in turmoil, not knowing how to deal with what had just happened. Antonius Caspian. The days passed, but the feeling of confusion didn't leave me. I couldn't avoid it. Every time I saw Gregory, something inside me stirred. It was like a storm raged in my chest, confusing my thoughts, shattering the calm I used to feel when I was in control. And the worst part was the way she reacted. Every time I got close, every time I tried to cross that invisible barrier between us, she ran away. She pulled away from my caresses, from my touch, as if I were the danger she needed to avoid. I was tormented by the thought that maybe she didn't feel the same way. That for her, this was nothing more than a job, an obligation, while I struggled with an intensity one didn't know how to handle. How could I allow myself to feel so strongly for someone who apparently didn't reciprocate my feelings? The thought that what was increasingly overwhelming for me was only discomfort and distance for her was crushing me. That day, after spending the morning locked in my office, trying to concentrate on matters of the kingdom, I decided I needed a distraction. Claudia would already be waiting for me in the dining room, as she always did at lunchtime. Perhaps talking to her would help me clear my mind, help me push away for a moment these thoughts that were suffocating me. When I entered the dining room, Claudia was already seated, absent-mindedly playing with her cutlery while waiting for the food to be brought out. I sat across from her, trying to put my face in order, to hide the whirlwind of emotions inside me. "Father," he said, looking at me with those big, curious eyes that had always been my weakness. "Gregory took me out for ice cream the other day. And then we went on the Ferris wheel." His tone was casual, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. But for me, those words fell like a stone in water, sending ripples that expanded and further disturbed my already troubled interior. "Ice cream?" I asked, trying to sound interested, although inside I could only think of Gregory, imagining her by his side, smiling perhaps, taking care of my daughter with that sweetness that characterized her so much. Where was that? Claudia smiled, excited as she recalled her adventure. She explained everything in detail, the mall, the Ferris wheel, the cotton candy. And as she spoke, my mind filled with images. Gregory, with his soft laugh, sharing those simple moments with my daughter. Part of me felt relieved to know that Claudia had thrived so much under his care. But at the same time, I felt something darker. A selfish desire for that closeness, that warmth, to be just for me. "Gregory is different," Claudia continued, as I listened silently. "She's not like the other nannies. She lets me be myself. She doesn't treat me like I'm special just because I'm a princess." Her confession touched me more than I expected. I knew Claudia had suffered under the control of Carmen and the other governesses who had passed through here. But Gregory offered her something no one else had, freedom. And, somehow, that increased the intensity of what I felt. Because she affected not only me, but my daughter as well, in ways I couldn't even describe. When we finished eating, I felt a kind of decision forming inside me. I had to talk to Gregory. I had to understand what was happening to us. But before I could leave the table, Carmen appeared at my side, with that fake smile that always irritated me. "Your Majesty," he said with an exaggerated bow. "May I steal a moment from you? I need to speak with you about certain matters I consider important." Her tone was soft, almost submissive, but I knew it was all a facade. Something in the way she carried herself, in the way her eyes glittered with malice, warned me that what was coming wouldn't be pleasant. Claudia, beside me, tensed her shoulders, as if she felt the same discomfort I did being around that woman. "Speak up, Carmen," I said, trying to sound polite, although my patience with her was at an end. I was tired of her scheming, her sneaky ways of manipulating the situation. She glanced at Claudia, as if hesitant to speak in front of her, but I wouldn't let her. If she had something to say, she should say it now. "It's about Gregory," she began, and my muscles immediately tensed. "I don't think she's fit to be in the princess's care. Her behavior has been inappropriate. She allowed the child to escape from the castle without proper supervision, and I'm worried about the influence she may have on her." My blood boiled at her words. I knew Carmen wasn't doing this out of genuine concern. I didn't know her motives, but I couldn't imagine Gregory being far from me. "Carmen," I said calmly, though my voice came out harsher than I expected, "I appreciate your opinion, but we've already talked about this. Claudia's safety is not in question." Carmen opened her mouth to reply, but I cut her off with a gesture. "I don't need you interfering in this. Your job is something else. And I suggest you focus on that." My words fell like a sentence, and I watched her face twist in frustration before she retreated, defeated but no doubt planning her next move. I turned to Claudia, who was looking at me with surprise and gratitude. "Don't worry about what Carmen says," I said softly. "Gregory isn't going anywhere." But as I spoke those words, I couldn't help but wonder if she wanted to stay. Or would she continue to run away from me, from my touch, from what we felt but couldn't name? And, with that uncertainty stuck in my chest, I sat there, more confused and desperate than ever. After everything I'd been through, I couldn't go on like this, torturing myself inside, not knowing what to do with what I felt for Gregory. The feeling of losing control, of being on the verge of falling into an abyss every time I saw her, was driving me crazy. I needed advice, someone to help me clear my thoughts. And although I wasn't keen on the idea, I knew there was one person who always had something to say about any complicated situation: Jorge. I left the castle and took the road toward his residence, my mind tangled in thoughts that kept repeating themselves. The carriage drove through the gardens, but my attention was far from the sight. All I could think about was Gregory running away from me, his frightened look every time I approached. Was it fear I saw in his eyes? Or was there something else? Something I wasn't understanding. When I arrived at Jorge's house, I found him in his office, a half-smoked cigar between his fingers and a glass of wine on the table. He greeted me with his usual carefree smile, as if the whole world were a joke only he understood. "Hey, Antonio, what brings you here?" he asked, raising an eyebrow as he calmly put out his cigarette. "You seem different." I sighed, letting the weight of my worries fall onto my shoulders. "I don't know what to do, Jorge. Gregory is driving me crazy." Jorge smiled in a way only he could, that smile that seemed to hold secrets no one else knew. He offered me a glass of wine, which I accepted without a second thought. I sat across from him and let the words flow. "I can't get her out of my head. And the worst part is, every time I try to get close to her, she runs away. She feels distant, like she's afraid of me. What should I do? I don't know whether to continue or back off before this consumes me completely. Jorge took a sip of his wine, assessing me with that penetrating gaze he used when something truly interested him. "Listen, old friend," he said finally, placing his glass on the table, "there are only two options. Either you confront her and ask her directly how she feels, or you continue to torment yourself like you have been. And from what I can see, you've already chosen the second option too many times." Her tone was light, but her words held an edge that cut through my confusion. I remained silent, weighing what she'd said. Confront her, talk to her. Sure, that was the logical thing to do, but how to do it without her running away once again? "Gregory isn't the type to open up easily," I said hesitantly. "And I'm afraid if I push her, I'll lose her completely." Jorge let out a short laugh, as if my dilemma was comical from his perspective. "Well, Antonio, nobody said it was easy. But I think you should find a more subtle way to approach. And I have just what you need." I looked at him suspiciously. I knew Jorge well enough to know that when he had that expression on his face, he was up to something. "What's on your mind?" I asked, not entirely sure I wanted to know the answer. "A party," she announced, as if it were the most obvious solution in the world. "At my house, something small. Nothing formal. You invite Gregory, of course, and I'll invite his friend, what was her name?" "Oh, yes, Maria." I remained silent, not knowing what to say. Jorge smiled even wider, enjoying my confusion. "Why Maria?" I asked after analyzing her proposal. "Simple, Antonio. If you invite Gregory's friend, she'll be more relaxed. She won't feel so out of place. And besides, I'll make sure Maria has a good time. That way you'll have your chance to talk to Gregory privately." "And what do you gain from this?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. I knew my friend always had an ulterior motive for each of his moves. Jorge shrugged, feigning innocence. "Me? Nothing. I'm just being a good friend. Maria seems like an interesting girl, and I want to get to know her better." I didn't believe that explanation for a second. It was clear Jorge had something in mind regarding Maria, but, for the moment, I didn't have the energy to unravel his intentions. I was too focused on what he'd suggested, a party, a casual encounter where Gregory might feel more comfortable. Perhaps there, amid the music and glasses of wine, he could talk to her, understand what was going through her mind. I remained silent, pondering his proposal, while Jorge watched me with a triumphant smile on his lips. He knew he had me. "Okay," I finally said, though I still wasn't entirely convinced. "I'll extend the invitation. But if this doesn't work out..." Jorge interrupted me, raising his glass in a toast. "Calm down, my friend. If anyone can get that woman to talk, it's you." But even as Jorge celebrated, a feeling of uncertainty settled in my chest. Because as much as I wanted to believe a simple party would solve everything, I knew what I felt for Gregory was much more complicated. And there was that unease in my chest for betraying the dead memory of my wife, to whom I swore I would never cheat and would take care of our daughter. Chapter 11. Gregory Sanchez. I was in the kitchen, helping Mary organize the newly arrived pantry. It was one of those peaceful days at the castle, where everything seemed to flow easily, without the usual shocks. Mary, with her always cheerful enthusiasm and charisma, talked non-stop, sharing anecdotes from when Antonio was little. I loved hearing those stories, those childhood pranks that seemed so far removed from the stern image the king now projected. You can't imagine, Gregory, how he would run through the halls. He was a real whirlwind. One day, he climbed up one of the chandeliers because he wanted to see what the castle looked like from up there, Mary told me, laughing. George had to climb up too to get him down, and they both got a good scolding. I laughed with her, imagining the scene, but in the back of my mind, memories of what had happened with Antonio in his office returned like a flood I couldn't stop. I wondered what was going through his head from that moment on, how he felt, and, above all, how to deal with what had happened between us. My hands were working on automatic, while my mind wandered through those memories, when suddenly, something brought me out of that reverie. A voice. A voice I hadn't expected to hear. "Gregory," the delivery man said, and as soon as I looked up, my heart leapt. It was him. The guy in front of me wasn't just another delivery guy. He was someone I knew all too well, someone I'd tried to get away from. My smile disappeared immediately, and my hands shook uncontrollably as I put down the box I was placing. "You," I whispered, more to myself than to him. The air suddenly became heavy, thick with tension. I tried to move away, to avoid him, but he moved forward, blocking my way. I knew I couldn't just run away, but every fiber of my being urged me to try. "Aren't you going to say hi, Gregory?" he asked me with a crooked smile, that smile I'd once found so charming, but now only made me repulse him. "Let me pass," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking, but he didn't move. Instead, he took a step closer to me, narrowing the space between us even further. "Come on, I just want to talk for a moment," he insisted. I felt like I was gasping for air. Memories began to rush through my mind, blurry images of our past, of what had been and what should never have been. I didn't want to listen to him, didn't want to know what he had to say. So much time had passed, and I was trying to rebuild my life, away from him, away from everything that tied me to that place that once made me feel so trapped. "Shut up," I snapped, tension laced through every word. "You have nothing to tell me." Just then, the kitchen door opened and Antonio's imposing figure appeared in the doorway. My heart skipped a beat again, but this time for very different reasons. "What's going on here?" Antonio asked, his voice low and firm, but authoritative. The dealer took a step back, and I saw his expression change when he saw the king. He straightened immediately, as if he were looking for an excuse to get out of the situation. "Nothing, Your Majesty. I was just finishing the delivery." But Antonio wasn't so easily fooled. His eyes moved from him to me, noticing my discomfort, and the atmosphere in the kitchen grew even more tense. I could feel his questions about to descend on us, how everything I'd tried to bury was beginning to crumble. Antonio took a step toward me, as if his presence alone could protect me from what was happening. "Gregory," she said in a gentle tone, but there was a note of concern in her voice. "Are you okay?" I nodded, trying to prevent the situation from becoming even more awkward. I didn't want him to get involved in this, didn't want to further entangle my old problems with the present. But before I could say anything else, the delivery man spoke again, throwing in one last sentence before leaving. "See you soon, Gregory." My hands balled into fists, and I felt the world crumble beneath my feet. I knew it wasn't just a threat, but a promise. One I couldn't ignore, even if I wanted to. As the delivery man left, leaving a trail of tension in his wake, Antonio looked back at me, his expression serious, but not angry. What disconcerted me most was the concern I saw in his eyes, a concern I hadn't expected from him. "Who was that man?" he asked, his voice deep but restrained. I knew he didn't want to pressure me, but his tone made it clear he wasn't going to let it go. I swallowed, unable to look him straight in the eyes, and searched for a quick answer, something to reassure him, even though deep down I knew it was a lie. No one important, just someone from the past. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't enough. Antonio frowned, still staring at me, as if trying to read what I wasn't saying. She doesn't seem like just someone from the past, Gregory, he said, taking a step closer. If something's bothering you, I want you to tell me. His words, so simple, so full of sincerity, made my heart beat faster. But even so, the fear of facing that part of my life was greater. I wasn't ready to talk about it, not when I was just beginning to accept what I felt for him. I'm fine, Antonio, I said, trying to force a smile. It was just a misunderstanding. But even as I said it, I knew nothing was right. Nothing at all. As Antonio walked toward the door, his pace was slow, almost as if he expected something more from me. I stood still, confused by what had happened, my heart still pounding. But before he left, he suddenly stopped and turned his face toward me, his eyes blazing with an intensity that pierced me. I want to see you in the library later, he said in a low tone, almost a whisper, but the firmness in his voice left no doubt that it wasn't a suggestion. I nodded, filled with curiosity and anxiety, not daring to ask what he wanted. He didn't wait for an answer, just gave me one last glance before leaving the kitchen. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The way he'd spoken to me had left my skin tingling, but I couldn't allow myself to dwell on it too much. I had to go find Claudia, even though my mind kept replaying the echo of his voice telling me to meet him in the library. It was as if a weight had settled on my chest, when I wasn't sure if it was fear or desire. I left the kitchen, leaving behind the tension that the encounter with the delivery man had caused. As I walked through the castle's long hallways, the atmosphere felt heavier, as if something was about to happen. It didn't help when, turning a corner, I found myself face to face with Carmen. Her gaze was like a dagger. She looked me up and down, with that contempt she never bothered to hide. Carmen had been on guard ever since what happened with Claudia, and I had no doubt that any opportunity she had to trip me up, she'd take it. "What are you doing here?" she snapped, a venomous smile on her lips. "Are you done playing the perfect babysitter?" I ignored her, trying to push past her, but she blocked my path with a subtle shove. My body tensed. I felt a wave of anger course through me, but I forced myself to remain calm. "Let me in, Carmen." "I have to see Claudia," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. Carmen laughed scornfully, as if my request was a joke. "You are nobody in this castle, Gregory. Don't forget your place." I took a step forward, this time determined not to be intimidated. I felt anger burning inside me, but I maintained my composure. "Claudia is my responsibility. And you're not going to stop me. I'm going to defend her from you and anyone who dares to hurt her. You don't scare me, you hairy tarantula." Carmen's gaze hardened, but she said nothing. She simply turned her face away in disdain and allowed me to pass. I felt her eyes on my back as I walked away, but I didn't care anymore. There were more important things to attend to. I found Claudia in the painting room, absorbed in a canvas. She was standing in front of the window, the sun's rays bathing her figure in a warm light that highlighted her delicate, concentrated face. I approached slowly, not wanting to interrupt her immediately. "Claudia, what are you drawing?" I asked her in a motherly tone. She didn't look up, just murmured a brief "nothing" as she continued to slide the brush over the canvas. I sat beside her, watching her work with dedication. She was such a talented girl, but also so full of secrets. I wondered how many more things she was hiding, how many words she swallowed because she felt she had no one to trust. "Can I see it?" I insisted with a smile, leaning toward her. Claudia frowned, uncomfortable. For a moment, I thought she'd refuse again, but after a few seconds, she sighed and turned the canvas over to show it to me. What I saw left me speechless. It was a simple drawing, but full of meaning. There was a family painted with soft strokes, a tall man, a long-haired woman, and a little girl. The three stood together, smiling, with a dog beside them, who seemed to be running happily around them. The castle loomed in the background, but what was most striking was the warmth in each figure's expression. My heart sank, and at the same time, I felt an emotion growing inside me that was difficult to describe. "It's beautiful, Claudia," I said, my words coming out almost as a whisper, because I was afraid that if I spoke any louder, something would break the magic of the moment. "Is this your family?" She didn't respond immediately, but I noticed the slight tremble in her lips, as if she were fighting what she wanted to say. In the end, she just nodded, not looking me in the eye. "And the dog?" I asked, trying to lighten the mood. "I always wanted one," Claudia murmured, her voice barely audible. "I never had one." My chest filled with an unfamiliar warmth. That drawing, that simple painting, was more than a wish. It was a reflection of what she longed for deep within her heart, to belong, to be loved, to have a real family and not just a title. It was as if everything she had endured up until that moment, all the pain, the loneliness, had found its outlet on that canvas. I leaned toward her, and before I knew it, my arms were around her in a gentle hug. Claudia didn't pull away. On the contrary, she remained motionless for a second, then relaxed her small shoulders, finally allowing herself that gesture of affection she had perhaps been waiting for so long. "Thank you for showing me this," I said sincerely, stroking her hair. "You have no idea how much it means to me." I felt my heart expand, filled with tenderness for that little girl who, despite her cold exterior, needed love so much. And in that moment, I knew that, no matter what, I would do everything in my power to give her the place she deserved. A family, a home, everything she longed for. Claudia shyly looked up at me, and for the first time in a long time, I saw a different sparkle in her eyes. "Do you think I'll ever be able to have a family like that?" she asked softly, almost afraid the answer would be no. My heart broke a little when I heard her, but I smiled at her with all my heart. "Yes, Claudia. You'll get it, I promise." I paced in circles around my room, not knowing what to do. My thoughts came and went, circling as if aimless. Antonio had asked me to meet him in the library, but what did that mean? Did he want to talk to me? Discuss what had happened between us? My chest tightened with each passing second without a clear answer. I decided to do what I always do when I'm in this kind of situation, call Maria. I knew she'd listen, although I wasn't sure if she wanted to share what had happened with Antonio. Anyway, I dialed her number and waited. When her cheerful voice answered on the other end, I felt relieved. "Gregory. I can't believe you finally called me," she said, as if she'd been waiting for my call for days, which wasn't entirely a lie. "Maria, I'm sorry, I've been busy," I replied, trying to sound calm, but my voice was shaking. "Busy with what?" "Tell me everything," he demanded, his tone so bright and eager that I couldn't help but smile a little. I sighed deeply and, unable to contain myself any longer, gave him a brief rundown of what had happened with Antonio. Of course, I omitted some details because I wasn't ready to fully process them yet. "What?" Maria's scream cut through the phone like thunder, leaving my ears ringing. "Maria, please," I complained, moving the phone away from my ear, as she continued to scream with excitement. "I can't believe it, Gregory. The king, no less. And you there, in the library, my God, she exclaimed, as if she were watching it live. Calm down, please, I asked, even though I knew that was asking too much. I don't know if I'm going yet. I don't know if I should. Of course you should go, he interrupted without hesitation. If you don't go, you'll never know what he wants to tell you. And besides, promise me you'll tell me every detail afterward. I don't know. I murmured, but the idea of not knowing what was going to happen worried me more than the idea of facing him. Promise me, Gregory. Maria insisted so vehemently that I couldn't refuse. Okay, I promise, I said, feeling nerves and excitement take over. After hanging up, I looked at myself in the mirror. I couldn't just go to the library dressed casually. It wasn't like I wanted to impress Antonio, or was I? No, of course not. But somehow, my hand started searching the closet for something more suitable. I opted for a simple, blue, but elegant dress. Something that wouldn't attract too much attention, but would make me feel confident. I sprayed on a little lotion, just enough to feel fresh. When I finished getting ready, my reflection in the mirror gave me an image I hadn't expected. I looked fine. But I was also nervous. Why am I doing this? I thought as I took one last look at myself before leaving. The walk to the library felt longer than usual, as if every step I took was laden with doubts and expectations. Maybe I shouldn't have come. But I was already here. When I arrived, the library was empty. A sigh escaped my lips. I approached one of the shelves, searching for the book I'd been reading, Married to My Boss by Force. I took it in my hands, flipping through a few pages as time passed slowly. What if he doesn't come? I wondered, discouragement beginning to grow inside me. Maybe I'd gotten my hopes up for nothing. Maybe this was just a distraction for him. I got up from the couch, ready to leave, sad because I'd gotten ready for something that seemed like it wasn't going to happen. But just as he was about to leave, the library door opened, and Antonio appeared on the threshold. My eyes widened at the sight. The king stood there, resplendent as if he'd been sculpted straight from some impossible dream. He held a bouquet of vibrant red roses and a box of finely wrapped chocolates. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My feet remained planted on the ground as I watched him approach, his gaze fixed on me. Sorry I'm late, he said softly, his deep, warm voice filling the space between us. I tried to say something, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I could only watch as he approached with his characteristic natural grace. When he reached me, he offered me the roses, and I clumsily took them, the intoxicating scent of the flowers filling my senses. I didn't want you to leave without giving you this, he continued, holding out the box of chocolates. Chocolates? I managed to say, struggling to find my voice. Why? Antonio smiled, that smile that had the ability to completely disarm me. I wasn't sure how to surprise you. I thought roses and chocolates were a good start, he said, and there was a touch of tenderness in his tone that made me feel he was being sincere, somehow. I felt overwhelmed by the situation, by its proximity, and by the mix of emotions that ran through me. You didn't have to. I started, but Antonio raised a hand and placed a finger on my lips, interrupting me. I wanted to do it, Gregory. You deserve it. My heart leapt at those words. I felt the air in the room thicken, as if there was something else that needed to be said, something hanging between us. Why are you doing this? I asked quietly, my gaze fixed on the ground. Antonio leaned slightly toward me, brushing a strand of hair away from my face with the same gentleness with which one touches a flower. Because I can't help it, he whispered. I can't help what I feel when I'm around you. My eyes met his, and for a moment, the world stopped. Is this real? I wondered. The words, the looks, everything seemed so perfect, so unreal. Antonio moved a little closer, his face so close to mine that I could feel his warm breath against my skin. Gregory, she said, her voice filled with an emotion she couldn't hide. What are you doing to me? Before I could respond, his lips met mine in a soft kiss, filled with repressed feelings. My body reacted before my mind, reciprocating the kiss I seemed to have been waiting for so long. But the fear, the uncertainty, everything I'd been holding inside, hit me suddenly. I pulled away, my heart racing, my hands shaking. This can't be happening, I thought. It can't be real. Antonio, I began to say, but the words escaped me again. He looked at me, with that mixture of vulnerability and strength that only made my emotions even more confused. You don't have to say anything, he replied gently, though his eyes held a hint of pain. I just want you to know how I feel. And then, before I could react, Antonio leaned his head towards me and kissed me again, causing my chest to experience that whole whirlwind of sensations again. It was a gentle kiss. A deep connection I felt in every cell of my body. My hands clutched the roses as his mouth sweetly claimed mine, and everything I'd been bottling up inside came flooding out, enveloping us in a moment that felt eternal. When the kiss ended, we were both breathing heavily, and I stared at him, unable to believe what had just happened. Thanks for coming, he said, with a shy smile that made me laugh through my tears. This means a lot to me. I wasn't going to miss it, I replied, feeling my body vibrate with yearning for more than it could receive. Antonio moved away just a few inches, enough to look me in the eye, and I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. He was breathing deeply, as if he'd gathered all his courage for what was coming next. At that moment, I could barely concentrate. My thoughts were scattered, and all I could do was watch every movement of his lips, which I still felt on mine, even though we were no longer touching. Gregory, she began, but her voice broke with a sigh. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, something that's been on my mind, and, well, it's Jorge's idea, too. I stayed silent, waiting for him to continue, though all my mind could process at that moment were those lips moving with every word, the way his mouth spoke my name. The warmth in my chest intensified, and I felt a slight tremor in my hands as I held the roses. I wanted to pay attention to him, but my thoughts were jumbled, chaotic, and I found myself caught between the excitement of the kiss that had just happened and the anticipation of what might come next. Antonio cleared his throat nervously, but continued speaking. Jorge suggested we throw a little party, something low-key, he continued, lowering his gaze slightly before meeting mine again. He wants it to be at your friend Maria's house. He says it would be a good opportunity to relax, to have a good time. He suggested we invite her too, so you won't feel alone. My lips curved into a smile at the mention of Maria's name. A party at her house. I couldn't help but imagine my friend's excitement upon learning that a small party with the king himself was on her hands. But at the same time, I felt a pang of uncertainty. Why was Jorge so interested in this? Antonio watched me intently, as if trying to gauge my reaction, but I was too distracted, my eyes kept tracing the outline of his mouth. That mouth I couldn't get out of my mind since the moment he kissed me. What do you think? Antonio asked, with a slight smile, but there was a hint of hesitation in his voice. If you don't feel comfortable, we can find another option. I nodded, even though I hadn't even fully processed what he was saying. My mind was elsewhere, lost in the desire to feel his lips on mine again. Every word he spoke seemed to draw me closer, as if his voice were an invisible rope that wrapped around me with no escape. It was as if all that existed in that moment were his lips, his voice, and the memory of the warmth of his kiss. "Sounds good," I murmured, not fully aware of what I had agreed to. My eyes continued to follow every movement of his mouth, unable to help themselves. I bit my lower lip, trying to hide what I felt, but I knew he could see it. My breathing became a little heavier, and my hands, still clutching the roses, trembled like jelly. Antonio seemed to notice. His eyes darkened, and the tension between us grew immediately. He didn't say anything for a few seconds, but I felt his gaze drop to my lips. The silence that surrounded us was thick, charged with a tension we both understood without words. And then, without warning, his hand slid toward my face, caressing my cheek with a softness that made me shiver. "Gregory," he whispered my name, and I didn't have time to respond before his lips were searching for mine again. This kiss was different. It was deeper, more urgent, as if all the uncertainty between us exploded in that moment. I dropped the roses without thinking, letting them fall to the floor as my hands clutched at his shirt, searching for something to hold on to. His mouth was demanding, yet sweet at the same time, as if he was afraid I would walk away from him at any moment. I wouldn't. I couldn't. The taste of his lips, the warmth of his skin beneath my fingers, it all enveloped me in a way I hadn't anticipated. I wanted him with an intensity I'd never felt before. It was as if my entire body, every part of me, responded only to him. When he pulled away, his hands were still on my face, his thumbs caressing my cheeks. His eyes, dark and shining, met mine, and we were both breathing heavily. My heart was racing, and I felt the air in the room thicken. "I can't keep repressing what I feel for you, Gregory," she said in a low, emotion-filled tone. "I don't want you to run away from me anymore. Tell me what you feel. Have I hurt you? Or is it fear that's keeping you away?" The words echoed in the silence of the library, and I stood still, struggling to find my voice, my heart pounding in my ears. Antonio wasn't a man who hesitated, and that made me feel even more vulnerable. Did I love him? Yes. Gregory Sanchez. Leaving the castle that day was harder than I thought. My heart pounded as I walked toward the exit, each step weighing more than the last. I'd been given the day off, and even though I knew I needed it, I felt a pressure in my chest. I'd spoken with Antonio days before, agreeing that we would arrive separately at the party at Maria's house, which was actually my house too. I didn't want to raise suspicions, not after everything we'd been through. As I stopped at the side of the road, waiting for a taxi, something forced me to turn around. And there, on the balcony of her room, was Claudia. Her large, curious eyes followed me, as if she knew I was leaving but didn't understand why. My heart broke at that moment. I raised my hand and waved, trying to smile, but I felt pain take over. "Goodbye, Princess," I whispered, even though I knew she couldn't hear me from there. The taxi arrived, and I forced myself to get in, closing the door with a soft click that seemed to seal the distance I was leaving behind. As the car pulled away, I couldn't help but glance out the window once more, seeing her small figure on the balcony, growing farther and farther away. As I arrived at Maria's house, my nerves began to calm a little. No matter how hard I tried to focus on something else, Claudia kept hovering in my mind like a restless shadow. I stopped in front of Maria's door and knocked gently, feeling the weight of anticipation on my shoulders. The door swung open, and there stood Maria, her smile lighting up the room, but what caught my attention most was her dress. A fitted red velvet gown that flattered every curve of her body. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and let out a soft whistle. Wow, Maria, I commented, with a mischievous smile. That dress seems to have a purpose. She gave me a knowing look, waving her hand in a carefree gesture as she laughed. Purpose? I don't know what you're talking about, she replied, although the blush on her cheeks gave her away. It's just a dress. Yeah, just a dress. I murmured, amused, as I placed the bag I was carrying on the kitchen counter. I knew Maria hadn't dressed like that just for the party. Maybe there was something else going on. Jorge, perhaps. She disappeared into her bedroom to put on her shoes, leaving me alone for a moment. I walked over to the landline in the kitchen and dialed the hospital number. The wait made me even more nervous, but when they answered and informed me that my aunt was stable, I could breathe a little easier. I asked to speak to her, and although her voice sounded weak on the other end of the line, it was comforting to hear her. Hi, Auntie, I said softly. I'm glad you're okay. Gregory, my child. Don't worry about me, take care of yourself, she replied in a trembling but loving voice. Everything will be okay. Auntie, I can't be happy with you there. I'm going to get out safely, now have fun and get your business going, she mentioned. My aunt didn't know she was now a royal nanny. Aunt, please get well and obey. I'm already old. And you're stubborn. I hung up my phone, feeling sad, but I didn't have much time to think about it because when I checked my phone, I saw a message from Claudia. The screen glowed with a simple text that made my heart skip a beat. Please come back. My hand shook as I typed a reply. I'll be back, I promise. Worrying about Claudia was creeping back into my head, but I didn't want my anxiety to distract me now. The doorbell rang, and I jumped to the door. When I opened it, Jorge and Antonio were standing there, both smiling casually and dressed casually. Jorge, with his usual carefree air, was wearing a white shirt and worn jeans, while Antonio, as always, seemed to command the room even in his casual clothes. His eyes met mine for a second, and I felt a faint warmth rise up my neck. Hey, girls, Jorge said, entering with his typical playful tone. I hope we didn't arrive too early. Perfect, as always, I replied, trying to maintain my composure. Jorge wasted no time casting a searching glance at Maria, who, to my surprise, responded with flirtatious smiles and mischievous little comments. Their glances and gestures were cloying, almost as if they were in a bubble just for themselves. That dress, Maria. Jorge said, raising an eyebrow. Did you choose it just for me? Maria blushed, laughing as she gave him a gentle push on the shoulder. Don't flatter yourself, Jorge. This dress is for me, she replied, although her playful look said otherwise. I walked over to the counter and began unpacking things while watching their interactions. Every small gesture, every word filled with double meaning. It was clear there was more to them, and the way Jorge leaned toward Maria, whispering in her ear, confirmed it. Well, what are we waiting for? Jorge asked. We can get this party started, right? Of course, I replied, although my mind kept returning to Antonio, who had remained silent until then. I felt his gaze on me more than once, and every time our eyes met, a mixture of emotions washed over me. What was he thinking at that moment? Did he even realize how he made me feel, how my heart raced every time he was near? The party continued, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Antonio and I had agreed to keep things quiet, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the distance we'd established. Jorge and Maria continued their incessant flirting, while I tried to concentrate on anything but Antonio's lips, which seemed to tempt me with every word he spoke. The party was filled with laughter, liquor, and snacks. Jorge, with his inexhaustible charisma, had managed to get Maria to get up and dance with him, though not before feigning resistance. While their bodies swayed to the music, Antonio and I sat there, drinking in silence, though that silence was filled with everything we didn't dare say. I brought the glass to my lips, trying to distract myself with the taste of the liquor, but my thoughts focused only on Antonio's presence at my side. The atmosphere seemed more intimate with each passing second. I glanced at him, trying not to betray my feelings, but as soon as our eyes met, a spark ran through my body. Jorge and Maria laughed one last time before disappearing together, leaving Antonio and me alone in the living room. My breathing became heavier. I knew what was happening between them, but it only increased the tension between us. I let out a sigh, unable to stop myself from biting my lip nervously. Antonio looked at me, there was an unusual shine in his eyes and, with a low, hoarse voice, he murmured, "Don't do that." I looked at him, surprised. "What thing?" I asked, as if I didn't know what he meant. "Biting your lip like that." His gaze darkened, making me shudder. "Because I won't be able to hold back much longer." The air in the room grew thick, heavy with something we'd both been avoiding, but now felt unavoidable. I was speechless. The glass in my hands felt heavy, but not as heavy as the desire growing in my chest. I felt the heat rise through my body as I watched him approach slowly and purposefully. "Don't do it, Antonio," I whispered, though my voice lacked conviction. "I can't help it," he replied, taking my face in his hands, his fingers running over my skin. "Not this time." And then his lips found mine, devouring me with a hunger held back for too long. My heart pounded, my hands clutching at his back as if I feared he would vanish at any moment. We stood up without breaking the kiss, moving clumsily toward the bedroom, guided only by the desire that consumed us. I barely remember how we got there. I only know that by the time our backs touched the walls, our breathing was already erratic, and the heat radiating from us seemed to melt every layer of inhibition. When we got to my bed, he grabbed me by the waist, lifting me as if I weighed nothing. I felt the weight of his body on mine, nervousness and anxiety running through my skin like lightning. He kissed me with a desperation that ignited something deep inside me, something I hadn't felt in a long time. His lips slid down my neck, down my chest, while my hands tangled in his hair. "I need you, Gregory," he murmured against my skin, his voice husky and deep, making me shiver. "Me too." I managed to gasp, feeling his hands caress me in a way that made my body arch beneath him. "You don't know how much." There were no more words after that. The clothes fell to the floor as if they meant nothing, and our bodies met, skin against skin, filling the space with the sound of our ragged breaths and the whispers escaping our lips. Our cell phones rang somewhere in the distance, but we ignored it, lost in our own reality, in that moment we had built for ourselves. Every caress, every kiss, felt like fire coursing through our veins. I couldn't stop looking at him, feeling his hands roaming my body with an urgency that matched my own. Our bodies moved in a desperate dance, seeking solace in each other, as if the world would disappear at any moment. "Antonio," I said, holding on tighter. "Don't stop, please." He responded with a deep growl, pushing harder, as if he couldn't bear the distance that still remained between us. I felt him hold me close, his fingers digging into my skin as our movements became more erratic, more urgent. "You're all I need," he gasped, his deep voice echoing in my ear, making me shiver with pleasure. "Just you, Gregory." And in that moment, everything spilled out. The world faded away around us, and all that remained was the warmth of our bodies, the fire in our veins, and the sound of our names, whispered in the ecstasy. We lay there panting, sweat covering our skin as the echoes of what had just happened continued to vibrate in the air. The cell phone was no longer ringing. The world outside that room seemed non-existent. I looked into his eyes, still feeling my heart pounding, and I knew nothing would ever be the same. We had crossed a line beyond recovery. Antonio gently caressed my face, his lips still brushing mine as he whispered, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 12. Gregory Sanchez. The chill of early morning crept in through the open window, caressing my bare skin like a reminder of what had happened the night before. I woke up yawning and slowly opening my eyes, still wrapped in the warmth of the sheets, the feel of his hands running over my body etched in my memory. I blinked, trying to shake off the daze, and reached out, searching for Antonio's warm body beside me. But no one was there. I frowned, still half asleep, as my fingers brushed the empty fabric beside me. The space he'd occupied just hours before was now cold, and reality began to sink into my mind like a stone in water. Antonio was gone. I sat up slowly, the silence filling the room like a heavy blanket. I rubbed my eyes with my hands, trying to clear the tiredness, but I couldn't help feeling a little lost. My thoughts swirled like a catastrophe in my mind. Where was she? Why hadn't she stayed? My eyes scanned the room, searching for him, as if he might appear at any moment, that mischievous smile on his lips, perhaps making a charming excuse for his absence. But there was no sign of him. The room, with its luxurious furnishings and imposing atmosphere, felt cold and empty. I let out a long sigh, the air escaping my lungs as if it carried the full weight of my pent-up emotions. I sat on the bed for a long moment, biting my lower lip as my mind began to reproach me. Why had I let this happen so quickly? Why had I been so weak? I told myself what I already knew deep down. I had been a fool. I had let him in, allowed myself to surrender to him, letting him possess me in a way I never should have agreed to. What's wrong with me? I said to myself in a barely audible whisper. The bitter taste of self-criticism burned in my mouth. I knew I shouldn't have let myself fall so quickly into his arms. The memory of how he had kissed me, how our bodies had fused into one, came back to me with an intensity that made me want to cry and scream at the same time. I'd let myself go, like a fool, I thought, feeling shame and self-loathing. Then, like a dark shadow, memories of my ex-boyfriend began to filter into my mind, filling every corner of my thoughts. His face, his voice, his hurtful words, everything came flooding back. I remembered how he'd manipulated me, how he'd toyed with my emotions until I felt small and insignificant. He called me a whore, told me no one else would ever love me, that I was worthless, that he was the only one who accepted me because I'd already slept with him. "You're a whore," he said, his voice echoing in my mind like a distant one. "No one else will love you." I closed my eyes, trying to push those words away, but I couldn't. The pain of those memories burned inside me. I'd done it because I thought I loved him. I'd given myself to him, believing it would seal something deeper between us, but all it sealed was my suffering. He'd abused me, controlled me, and managed to convince me I was worthless. And now I felt like I was falling into the same pattern. What's different about me now? I thought bitterly. Hadn't I repeated the same mistakes? I brought my hands to my face, covering my eyes as I tried to hold back the tears. But there was no escaping the truth that tormented me. I had let myself be carried away by passion, by desire, by the overwhelming attraction I felt for Antonio. And now, waking up alone in this cold room, with the ghost of my decisions weighing on my shoulders, I felt broken again. As if I were doomed to repeat the mistakes of my past, to be used and abandoned. I'm not that girl. I whispered to myself, but the doubt was still there, stuck in my heart like a poisonous thorn. I'm not that girl, I repeated, though my words seemed powerless. What had this night been for Antonio? A fling. A simple indiscretion. I wondered if it meant something more to him, if there was something deeper behind his kisses, the way he'd looked at me. But the more I thought about it, the deeper I sank into my own fears. The echo of the past haunted me, and even though I knew Antonio wasn't like him, there was something that scared me. Something inside me that told me I shouldn't have allowed myself to fall again. I dragged myself out of bed, walked over to the window, a sigh left my lips, and went to the shower to clean myself up and wash off her scent. I left the room, still with the annoying noise of my thoughts bouncing around in my head. I put on my skinny jeans, the ones Maria always said fit me like a glove, and a white t-shirt with a floral print on the front. Something simple, something that wouldn't stand out but would make me feel comfortable. I tied my hair back in a high ponytail and slipped on my white sneakers before stepping out into the small hallway of the apartment I shared with my friend. "Good morning, sleepyhead," he greeted me in his usual mocking tone, handing me a cup of coffee. "I made your favorites," he added, pointing to a plate of chocolate chip cookies he'd placed on the table. "Thank you," I replied, taking the seat across from her. My fingers circled the warm mug, seeking some comfort in the warmth. She watched me with those curious eyes, and I knew that, sooner or later, the questions were going to start. But for now, the conversation began as usual. "How is Melissa?" Maria asked softly, dunking a biscuit in her coffee. I sighed before answering. "Stable, for now." I paused, bringing the cup to my lips. "They told me he had a rough night, but he's better this morning." "The situation is complicated, Maria. The doctors aren't very optimistic." "You'll see, everything will be okay, Gregory," she said, offering me a reassuring look. She always tried to be the ray of sunshine between the clouds. I appreciated her for that, even if reality sometimes felt darker. "I wish I could believe that," I murmured, taking a sip of coffee as silence settled between us. After a while, when the topic of my aunt's health began to wear thin, the conversation turned to floriculture, my other constant concern. "The flower business isn't going well," I admitted, staring at the plate of cookies without any appetite. "I can't afford to pay next month's rent. I'm already 2 payments behind, and, if sales don't improve, I'll have to close it." Maria frowned, her expression turning serious. "Gregory, why didn't you tell me before? I can help you. At least with this month's payment." I shook my head, knowing I couldn't let him do that. "No, Maria. You've done enough. I can't keep asking you for money." She snorted, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. "Nonsense. You know I don't care. I just want you to be okay. Floriculture is everything to you, you can't let it fall apart." I smiled weakly, breathless, grateful for his support, but still feeling like I was at a dead end. I'll try a little harder." The silence thickened again, and I felt my heart beat faster, knowing that the real issue plaguing me remained unspoken. Finally, I gathered my courage and took a deep breath. "Maria," I began, feeling my throat immediately go dry. "There's something I need to tell you." Her eyes widened slightly, expectant. She watched me with the curiosity and concern that only the best of friends can possess. "Yesterday, Antonio and I faltered, not knowing how to explain it without it sounding like the chaos it really was. "We gave in, we spent the night together, and..." Maria almost spat out the coffee she was drinking, and put the cup down on the table with a thud. "What?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Oh my God, Gregory. Finally. Maria, this isn't something to get emotional about." I brought my hands to my face, overwhelmed by her reaction. "He disappeared this morning. I woke up and he wasn't there anymore. He didn't say anything, he just left." Maria looked at me with disbelief and pity. "He left without saying anything. You don't think he's like that bastard?" She knew who he was referring to, and let out a sigh. "Nothing, and well. I know Antonio is different, but he's a man after all, and I've heard rumors around the castle about how he still feels about his dead wife," I repeated, feeling the words hurt more when I said them out loud. "It's like, I don't know, like I never meant anything to him." She was silent for a moment, then sighed, leaning forward. "Jorge told me that when he left last night, Antonio was no longer at the party," she said cautiously. "We were in the room," I murmured, sinking further into the chair. "What did I do wrong?" "Nothing," Maria replied. "Listen to me, Gregory, this isn't your fault. He's the king, he has a lot on his mind. Maybe he had to leave for something important. Don't overthink it. And stop comparing him to that scumbag of a man. He's no longer in your life, he's gone." I wanted to believe him, but a part of me kept blaming myself for giving in so quickly. Trying to change the subject, I steered the conversation to something that also intrigued me. "And you?" I said, raising an eyebrow. "What's up with Jorge? I saw him looking at you at the party." Maria smiled mischievously, but shook her head. No, don't change the subject. You're the star today." "Come on, Maria," I insisted, wanting to lighten the mood. "What's going on between you two?" "Nothing of your concern," she replied with a chuckle, popping a cookie into her mouth. "Besides, my adventures are far less exciting than what happened with you last night." I laughed, grateful that his humor helped me feel better, even if only for a moment. "Okay, I won't force you to talk, but you know you're going to tell me sooner or later," I said, giving him a playful little shove on the arm. She laughed, and for a brief moment, the clouds in my mind seemed to dissipate. "At least for now." I said goodbye to Maria with a long hug, one of those that carried a little strength and renewed hope. I knew returning to the castle wouldn't be easy, not after the storm of emotions that had raged inside me after the night with Antonio. My heart felt torn, but my responsibilities called me. Claudia needed me, and although I still felt vulnerable, I knew I couldn't let her down. "Take care of yourself, okay?" Maria said, giving me a look that asked me not to get caught up in the whirlwind of thoughts. "I always try." I smiled softly at him, turning toward the door with a slight feeling of uncertainty in my chest. I was preparing myself for what was coming, but I didn't know what to expect from the king when I saw him again. I left the apartment and walked through the city streets under a sky covered in gray clouds. My pace was calm, although deep down, my mind was still trying to find answers I might never get. Why did she leave without saying anything? What did what happened between us mean? Before taking a taxi back to the castle, I remembered something. Claudia. She had mentioned, almost in a whisper, her desire for a puppy. At the time, I hadn't given it any thought, but now, the thought haunted me. I knew she had some savings set aside, and while it wasn't much, it might be enough to grant her that small wish. I couldn't erase all the pain Claudia was carrying, but maybe I could make her a little happier with something so simple. I decided to detour to a nearby pet store. Upon entering, the sound of small barks and the soft purring of cats enveloped me. I looked around, searching through the cages until my eyes fell on a charming little ball of fur. It was a tiny puppy, with floppy ears and a sweet look, a small glimmer of happiness in a world that often seemed cold and unforgiving. That one. I murmured to the store manager, pointing at the puppy who was wagging his tail excitedly. I didn't hesitate for a second. I bought it, feeling a warmth in my heart as I imagined Claudia's smile upon seeing it. With the dog in my arms, I left the store, walking through the crowded streets. The day was somewhat overcast, and the wind blew with a chilly breeze, but in that moment, everything seemed more bearable. I walked for a few more minutes, looking for a taxi, when I felt a presence that made me stop dead in my tracks. Gregory. The voice, deep and laden with a painful familiarity, made me turn my face. Alan. My ex-boyfriend. The man who had been a shadow in my life, always lurking, always trying to control me. There he was, standing in front of me, his eyes blazing with what I could only describe as resentment. Alan. I whispered, freezing in place. The air immediately thickened, and my thoughts began to race. My breathing became labored, and the puppy in my arms seemed to sense my discomfort, shifting a little restlessly. "What are you doing here, Gregory?" he asked, his voice thick with bitterness. He took a step toward me, and the space between us felt smaller than it actually was. "What are you doing in the castle? Why is the king involved in your life?" His gaze was hard, appraising, as if he wanted to tear the truth out of me with a single glance. I felt a lump in my throat, the old wounds Alan had left in my life returning like silent stabs. "I don't owe you any explanations," I replied, my voice cracking, trying to remain steadfast. I knew I couldn't show weakness in front of him. He'd done it too many times before, and he'd paid the price. "Of course you owe me, you receiving supplies in that enormous castle," he spat, moving closer, so close that the scent of his cologne hit my senses. "You left me for no reason, Gregory. And now I see you here, immersed in the king's life, as if you've learned nothing." "That's none of your business, Alan," I insisted, even though my body was trembling. Every word he said reminded me of the threats, the control, everything I'd endured under his shadow. "You no longer have control over me." He laughed, a bitter, cold laugh that made my skin crawl. "You always thought you could escape, didn't you? But you can't. I know you better than anyone. I know what you are, Gregory. I know you're an easy woman, who always goes with the first person who smiles at her." His words were poison, dripping slowly into my mind. But I couldn't let him sink me back into that dark pit. "You don't know me," I said, more firmly this time, raising my gaze to face him. "I've changed, Alan. I'm not the same person I was before, and you have no right to continue torturing me with your presence." Alan took a step closer, and for a second I thought he was going to grab me, as he had so many times before when his anger grew uncontrollable. But this time I didn't allow it. I held the puppy with one hand, and with the other, I put distance between us. "Enough," I warned him, feeling my own voice tremble but determined. "I'm not yours, and I never was. What we had ended a long time ago, and I'm not going to let you hurt me anymore." "Gregory," he began to say, but this time I didn't give him time to continue. "Go away, Alan. Leave me alone." And without waiting for him to respond, I turned and started walking, clutching the puppy to my chest, feeling my heart pounding. I knew this encounter would leave its mark on me, but I also knew I'd taken a significant step. I was no longer under his control. Not anymore. I found a taxi around the corner and got in, taking a deep breath as the doors closed. The silence of the car allowed me to calm down a little, but the feeling of having just faced a ghost wouldn't dissipate so easily. "To the castle, please," I said to the driver, looking out the window as the city passed before my eyes. In my arms, the puppy snuggled up. Despite everything, there was some light in the midst of so much darkness. And that little piece of light would be for Claudia. Antony Caspian. I found myself stuck on a dead-end road, my heart tormented, like so many times before. Gregory slept beside me, his body wrapped in the warmth of the sheets, while I, frowning, begged my dead wife's forgiveness and swore to take care of Claudia and from now on, pay more attention to her. Gregory and my daughter were becoming my priority. The ringing of my cell phone had woken me up a while ago, bringing me back to duty, snatching me from that unique moment I had shared with the nanny, an incomparable, magical night, my heart beating again. Damn duty. I muttered under my breath, running a hand over my face. I didn't want to leave her. Not yet. The taste of her skin was still on my lips, the memory of last night still vivid in my senses. But the kingdom never waits, and my responsibility wasn't something I could escape, no matter how much I wanted to. When I stood up, I did so heavily. The call had been urgent. A conflict between two families belonging to the kingdom had erupted over a piece of land they had been granted, and now they were about to escalate it beyond words. This wasn't the kind of problem that resolved itself, and my presence was needed. I dressed hastily, trying not to make a sound, even though I knew Gregory would have noticed my absence by now. As I left the room, I felt a pang of regret, but I pushed it to the back of my mind. I couldn't abandon my duties as king, I'd explain later at the castle. I didn't want to disturb his sleep. The trip back to the castle was short, but the oppression of responsibility was already beginning to press against my shoulders as I crossed the grand entrance gates. Carmen, Claudia's governess, greeted me with a frown and a serious face. Her blue eyes scanned me disapprovingly, always managing to make me grind my teeth. "Your Majesty," he said in a firm voice, "I was wondering where you spent the night. The princess was worried about you." I stopped, barely crossing the front door, and slowly turned toward her. It wasn't the right time, but Carmen had always been impertinent, always pushing the boundaries with an authority that often seemed to believe she was superior. If it weren't for the promise I made to my late wife, I would no longer be part of the castle. "It's none of your business where I spend my nights," I replied in a cold, cutting tone. I knew his game, and I wasn't going to give him the pleasure of falling for his provocations. "Mind your own business and stay out of mine." Carmen narrowed her eyes, but her face remained impassive. She was used to taking orders, but that didn't mean she wouldn't look for opportunities to make her presence more burdensome than necessary. "I've been considering compensation. Apparently Claudia is getting used to Gregory. In all this time, I haven't received a single complaint." "Get Claudia ready," I ordered, straightening my back. "I'll have a picnic with Claudia today. I'll resolve the conflict and then I'll pick her up. Let her be ready." Carmen nodded without another word, her face still rigid but obedient. She turned on her heel and disappeared down the hall toward my daughter's chambers. A slight relief passed through me. Claudia. Thinking about her was the only thing that managed to soften me in moments like this. I couldn't wait to see her smile when I took her away from everything for a day. But first, he had to solve the problem. As soon as I arrived at the courtroom, tension was thick in the air. Gustavo, my assistant, was already there, waiting next to the two families, who were staring at each other as if, at any moment, they might jump each other's throats. "Your Majesty," Gustavo said, bowing at the sight of me. "The dispute has escalated, and both sides are demanding your intervention. It seems the issue of the land you were donated has stirred up old resentments." "Old resentments?" It was always the same. Old hatreds, conflicts that only fueled more violence. I stepped forward and raised my hand, demanding silence. The voices immediately died away. "Enough," I said, my voice echoing in the room. "I didn't come here to listen to childish reproaches. This conflict won't be resolved with shouting and threats." I approached the table where the two men sat facing each other. Their faces were tense, filled with pride and arrogance. The land was a gift from the kingdom. Nothing more, nothing less. What the kingdom grants cannot be a cause of discord. If any of you are unwilling to respect that, we will reconsider who owns the land. A direct hit. The two men stared at each other, lips pursed, aware of the implications of my words. "Gustavo," I continued, without taking my eyes off them. "Give me a detailed summary of both sides' claims. If there's anything worth reconsidering, we'll do so according to the laws of the kingdom. But if you're here just to fight over something that doesn't belong to you, this will be your last warning." Gustavo nodded and began recounting the key points of the conflict, while I listened with strained attention. My mind kept returning to Gregory, to the night before, to what I had felt on his skin, on his lips. But now wasn't the time to get lost in those thoughts. The king had to maintain control. Finally, after a long negotiation, the conflict seemed to have reached a middle ground. Both sides accepted the kingdom's mediation, though not without disdainful looks. But at least there wouldn't be bloodshed today. "Gustavo, make sure everything agreed upon goes smoothly," I said, bowing to him before leaving the room. "And if any of them try anything again, you'll tell me immediately." "It will be, Your Majesty," Gustavo replied with a respectful bow. As I left the hall, I felt my shoulders relax. The picnic with Claudia. That was all that mattered to me now. I knew she'd be waiting, eager to get out and forget the rigid walls of the castle, at least for a few hours. But in the back of my mind, a nagging unease lingered. Gregory. I'd left her without explanation, and even though I knew duty demanded it, a part of me couldn't help but wonder if she'd understand. After resolving the land dispute, the gentle breeze of the countryside seemed like a balm for the stress that was consuming me. Claudia was waiting for me. I knew her smile and laughter were the only things that managed to clear my mind of the responsibilities of the kingdom, even if it was only for a few hours. I immediately headed to the wing of the castle where she always remained at this time, intending to fulfill the promise of our picnic. Carmen, of course, was there, preparing for it with her usual rigid, unwavering posture. "Your Majesty," he said as soon as he saw me cross the threshold, in that innocent voice he used when he wanted something. "Claudia is ready. I can accompany you, of course. It wouldn't hurt to have someone look after your well-being while you enjoy the walk." I stopped in my tracks and looked her straight in the eyes, maintaining a calm that, by now, I had perfected in her presence. Carmen had always tried to interfere in our family moments, but today I wouldn't allow it. I was growing tired of this situation, of her outbursts and her wanting to be in everything. I looked up at the sky and silently asked myself how one broke promises made to the deceased. "That won't be necessary," I said, my tone firm and unyielding. "Today is a family day. I appreciate your concern, but I'll take care of my daughter. You may retire for the rest of the afternoon." Carmen opened her mouth, perhaps with an objection on the tip of her tongue, but seeing my expression, she knew there was no room for discussion. She nodded, bowing before leaving, though I could sense her displeasure through her silence. I didn't care. Today was just for Claudia and me. With a softer smile, I turned to my little girl, who was already dressed in her riding habit and boots, excited about the prospect of our ride. I walked over and offered her my hand, helping her carefully mount her horse. "Are you ready, little one?" I asked, watching her eyes light up as she nodded. "Yes, Dad," she replied, with that crystalline laugh that always managed to disarm me. We mounted our horses and headed toward the fields, the wind playing with Claudia's golden hair as we walked at a leisurely pace. It was one of those moments when the world seemed to stop, and everything else became irrelevant, except my daughter's joy. But her silence, after a while, made me turn my head toward her. Claudia was deep in thought, something unusual for her. "What's wrong, little one?" I asked in a gentle tone of voice, trying to understand what could be going through her mind. She looked at me sideways, and with a flash of curiosity in her eyes, she asked me back. "And you, Dad? What's wrong with Gregory? I haven't seen her today." I felt a small knot in my chest when I heard Gregory's name come out of Claudia's lips. It confirmed to me how much she cared for her and how important she was to her daily life at the castle. "I gave him the day off," I explained with a calm smile, even though I felt a little uneasy inside. "Don't worry, he'll be back soon. And I'm sure when he does, he'll have a surprise for you." Claudia nodded, satisfied with my answer, but I couldn't stop thinking that, although I had texted Gregory several times since leaving, I hadn't received a reply. A small glimmer of concern was beginning to creep in, but I decided to put it aside for now. Today was Claudia's day, and that was the most important thing. We reached the forest clearing, where the lake stretched out before us, its calm waters reflecting the blue sky. I dismounted first and then carefully helped Claudia down. The breeze caressing the place was fresh, and the silence of the surroundings was only interrupted by the birdsong. "Let's get everything ready," I said as we unpacked the blanket and basket we'd brought for the picnic. Claudia bustled around enthusiastically, arranging the plates and snacks with precision, as if she wanted to make everything perfect. We sat on the blanket, and while Claudia bit into a piece of cheese, I began our weekly conversation about her mother. It was a tradition we'd maintained since she was little, to ask questions, and although sometimes the answers hurt, it was always a necessary moment for both of us. "Dad," he began, his gaze fixed on the sky. "What was Mom like? Did she like picnics like us?" I smiled at her innocent curiosity, the memory of her mother flooding my mind. Sometimes it seemed like the years hadn't passed, that we could still be together, the three of us. If only she hadn't died when our daughter was born. Claudia asked the same question every week, as if she wanted to keep that memory alive forever. "Yes, she loved it," I replied tenderly. It was one of the things she enjoyed most, spending the day outdoors, listening to the sounds of nature. She always said the wind made her feel free. Claudia looked at me with a soft smile, although there was still some sadness in her eyes. "I wish I could have met her. I feel like a part of her is missing." "She's always with you, in your heart," I reminded him, trying to be understanding, running a hand through his hair. "And I'll always be here to tell you more about her." After a moment of shared silence, I decided to change the subject. "So tell me, little one, how are things going with Carmen?" I asked cautiously. I knew my daughter was a special case, and to this day, the governess was the only one who could tolerate her. Claudia looked away from my question, focusing on a sandwich, but her expression softened when she spoke of Gregory. "Gregory is wonderful, Dad. He helps me with everything, he's always kind, and," her voice trailed off, as if she wanted to avoid talking about the rest. I decided not to insist. I knew Carmen wasn't her favorite, but at least she seemed to find comfort in Gregory, and that reassured me. After finishing our picnic, we headed to the lake. Claudia wanted to fish, and although I wasn't an expert, we decided to try it together. The laughter that followed when we finally managed to land a trout, which seemed determined to give us more trouble than necessary, spread through the air, filled with joy. I saw myself laughing like I hadn't in a long time, enjoying those small moments of pure happiness with my daughter. It was just what we both needed. We returned to the castle after a splendid day. With the clear sky, it seemed as if someone above was smiling. Claudia, exhausted but happy, had talked non-stop the entire way, recalling every detail of the picnic, the fishing, and even the laugh we shared when the fish gave up. As we approached the entrance, I saw a familiar figure waiting in front of the large wrought iron gates. Gregory was standing there, holding a small white ball of fur in his arms. I paused for a moment to take in the scene, unable to tear my eyes away from it. The wind played with the loose strands of his hair, and although his face showed slight fatigue, his smile upon seeing us was warm and genuine. He seemed to have been filled with light upon seeing us arrive. Before I could say or do anything, Claudia let out a small scream of excitement. "Gregory!" he exclaimed with all the energy he had left, jumping off his horse with surprising agility and running toward her. It didn't take a second for the little girl to reach his arms. Gregory dropped the puppy to the ground and bent down just in time to envelop Claudia in a hug that seemed to stop the world. Tenderness and gratitude settled in my chest seeing them like that, as if that connection between them was the only thing that mattered. Claudia laughed with incomparable emotion, her small hands clinging to her nanny's neck as if she never wanted to let go. It was one of those images that could melt any hardness that had formed in my heart. I stood there, motionless, watching the scene with my feet firmly on the ground. I didn't want to interrupt, I felt I should give them their space. I quietly dismounted, allowing Claudia and Gregory to enjoy the reunion while the little puppy scampered around them, barking with emotion as pure as that emanating from Claudia. "Is it, for me?" my daughter asked, her smile so wide it hurt because of how pure it was. Her eyes shone with tears of happiness as she watched the little dog jumping around her. Gregory nodded, stroking the girl's hair tenderly. "Yes, Princess, it's all yours," he said, and his voice, although soft, showed the affection he had for her. Claudia let out a small exclamation of joy, bending down to pick up the puppy, whose tail kept wagging. The sound of her laughter, that sound that filled every corner of my being, shook me to my core. It was in these moments that I was most grateful to have her with me, safe and happy. I kept a safe distance, letting the two of them enjoy the moment, but my eyes remained fixed on Gregory. There was something about her I couldn't get out of my head since that night. And even though she didn't say anything, even though she avoided my gaze at that moment, I knew something had changed between us. Claudia began playing with her new pet, spinning it around while laughing and jumping around the yard. I took advantage of that moment to approach, walking slowly toward Gregory, who stood to the side, watching with a satisfied smile. "That's a wonderful surprise," I said softly, my gaze fixed on Claudia as the puppy tried to reach her feet. "Thank you for thinking of her that way." Gregory nodded, but he didn't look me straight in the eye. His gaze remained focused on Claudia, although I noticed his fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. "I knew she'd be excited," he replied, his voice faint. "She deserves it." There was something in her tone, something that made me feel a slight twinge of discomfort. I knew our messages hadn't been answered, and that was keeping me uneasy, but I decided not to press further. Not now. This moment belonged to Claudia, not ours. We sat in silence for a moment, watching my daughter play with her new furry companion. There was so much I wanted to say to Gregory, but the words wouldn't find their way. And she seemed to be in the same position, avoiding eye contact, as if the tension hanging between us was an invisible wall neither of us was ready to break down. Claudia ran towards us, the puppy in her arms and a huge smile on her face. Dad, look at him. He's perfect. Gregory is the best, don't you think? He said, his enthusiasm contagious. I couldn't help but smile at him. It is, little one, I replied, leaning down to pet the puppy, who licked my fingers vigorously. And so are you. Looks like you have a new responsibility now. Claudia nodded seriously, as if she was ready to take on the challenge. I promised to take good care of him. He's going to be the happiest dog in the world, I swear. I glanced at Gregory out of the corner of my eye. There was something in his expression, relief, and something deeper that I couldn't identify at the time. However, when Claudia ran back into the garden, her smile had disappeared, and for a moment her gaze met mine. I should go in and make something for Claudia, he said, trying to break eye contact. Before I could respond, Gregory turned and started walking into the castle, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty that left me motionless for a few seconds. I knew there were many unspoken words between us, and although the afternoon had been perfect for Claudia, the silence between Gregory and me grew denser with each passing minute. Chapter 13. Gregory Sanchez. The orange rays of the sun fell on the castle gardens, bringing the rosebushes and vegetation to life, while Claudia and I leaned over a large wooden tub, filling it with warm water to bathe the puppy I had given her. The warmth of the moment was a reward for my anguished heart, as if even heaven wanted to be a part of that scene. Things with my aunt weren't going as I had hoped. In the morning I spoke to her doctor, and she told me she was refusing treatment. Claudia was laughing like I'd never heard her before, with a laugh so bright and clear it was contagious. Her smile, so pure and free, made me feel like everything in that moment was right. The puppy shook frantically, a little wildly every time we dunked him in the water, splashing us with foam and making us both end up covered in soap. Every time the puppy managed to escape our slippery hands, he shook so hard that drops of water and soap flew everywhere, covering us even more. Claudia couldn't stop laughing, and I followed her, infected by her joy. Look how he's shaking. Claudia laughed, her blonde hair tousled by the wind as she tried to keep the puppy in the water. It's impossible to catch him, I replied with a stifled laugh, as I tried to hold the squirming little rascal in my arms. You can't go into the castle, my father will be upset seeing soap stains and dampness, she comments innocently, with a dull sparkle in her eyes. I can assure you that your father will be the happiest man to see the puppy covered in soap entering his office, I mentioned, running my hands over his face, leaving a soapy mark on his nose. Do you think so? I questioned, as if the idea had made a noise in her pretty head. In the midst of our fun, a shadow fell over us, Carmen. Her always haughty demeanor and cold gaze made her unmistakable. Her face was marked by the same arrogant expression as always, her lips pursed in a grimace of displeasure as she watched the scene with a frown. Claudia, this isn't appropriate for a princess, he said in an authoritarian tone, his voice sharp as a sword. And you, Gregory, should know better. Do you hear a bee buzzing? Claudia asked, her eyes bright. It could be an insidious fly, I replied, ignoring Carmen's chatter. Don't pretend you haven't noticed I'm here, she shouted again. I could swear she looked like a little girl. We both looked at each other in silence for a brief moment, surprised by her interruption, but then our eyes met knowingly. Claudia smiled at me mischievously, and nothing else needed to be said. We knew what we had to do. Before Carmen could say another word, I turned on the hose we had ready to rinse the puppy. Claudia eagerly grabbed it and pointed it straight at the governess. Water's coming. Claudia shouted with a mischievous laugh, and the jet of water shot out toward Carmen. The governess let out a cry of indignation. Her raised hands, shielding herself from the jet of water, were useless. She was getting wet. The soap and water rained down on her spotless dress, which was now dripping hopelessly. She tried to move away, but the soapy floor proved to be her downfall. Her feet slipped clumsily in the soapy water, and in a moment that seemed eternal, she staggered before falling to the floor with a resounding thud. Claudia and I couldn't help but laugh even more, watching her kicking on the floor trying to get up. "Come on!" I shouted, laughing, grabbing Claudia's hand and the wet puppy, who was still squirming in my arms. We ran inside the castle, leaving Carmen lying on the floor, wet and furious. "This is unacceptable," the governess shouted, her voice filled with rage as she struggled to get up. But we were already out of reach, escaping toward the safety of Claudia's room. When we arrived, we closed the door behind us, panting from running and laughing so much. Claudia collapsed onto the bed, giggling non-stop, while the still damp puppy jumped up beside her, shaking himself, scattering more drops all over the room. "That was amazing," Claudia said, wiping away tears of laughter with the sleeve of her dress. "Poor Carmen didn't know what hit her," I said, still trying to catch my breath as I looked for a towel to dry the dog. We looked at each other and started laughing again. Claudia's happiness was contagious, and seeing her like that, so free and joyful, made me feel like any trouble could wait. With the puppy now dry, I approached Claudia and helped her into the tub. The girl, still smiling, seemed more relaxed than ever. As I lathered her golden hair and detangled its soft strands, I sensed something in her expression had changed. She was calm, but there was also a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "Gregory," he said suddenly, breaking the silence. "Yes, Princess. Dad talks to me about Mom every week," she began, her voice small, as if she were afraid the air might carry her words away. "He always tells me nice things, but I never met her, and I don't know what she looked like." I stayed silent, listening intently as she continued rinsing her hair. "Dad says she was very beautiful," Claudia continued, looking at her hands underwater. "And that I look like her, but I don't know if that's true. I never saw her, you know. She died when I was born." Hearing those words hit me hard. It wasn't the first time I'd heard about Claudia's mother, but I'd never heard the girl speak about her with such clarity, with such restrained sadness. It was different for the princess to comment on the queen than for the servants to do so. It felt more painful to listen to the story of a girl who had never had the affection of a mother. "I'm sorry, little one," I said softly, gently stroking her wet cheek. "It must be hard not being able to meet her." Claudia nodded, her eyes shining with a sadness that was too great for such a small girl. "Sometimes I think if she were here, Dad would be happier," he whispered, as if confessing a long-held secret. My heart sank as I listened to her. I knew Antonio loved his daughter more than anything in the world, but I also understood that the shadow of his lost wife still haunted him, even as he tried to be the best father he could be to Claudia. "Your dad loves you very much, Claudia," I said as I wrapped her in a towel, gently holding her against my chest. "You mean everything to him. Don't doubt it for a second." Claudia looked at me, and in her eyes I saw the trust she placed in me. She smiled weakly, but her sadness hadn't entirely faded. I led her to her closet and chose a beautiful outfit, a delicate dress in soft tones that matched her eyes. As I brushed her hair, she remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. I was too. I knew Claudia carried questions that would never have answers, and her loneliness was something that not even her father's unconditional love could fully heal. When I finished combing her hair, I knelt in front of her and took her hands. "I'll always be here for you, Claudia," I told her sincerely. "You'll never be alone as long as I'm with you." Claudia looked me straight in the eyes for a few seconds, and then, without saying anything, she hugged me. In that embrace, I felt her pain, but also her strength. And, in that instant, I knew I would do everything possible to protect her, to always be by her side. "Thank you, Gregory," she whispered. And though the day had started out full of laughter, now we were sharing a more intimate, deeper moment. It was a promise, a connection that no arrogant governess could break. The castle hall was bathed in midday light, the large windows letting in the sun's rays, illuminating the carefully set table. The smell of freshly cooked food filled the air as Claudia and I descended the stairs, ready for lunch. Claudia was wearing her pretty dress and walked with her head held high, full of pride and satisfaction after our little adventure with the puppy. When we arrived at the hall, Antonio and Jorge were already sitting at the table, conversing in low voices. But upon seeing us enter, the king immediately stood up, a barely visible smile lighting his face. "My princess," he said, elegantly pulling out the chair for Claudia to sit down. "We've been waiting for you." Claudia ran to him with a giggle, climbing onto the chair her father offered her. Before Antonio could return to his seat, Claudia looked up and, with the innocence of a child who knows no bounds, asked, "Dad, can Gregory eat with us?" he said, glancing sideways at me, a little further back. Antonio didn't hesitate for a second. He turned to me and, with the same elegance, pulled out another chair. "Of course," he said, his voice calm but firm, as if the idea had been his all along. "If Claudia asks, I have no objection. Sit down, Gregory." I don't think it's right, Your Majesty. I'm your daughter's nanny, and my duty is to eat with the employees," I murmured, full of concern. "Your duty is to do what your king commands, and right now I order you to sit at my table and eat under our company," he ordered, and my chest quickened as I saw the clear message in his eyes. I was not a simple servant in his life. My heart skipped a beat, but I hid it with a slight nod. I approached slowly and took a seat next to the princess, while George greeted me with a friendly nod from across the table. However, not everyone in the room was as pleased with my presence. Carmen was there, standing in the corner of the room. She was limping, a barely concealed grimace on her face, resentful of her earlier fall. Her eyes followed me, filled with fury and humiliation, as if she wanted to pierce me with her gaze. I knew she held a grudge, and even though I tried to concentrate on the food being served, I felt her gaze fixed on me. Claudia, oblivious to the tensions floating in the air, chatted excitedly about the day's adventures. "Dad, you have to see the puppy," she said excitedly, her face lighting up. "Gregory and I gave him a bath, and then he ran all over the yard, shaking himself, and covering me with soap. Claudia, you have to be more careful with that dog, you could end up in an accident," Antonio protested, being a protective father. "Father, Gregory is a superhero, she takes care of me, don't worry," Claudia mentioned, bringing a bite to her mouth. Jorge laughed softly, enjoying Claudia's contagious energy, while Antonio listened attentively. Despite his reserved demeanor, it was clear that his daughter's joy filled him with pride. "I'm glad you had a good day, Princess, and yes, Gregory is the one who takes good care of you, and that pleases me," Antonio said gently. Although it seems you and Gregory caused more chaos than necessary, it was clear the king was aware of everything. Claudia let out a mischievous giggle, but she didn't stop there. "And Carmen fell into the soap too," he continued, not maliciously but with amusement. "It was very funny." Carmen's grimace deepened, but she didn't say a word. She stood in place, like a constant shadow, her eyes never leaving me. "That's what happens when you face two naughty girls like you," Jorge said, winking at Claudia, who burst out laughing. Lunch passed between laughter and Claudia's stories, who talked non-stop about the things we'd done during the day. Antonio and Jorge exchanged smiles and light comments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, while I remained more silent, watching the princess shine under her father's attention. When the meal was over, Claudia yawned, and Antonio, always attentive, suggested, "It's time for you to take a break, my princess. It's been a long day." Claudia nodded, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. "I want to go to the game room," she said, and Antonio smiled tenderly. "Then go. I'll see you in a bit." Claudia stood up, and after a small playful bow to her father and Jorge, she happily headed towards the game room, leaving a trail of happiness behind her. I, on the other hand, silently bowed to Antonio and Jorge. "Thank you for letting me have lunch with you," I said with a respectful smile, and discreetly left the room. I needed a moment alone. The tension I'd felt during lunch, under Carmen's watchful eye, was beginning to weigh on me. I walked through the castle's corridors until I found a secluded corner, a small interior garden that few people visited. I sat on a stone bench, surrounded by the high, vine-covered walls, and let out a sigh. Here, at last, silence offered me refuge, away from prying eyes, away from the power games that always seemed to surround this place. I looked up at the sky, peeking through the treetops. My mind wandered, thinking about what Claudia had shared about her mother and the connection I was forming with her. I also wondered what Antonio thought. Sometimes, his gestures conveyed both distance and closeness, as if he were struggling to maintain a weakening barrier. The murmur of the castle gardens was a relief to my tangled thoughts. Sitting in that small, hidden corner, the breeze caressing my skin, I tried to organize my emotions, but the peace was short-lived. I felt his presence before I saw him. Antonio walked with the calmness of someone who knew what he wanted, and before I could look up, he sat next to me on the stone bench. The space around me seemed to shrink as our gazes met. He didn't say a word at first, just took my hand, interlacing his fingers with mine, his green eyes resting on mine as if searching for an answer we both knew, but neither of us had wanted to say. His touch was warm, familiar. His fingers moved up to my face, and when the pad of his thumb brushed against my cheek, I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling a wave of emotions wash over me. I wanted to lose myself in that sensation, in the warmth of his touch, but there was a shadow in my mind that wouldn't leave me alone. I opened my eyes and looked at him, my heart pounding. "Antonio," I began, my voice shaking more than I'd liked. "Why did you leave that night?" He took his hand away for a moment, letting out a sigh, as if he knew this conversation was inevitable. His eyes darkened, not with coldness, but with regret and responsibility. "There was an emergency," he said, his voice deep and calm. "Two families were about to start a war over some land the kingdom had ceded to them. I couldn't ignore it. I didn't mean to wake you, Gregory. After what we've been through, I thought you deserved to rest. I didn't mean to disappear." My heart sank at his words, but more than the explanation, it was the pain in his gaze. I wanted to believe him, and deep down I knew he hadn't lied. But the abandonment, though justified, had left a wound I couldn't ignore. "I need to know the truth," I whispered, struggling to keep my voice steady. "We can't have any more secrets between us, Antonio. If we want to have something real, something beautiful, we must talk." The silence that followed was like a taut cord between us. Antonio looked me straight in the eyes, and in his gaze I saw something he rarely showed, vulnerability. He nodded, as if he also knew this was a crucial point for both of us. "You're right," he said finally, his voice softer. "We'll talk, but not here." His tone changed, almost as if he were making a plan in his mind. "There's a special place I want to take you. There we can talk, without interruptions. I want you to trust me, Gregory." My lips parted to respond, but before I could say anything, Antonio closed the distance between us. His hand slid to my neck, and then, without further ado, his lips sought mine with the same urgency he felt on my chest. The kiss was like returning to that place we had both visited on that unforgettable night. Desperate, we clung to each other, as if afraid that time or circumstances would rob us of what we felt. His mouth devoured mine, with a fire I hadn't felt in a long time, as if the world around us had ceased to exist. My hands rested on his chest, feeling his heartbeat beneath the fabric of his shirt, as strong as mine. Our bodies leaned toward each other, seeking more, needing more, but never forgetting that there was so much left unsaid. I pulled away, with a shaky sigh, my forehead resting on his. "I don't want to lose this," I whispered, my words intertwined with my rapid breathing. "But I also want to understand you." Antonio looked at me with the same intensity, his eyes burning with emotions he rarely let show. He leaned down and touched my lips once more, this time softer, almost like a promise. "You're not going to lose me, Gregory," he murmured against my mouth. "But I'll prove it to you, not with words, but with actions." And in that moment, I knew that even though the road would be difficult, we were both willing to try. Gregory Sanchez. The castle kitchen was filled with warm and comforting aromas. Mary, the cook, had brought freshly baked pastries out of the oven, filling the air with their sweetness, while Simon, the butler, moved silently around the room, setting the table for lunch. Claudia, in the corner of the kitchen, was absorbed in her task, her tongue barely peeking out between her lips, filled with adorable concentration. I, for my part, was kneading the dough for the rolls the little princess enjoyed so much. "How are those rolls coming along, Gregory?" Mary asked with a knowing smile, turning to look at my work. "Claudia won't forgive you if they aren't perfect." "You're right, Mary," I laughed as I molded the dough between my hands. "And with our little princess's demands, I think even a professional baker would feel the pressure." Claudia looked up from her homework, her face lit by a mischievous smile. "I'm not that picky, Gregory," she protested, though her eyes betrayed her. "I just know what I like." Simon laughed in that deep, respectful tone that characterized him. "Ah, royalty and their exquisite tastes," he commented with gentle irony, pouring tea into the porcelain dishes. The atmosphere was so cozy, so familiar, that for a moment I forgot we were in a castle and not just some country house kitchen. But, of course, that tranquility didn't last long. The door swung open, and the sound of heels echoed on the stone floor. "Oh, but look what we have here!" Carmen's shrill voice broke the harmony of the kitchen, followed by Rita, her inseparable shadow. Both of them entered the room as if they owned the place, with their haughty airs and contemptuous looks. Carmen scrutinized everything around her, with that characteristic expression of ill-disguised contempt. Rita, as always, stayed a step behind, her cold eyes observing shrewdly. Both of them radiated malice, and it didn't take long for them to fix their attention on me. "What a surprise to find you here, Gregory," Carmen said, her tone dripping with venom. "It's unusual to see someone of your standing among such respectable people." Rita let out a hissing laugh, as if the joke had been clever, which it wasn't. Mary raised an eyebrow, irritated, but I remained calm. I'd learned how to deal with these two a long time ago. I just smiled. "Oh, Carmen, Rita," I replied, still composed. "Don't you have something better to do than wander around here spewing your poison? I think the castle is big enough for you to get lost and stop bothering the people working. You'll be wasting your time, Carmen retorted. I'm busy, I replied. You're paid to teach the princess manners, not to bake her dough that will make her fat and deformed. Shut up, Carmen, and get out of my kitchen. Go distill poison somewhere else, interrupts the cook. Carmen's face immediately tensed, but before she could reply, Claudia, who hadn't missed a single detail of the conversation, put her homework notebook aside and stood up from her chair, walking purposefully toward the table where I was kneading the dough for the rolls. Gregory's right, he said in an authoritarian tone mimicking his father, which surprised me. They're always causing trouble. We don't want them here. Carmen's face twisted in rage, but before she could unleash any of her usual reprimands, Claudia acted without warning. With a swiftness no one anticipated, the little princess grabbed the bowl of flour that was on the table and, with her childlike strength, dumped it over Carmen and Rita's heads. The white dusting of flour covered the two of them from head to toe, and for a second that seemed eternal, everything in the kitchen fell deathly silent. Mary's eyes widened, while Simon covered his mouth with his hand, stifling laughter. I froze, unable to process what had just happened. And then, as if on silent cue, we all burst out laughing. Mary burst out laughing, Simon couldn't hold it back any longer and joined in, while I doubled over with laughter, unable to hold back the tears welling up in my eyes. This is unacceptable, Carmen shouted, clumsily brushing off the flour, furious and humiliated. I'm going to make you regret it, you insolent little thing. But before she could approach Claudia, I stepped forward, placing myself between her and the princess. Don't you dare touch her, I warned him firmly, without a hint of fear. If anyone should regret anything here, it's you for always provoking others. Carmen frowned, her face red with rage. Rita tried to wipe the flour from her eyes, muttering something under her breath. But neither of them said another word. They turned, their dignity shattered, and left the kitchen, leaving a trail of flour behind them. Claudia approached me, a mischievous smile on her face. I looked at her with mock severity, though the laughter was still on my lips. That wasn't good, Claudia, I said, though my tone of voice betrayed my enjoyment. But I can't deny that it was very effective. The princess burst out laughing as I ruffled her hair. They deserved it, she replied, without a hint of remorse. Mary wiped away tears of laughter while Simon, still recovering from his laughter, leaned toward Claudia with a smile. Princess, it is always a pleasure to see how order is maintained in this castle. And so, the kitchen filled with laughter again, as I finished preparing the rolls, this time with an even greater sense of satisfaction. Claudia and I had become partners in crime, and the bond we shared grew stronger. I carefully carry the tray of rolls, my hands still warm from the oven. Claudia, with her boundless energy, bounces a little beside me as we head to Antonio's office. It's her idea to bring him one of the pastries we've made together. After all, the king has had busy days, and she's always thinking of ways to cheer him up. When we reach the office door, Claudia knocks softly before opening it. I find her charming in that gesture, as if she understands the importance of the place we're about to enter. Antonio sits behind his desk, his posture rigid and his brow furrowed, immersed in documents that seem to have sucked all the air out of the room. Dad! Claudia's sing-song voice immediately snaps him out of his concentration. He looks up, and as soon as he sees his daughter, the tension in his shoulders eases a little. As he meets my gaze, a flash of emotion crosses his eyes, a pent-up warmth struggling to surface. Claudia runs up to him, holding a roll she took from the tray. We brought you something delicious, she says, climbing onto her father's lap without asking permission. Antonio smiles, a gentle smile that seems to come from the depths of his tiredness, and takes the roll Claudia offers him. As he bites into it, he looks at me over the girl's head, and I feel the air in the room change density. His eyes, they convey something to me beyond words, something that burns inside me. If it weren't for Claudia's presence, I'm sure I would have already crossed the space between us and done what we've both been holding back for days. I struggle to look away and maintain my composure, but his presence envelopes me. It's as if his every gesture, every glance, is an invisible caress that touches something deep within me. I can't help but think of the last time we were together, in the apartment. The way he held me, the way he kissed me, as if in that moment we were the only things that mattered in the world. Our conversation about our private dinner in a special place has been on hold. He's been full of work, and I've told him I want him all to myself, uninterrupted. Since then, we haven't had a second alone together, and the need to talk to him, to feel him again, has become an urgency within me. Suddenly, Claudia breaks the silence, and her words fall like a bomb in the room. "Dad, I want Gregory to be my mom." My heart stops. The air catches in my throat, and I choke on my own saliva, causing me to start coughing awkwardly and loudly. I look at Antonio, waiting for him to say something, to get his daughter out of this mess with a joke or a casual word, but he's just as shocked as I am. His eyes widen, and for an eternal second, it seems like he's forgotten how to breathe, too. "Claudia," he finally manages to say, but his voice sounds weaker than usual, and that only makes me more nervous. I put a hand to my chest, trying to control my breathing, feeling my cheeks burn. My mind fills with images, thoughts I'd only dared to entertain in my most private dreams. Claudia looks at me with the same innocence as always, oblivious to the whirlwind of emotions she's unleashed. I don't know if that's something we should talk about now, I stammer, still unsure of how to get out of this situation. Antonio looks at me, his eyes filled with something indescribable. There's a mixture of desire, confusion, and a tenderness that melts me inside. I know he wants to say something, but he can't find the words, and Claudia sits there, waiting for an answer neither of us is ready to give. "Why not?" Claudia asks, with her typical childlike candor. "Gregory is the best. I want her to be my mom." His words, simple and pure, disarm me completely. I stand still, staring at the scene as if it weren't real, as if I were dreaming. But the warmth of the tray in my hands reminds me that this is all too tangible. Antonio, however, regains control of his breathing and clears his throat. "Claudia," he says, his voice firmer this time, "that is something very important, but also very complicated." "Why complicated?" the girl insists, innocent but persistent, as only a child can be. Antonio looks at her with love and patience, and then looks at me, his eyes now searching for something deeper. It's as if he's asking permission, as if what Claudia said has stripped him of any mask, and now it's just us, facing something we hadn't planned for. "Sometimes things aren't that simple," he says, stroking her hair. "But let's talk about it, okay?" Claudia nods, though she doesn't seem entirely convinced, and returns her attention to the roll she's holding in her small hands. Meanwhile, I'm still struggling to process what just happened, my heart pounding. Silently, I wonder how we got to this point, how something as simple as bringing rolls to Antonio's office ended in this childish confession that left the king and me exposed. And, worse still, I wonder how I feel about it all. Because, deep down, I can't deny that there's a part of me that wants what Claudia said. And Antonio's gaze, now more intense than ever, tells me he knows it. Chapter 14. Antonius Caspian. The air is thick with a palpable sadness as I walk toward the mausoleum. The trees in the garden surrounding the site whisper in the gentle evening breeze, but there's no comfort in that sound. It's a visit I avoid more than I care to admit, but today I feel compelled. My soul weighs on me. And I know I must face what's been in my chest for so long. When I arrive, I stop in front of the stone door. My wife's ashes rest here, in a huge niche in the center of the mausoleum, surrounded by fresh flowers. They look beautiful. My heart beats heavily, as if, with every step, a piece of my soul will be trapped in this place. People loved her and still love her. The kingdom calls out to her and reminds me of her with every step I take. I haven't stopped loving her for a single second. I open the door and silence envelopes me. Inside, everything is oppressive, solemn. The cold marble beneath my feet, the bare walls, and the shadows that extend as the light filters through the stained glass windows, everything reminds me of her absence. My wife, Claudia. I'm back, I murmur, almost in a whisper that chokes me. I've betrayed his memory, but I can't avoid this feeling I have for Gregory. I wouldn't want the echo of my voice to break the peace of the place. I take a step closer to the niche and stand there, staring at the inscription that bears her name. Queen Claudia, the mother of my daughter, the woman who was taken from our lives too soon. For so long, I believed my life had come to a close with her death, that what I felt for her would forever bind me to the past. But now, I feel like I'm letting you down, I confess, without looking up, as if the gravity of my words weighed too much. I came because I need to talk to you, even though I know you can't answer me. Silence answers me, but that doesn't stop me. The words flow, painful but inevitable. Gregory. That's the name that's been on my mind for weeks. I can't get her out of my head, I can't stop what I feel for her. It's everything I shouldn't feel after losing you, but I close my eyes for a moment, searching for the strength to continue. I've fallen in love with her. Spoken out loud, the confession hits me like a closed fist in the chest. I breathe deeply, feeling the cold marble in front of me, as if that cold were trying to take over my thoughts. I didn't look for her, wife, I didn't look for her. But she appeared, and she's become something I don't know how to ignore. She's good for Claudia, more than good, she makes her laugh, makes her feel what you never could, because you left before she could even know you. The words scratch my throat as they come out. Claudia. Our daughter. The girl who is everything to me and yet was always incomplete without a mother. That's what hurts the most, knowing that she never got to know her mother, that she'll never feel her hugs or hear her laughter. Today, Claudia asked me something I never thought I'd hear, I add, my voice trembling. She asked me to be Gregory's mom. The silence seems to grow even heavier, as if the walls themselves were waiting for my next confession. I can't hide how this has made me feel. My daughter, the most important person in my life, is so happy with Gregory that she's gone so far as to ask for something so big, so unreal to me, but also meaningful. I never thought something like this could happen, I continue, bringing a hand to my forehead, feeling the cold sweat on my skin. I always believed you'd be by my side, that you'd be the only one. But Claudia, she's changed everything. Gregory has changed everything. I look up at the niche, observing the place where my wife's ashes rest. I feel guilt and relief. Guilt for letting myself be carried away by what I feel for Gregory, for feeling like I'm betraying the memory of my late queen, but also relief because, for the first time in so long, I feel something other than emptiness. I don't know if this is right. I don't know if you'd forgive me for loving another woman, I whisper, feeling the pain in every word. But I can't help it. I'm falling in love with Gregory, and Claudia adores her. I know it's best for her, for us. I look around the mausoleum, waiting for some kind of answer, some hint that everything will be okay. But there's nothing, only the echo of my own thoughts. I must accept that the decision rests entirely with me. And that terrifies me. I want you to know that I will always love you, I say, my voice breaking. You will always be part of my life, but I can't remain tied to the past. Claudia needs a mother. I need to feel again. I need to live. The words come out like a plea, as if I'm hoping that she, somewhere in the afterlife, might give me her blessing. But I know no sign will come, no immediate relief. Forgive me, I whisper, my voice almost breaking, for not being able to fulfill what I swore when you left. I look one last time at the niche before turning around, my heart lighter, but still full of doubts about whether Agans will accept me. Outside, the wind continues to whisper through the trees, but the heart in my chest continues to beat furiously, as present as before. But now I know one thing for sure, I must move forward, I must try something new, something Claudia has asked of me with the purest love. And as I walk back to the castle, the image of Gregory and Claudia forms clearly in my mind. My new family, if she'll have me. When I returned to the castle, the visit to the mausoleum was still fresh in my mind. I had spent hours talking to my dead wife, longer than I expected. The darkness of night enveloped the halls, and the silence of the castle reminded me how late it already was. Claudia must be asleep. I climbed the stairs slowly, my footsteps echoing on the wood. When I reached her bedroom door, I carefully peeked inside. There she was, my little princess, asleep on the bed, wrapped in her pink comforter, her breathing calm and steady. The day's tiredness had overcome her. I approached slowly, leaning down to kiss her forehead. She was my anchor, the reason I kept going, even when my mind and heart were in conflict. Claudia stirred, but didn't wake up. I smiled at her, so serene, so carefree. I had to make sure my daughter grew up free from everything the world out there entailed. I felt relieved to know she was okay, that at least Claudia had that peace I seemed to be drowning in. I left her room, closing the door slowly so as not to wake her, and as I turned into the hallway, I came face to face with a figure that made my chest tighten in a different way. Gregory. She was standing there, wrapped in a cotton robe, her hair falling in soft waves over her shoulders. My eyes met hers, and something in me stirred. Before I could stop myself, I'd crossed the short space between us and taken her by the waist. I pulled her against my body, feeling her warmth. I couldn't deny what she made me feel anymore. Antonio, his voice was barely a whisper, and I could see the surprise in his eyes. I brought a hand to her chin, tilting her face toward mine. The softness of her skin beneath my fingers made me crave more, but I controlled myself, even though every fiber of my being pushed me to lose control. "I've been looking for you," I murmured, not taking my eyes off his. Her lips parted, as if she didn't know what to say in response. But she didn't need to say anything. The closeness, the shared silence in that dark hallway, was enough. With a gentle gesture, I guided her toward my room, my hand still on her waist, unwilling to let go. When I reached my bedroom, I closed the door behind us. The room was dim, lit only by a dim lamp next to the armchairs. I sat down on one of them, gently tugging at his hand so he could stay with me. Gregory slumped into the armchair opposite me, but his eyes were still filled with the uncertainty he'd felt all day. "Claudia," he began to say, as if it were the only word he could form. "Yes, I know," I replied, sighing heavily. "She never ceases to amaze me. When she asked you to be her mother," I felt a mix of emotions I still couldn't quite work out. I looked at Gregory, searching her face for any sign of how she felt about all of this. Gregory looked down, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Even in the dim light, I could see him biting his lip, shy, but filled with something that was driving me crazy. Claudia is special. And I love her so much, Antonio, he admitted, looking up. I never thought I'd ever feel this way for someone. I didn't expect this. Her words resonated with me. She cared about my daughter, adored her as much as I did. And while it all disarmed me, it also gave me a peace of mind I hadn't felt in years. I leaned forward, intending to kiss her, to let the moment speak for itself. But just as I was inches from her lips, my cell phone rang, a high-pitched, annoying tone that broke the magic between us. I cursed under my breath and pulled my phone out of my pocket, not wanting to waste the moment. "Give me a second," I said quietly, standing up as I answered. "Antonio, bro." Jorge's voice was unmistakable, but also drunk. I knew him well enough to know he was in some kind of trouble. I need you to come. I'm at the bar on the corner. There's a guy who, well, never mind. Come here, okay?" I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Jorge, always tangled up in something, and always calling me to save him. I looked at Gregory, who was watching me from the couch, waiting, even though he knew the call had changed the mood between us. "It's Jorge," I explained, putting my phone back in my pocket. "He's in trouble again." Gregory smiled, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes. I walked over to her, and this time, I didn't let anything stop me. I leaned in and pressed my lips against hers, gently but passionately, letting the contact be enough to convey what I hadn't had time to say. "Please take care of Claudia. And get ready, we'll have that date tomorrow," I said, caressing her cheek, without moving far from her face. "I'll be back soon." She nodded, her hand brushing mine for a brief moment before I turned and walked out of the room, leaving behind the moment that, if not for that call, would have ended very differently. Antonius Caspian. I got out of the car into the most chaotic and ridiculous scene I'd seen in a long time. Jorge was there, staggering in the middle of the street, his jacket wrinkled, his face smeared with blood and dirt, and a wrecked car beside him. The limo he'd crashed into was surrounded by a group of women who watched him with amusement and outrage, murmuring among themselves and surrounding him. "Are you serious? Is this mess the Duke?" a woman in a bright red dress said, her hand on her waist and a frown on her face. Jorge, in a pitiful state, laughed and tried to act cool, despite the blood on his eyebrow and the fact that he could barely stand. Ladies, relax. It's not every night that the Duke actually shows up to host a hen party, is it?" he stammered with a smile that was meant to be charming, though the effect was far from its best. As soon as I approached, the scene froze. The women's murmurings diminished into a deathly silence. My presence always had that effect when I found myself in situations like this. It was as if the atmosphere knew I wasn't in the mood for nonsense. The women took a step back, their gazes alternating between pity for Jorge and surprise at my arrival. "Jorge, this is too much," I murmured firmly, looking him up and down. He looked a mess. Fortunately, Gustavo, who had come with me, soon came over and began helping me lift him. Jorge continued talking in incoherent whispers, although the only clear phrase he managed was a constant, plaintive repetition. "Love sucks, and women are just a toy." We put him in my car with some effort, and while Gustavo made sure he was properly seated, I started the car, ready to take him home. "I'll never get married, Antonio," Jorge murmured, leaning back in the seat and staring at the car's ceiling as if he'd just made a vital discovery. Love doesn't exist. It's all a lie, and those women just want to laugh at you. I rolled my eyes, exasperated, while keeping my eyes on the road. Jorge had always been impulsive, but this time he seemed more hurt than usual. What happened, Jorge? I asked in a calmer tone, trying to get a coherent answer out of him. He shrugged, refusing to answer. His gaze was absent, fixed on some point in the night as if searching for answers in nothingness. We arrived at his mansion, and Gustavo and I led him to his room. We barely managed to get him to lie down on the bed when, amidst the silence, he began to speak. Everything was perfect, Antonio, until she said. He stopped and sighed, staring at the ceiling with a defeated expression. She told me we're just friends, you understand. That she'd never see me as anything more. There was no need to ask who he was referring to. Jorge had always been reserved, but in recent weeks, over drinks and laughter, he'd mentioned a woman who had begun to see him as no one else did. He described her as someone special, someone who gave him back a little hope in everything he himself scoffed at, love. It all fit. Maria. I sat down next to him, letting him vent in the silence, and took out my cell phone. Maybe talking to Maria would help clear things up for him, or at least give him peace. I dialed Gregory's number. Gregory, it's Antonio, I said quietly, not wanting Jorge to hear the call. I wanted to ask you a favor. Could you talk to Maria? I think she has something Jorge needs to hear. What happened? Gregory asked softly. Nothing to worry about, Jorge is drunk and talking nonsense. Why do you think Maria can calm him down? Why does he keep mentioning her? I'll try to talk to her, be careful on the way home. I loved every facet of this woman, she was my light and my darkness, my anchor in the midst of my difficult days. Entering the castle after midnight, a heavy exhaustion dragged me down, but a stronger impulse led me to Gregory's room. I found her asleep, her features soft and peaceful in the dim lamplight. Despite my exhaustion, I felt the need to stay with her, to leave behind, even for a few hours, my worries and burdens. I dropped my clothes at the foot of the bed, took a quick shower to relieve the pent-up tension, and quietly slipped under the sheets next to her. Just being there, feeling her warmth beside me, was enough to relax me. I settled in, wrapping a soft arm around her, and sleep soon enveloped me. When dawn arrived and light filtered through the window, I opened my eyes slowly, careful with every movement so as not to wake her. I dressed silently, making sure not to disturb her sleep, and left her room with one last glance. Before facing the day, I returned to my own room, where a quick change of clothes prepared me for what lay ahead, meetings, negotiations, and my responsibilities. After hours in the boardroom, with a group of men eager to close deals and share formal greetings, I took a moment to step back. I called Simone, an idea brewing in my head since the night before. Simon, I need you to prepare the secluded area of the castle, I asked, remembering the view I loved so much and how perfect that place would be for a private dinner. I'm having dinner there with Gregory tonight, and I have something important to tell him. As you command, sir. Simon, always diligent, understood the importance and made sure everything was ready. I hung up, feeling a mixture of anticipation and calm I hadn't experienced in a while. With meetings behind us, I joined Jorge and the rest of the group at the club for our usual round of golf. On the course, with the clear sky overhead, conversations became relaxed and the atmosphere filled with laughter. However, I took advantage of a moment when Jorge and I were alone to try to get him to open up a little more about the previous night. Are you feeling better? I asked, watching him as he raised the golf club, his gaze shifty as always. He laughed, a dry, humorless sound, and looked down. Let's just say I'm learning, Antonio. There's not much more to say. He tried to smile, but his eyes revealed the inner conflict he was trying to hide. Jorge, you can't keep burying what you feel, I insisted, taking a step closer. It was clear that what had happened the night before had been more than just a loss of control. He shrugged, avoiding any further comment. Although I knew he wasn't ready to fully open up, I recognized in his eyes a small hint of gratitude for having been there for him. Do what you need to, but don't destroy yourself in the process, Jorge, I murmured before the rest of the group joined in, putting an end to the conversation. That night, as I was preparing for dinner with Gregory, I remembered the words I longed to say to her, the things I had avoided telling her since she arrived at the castle and began changing my life in ways I never imagined possible. The evening was almost over. I went downstairs toward dinner, my heart lighter than usual, as if every step toward the private dining room was paved with the promise of what was to come. However, as soon as I reached the bottom step, I found Carmen sitting at the bottom of the stairs, her face covered by her hands, her cries echoing in the dimness of the foyer. I stopped in my tracks, watching his shrunken, trembling figure. Carmen, I said calmly, approaching slowly. What's wrong? Noticing my presence, Carmen dropped her hands and, without further ado, launched herself at me, wrapping me in a desperate hug. The surprise made me hesitate, but I waited a few minutes, letting her tears flow without interrupting her. After a while, her crying began to subside, and then I pulled away to look at her. Carmen, why are you crying like this? I asked, keeping my tone firm and respectful. She lifted her face, her makeup smeared and her gaze clouded by pain and something else, a trace of hatred in her eyes. Your Majesty, I can't stand it anymore. That woman, that Nanny, has no place in the castle. She's insolent, conceited, and, he hesitated, seeing the coldness in my gaze before continuing. She's manipulating the princess, and she doesn't even respect you properly. You must dismiss her, she's a threat to this place. Her request surprised me, although, on the other hand, Carmen had never been discreet in her dislike of Gregory. I sighed, gathering what little patience I had left, and studied her carefully before speaking. Carmen, we've talked about this before, I responded harshly. I'm not firing Gregory, and I demand respect for the person who has brought joy to my daughter like no one else has ever done before. But she tried to retort, but I raised my hand to silence her. Enough, Carmen, my voice echoed, giving her an unquestionable order. Gregory isn't just Claudia's nanny, he's someone I respect greatly. And you, as an employee of this house, must learn to do the same. I don't want to hear another word about her, understood? Carmen looked at me with bewilderment and resentment. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to scream, but instead, her lips trembled before closing again. She stood up, sharp and angry, and without another word, turned and walked stiffly down the hallway. I watched him leave until his figure disappeared into the distance, and I took a deep breath, remembering the promise he'd made to me, nothing and no one would come between Gregory and my daughter. Gregory was a fundamental part of our lives, and no matter what Carmen tried, his position in this castle was secure. I held back the impulse to shout the truth to her, to tell her that Gregory was much more than Claudia's nanny, that she was the woman who had brought color back into my days, but it wasn't time yet. Before anything else, I needed to confess my intentions, my affection, and my fears. When I finally spoke to her, when we met tonight, everything would be clear. I turned toward the dining room, where dinner and Gregory were waiting, and walked on, my heart pounding with joy and excitement, certain that I loved her and that tonight she would say yes to my proposal. Chapter 15. Gregory Sanchez. Unease felt like an icy blanket around my shoulders as I closed the door to Antonio's room behind me. His face, filled with worry, wouldn't leave my mind. The image of his hasty departure left a thorn in my chest, and although I tried to ignore it, the anguish grew stronger. I looked down, remembering how he looked at me before leaving, hurried and uneasy. Without a second thought, I headed to Claudia's room, making sure she was okay. I entered slowly, careful not to make a sound. There she was, her breathing calmly, her small hand peeking out from under the covers. I leaned down to brush her soft, silky hair, relieved to see her safe and peaceful, asleep in her bed. I returned to my room, although the calm of the night seemed to be against me. I sank onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, fighting the thought that something bad might have happened. Worry nestled in my chest and prevented me from sleeping. Antonio hadn't told me much about what had happened, but the tone of his voice made it clear it was serious. It was a while before my phone started vibrating on my nightstand. I grabbed it without hesitation, my heart racing when I saw Antonio's name on the screen. I swiped to answer, and his voice, though calm, still held a hint of concern. "Gregory, could you do me a favor?" His tone was gentle but urgent. "I need you to call Maria. I think it would be good if she kept in touch with Jorge, just in case." "Sure, don't worry, I'll do it right away," I replied, as quickly as I had answered. "Thanks, Gregory. I'll see you tomorrow." His voice filled me with a momentary peace, enough to calm my breathing a little. But the thought of Maria presented itself as another potential concern in my mind. Antonio's call raised more questions than it answered. Wasting no time, I looked up Maria's number and dialed it. The cell phone rang a couple of times before a faint, barely recognizable voice answered. "Maria, it's me, Gregory. Are you okay?" I asked, worried by the dull tone of his voice. I heard a faint sigh on the other end, as if trying to hold back a sob. "Gregory, you don't know how much I needed to hear you," she replied with a trembling voice. "Things haven't been good here." A lump formed in my throat when I heard her like that, because Maria rarely let her emotions get the better of her. "I'll come to your house tomorrow, okay? We'll talk about everything you need to." "Thank you, Gregory. I really..." Her voice broke again. "I don't know how I'm going to fix all of this." "Don't worry, Maria, you'll see that everything will be fine. I'll be there tomorrow. I love you." I said goodbye with a hint of anxiety in my voice, unable to ignore the echo of sadness in his words. I hung up my phone and sank back into bed, my worry growing with each passing second. This night would be long, and dawn, for the first time in a long time, seemed very, very far away. It was late at night when I felt the weight of a body slide under the covers. My heart leapt, and for a moment I remained motionless, holding my breath. But Antonio's unmistakable, woody scent immediately enveloped me. His hand, warm and secure, rested on my waist, and his slow, deep breathing gave me a peace I hadn't felt in hours. Without opening my eyes, I let myself be enveloped in the security of his embrace. Something in him seemed to need that closeness, and, feeling his chest against my back, I abandoned any trace of worry. I allowed his arm to tighten around me, as if he knew I needed it as much as he did. His steady rhythm lulled me, and before I knew it, I was slipping into a deep, restful sleep. At dawn, the cold, empty space beside me woke me up. When I opened my eyes, only the faint impression of his body on the bed and the lingering scent of his cologne remained. I stared into the void, feeling sadness coiling in my chest. I knew the day had already begun, and with a sigh, I decided to face what lay ahead. After a quick shower and a simple dress, I headed to Claudia's room. I couldn't shake the feeling of awkwardness from the previous night, but work and worries were still there, and the little one needed me. When I opened the door, I found her laughing, while one of the maids was adjusting the last details of her dress. Claudia looked at me and her smile widened. "Gregory, where are you going all dressed up?" she asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. I walked over to her and leaned down, placing a loving hand on her cheek. "I'm going out for a moment, Princess, but I promise I'll be back soon. I want you to be good, okay?" Claudia frowned, suspecting something. "Is it something bad? Is that why you're worried?" I shook my head, trying to keep my voice calm. "Nothing of the sort, my child. It's just a small, unimportant matter." I gave him one last smile, though something in my words sounded more forced than I'd intended. I said goodbye and walked toward the castle exit, an inexplicable pain in my chest. Arriving at Maria's building, I climbed the steps, feeling a slight tingle of anxiety on my skin. I knew something wasn't right, but I hadn't expected to find her so depressed. When I turned the key in the door and opened it, I was greeted by the dim light of the living room and the sound of a movie playing in the background. "Maria," I called softly, and when I entered, I saw her huddled in the armchair, her eyes red, her hair disheveled, and a tub of ice cream in her lap. She had a spoon in her hand, but she barely moved it. I approached slowly, sitting next to him and putting an arm around his shoulders. "What happened to you, Maria?" She took a deep breath and lifted the spoon again, bringing it to her mouth before letting out a sigh. "It's Jorge, Gregory. He looked for me, you know. He came to my door a few days ago, and everything was going well, until he ruined everything." I felt a knot in my stomach. So that was the reason Antonio had gone out last night so worried. Maria put down her spoon and covered her face with her hands. "I told him I didn't want." Her voice broke, that I wasn't going to let him treat me like just another one of them. He tried to apologize, but his way of seeing things is so cold, so distant. He treated me like I was just another hobby, something worthless. I took her hand, trying to offer her the comfort she so desperately needed. "Maria, you're not just anyone. You're my friend, you're strong and valuable, and if Jorge can't see that, then he's the one who's losing something irreplaceable." Maria looked at me, her eyes full of gratitude and pain. "Thanks, Gregory, but you don't know how much it hurts. The worst part is, I still care. I didn't want to feel this way, but when I saw him last night, after he came, I couldn't help it." I hugged her, allowing her to vent, while wondering how much Jorge had told Antonio the night before. I knew my friend needed time, and I also knew that Antonio and I would have to talk about it sooner or later. "Tomorrow, I want us to go somewhere, Maria. I don't want to see you here, hiding. You need to remember that you are so much more than someone else's words or gestures." Maria nodded, wiping away her tears and giving a slight smile. The return to the castle was accompanied by a gentle breeze that cleared my mind. It had calmed Maria a little, although I knew the pain wouldn't disappear overnight. As I reached the grand entrance, I observed the hurried movement of staff preparing some kind of event. One of them was Simon, who, holding a pile of tablecloths, stopped when he saw me and gave me a friendly smile. "Gregory, are you ready for tonight's surprise?" she said, her eyes shining with a hint of mystery. "The king will be waiting for you." I smiled, unable to help but feel a surge of emotion. "And where is this surprise supposed to be, Simon?" "I'll take care of that myself. Just make sure you look beautiful." The promise of nightfall made me hurry, but first I had to see Claudia. She'd surely be in her singing class by then, so I headed toward the living room. As I approached, the sounds of raised voices broke the quiet of the hallway, making me frown. I pushed open the heavy doors and, upon entering, my heart leaped with indignation. Carmen and Rita stood before Claudia, who was cowering and intimidated. The two women mocked her, their words filled with cruelty. Claudia tried to maintain her composure, but her hands trembled as she cowered in place. "Stop!" I exclaimed, advancing toward them with a firm stride. Without thinking, I grabbed Carmen's arm and pulled her with more force than she expected. Carmen spun around, her eyes blazing with rage, and raised a hand, but her attempt to hit me was in vain. I held on tight, feeling the fury building inside me. The two women tried to defend themselves, hurling insults in hushed, undisguised whispers, until finally I lost control and, without a second thought, slapped them both. The echo of the slaps resonated throughout the room, leaving Carmen and Rita in a state of shock and me unexpectedly calm. "Claudia, come here," I said gently, holding out my hand. The little girl, barely able to hold back her tears, immediately stood up and walked toward me. I led her to her room, closing the door behind us. "What happened, my child?" I asked tenderly, taking her face in my hands. Claudia couldn't contain herself and burst into a heartbreaking sob, her shoulders shaking as tears streamed down her cheeks. They hit my little dog," she confessed through tears. "They've treated me like this ever since I can remember, Gregory. They tell me I should be bad, and that if I behave, they'll do worse things to me. They force me to scream and say mean things. Carmen wants to be my father's wife." I listened to her in silence, feeling my heart fill with anger and sadness. I couldn't believe someone could torment a child like that. I especially wanted to be her father's wife. "Why do you let them do this to you, Claudia?" I asked gently, wanting to help her understand her own worth. Claudia looked down at the floor, a look of shame and fear. She took a deep breath, as if she were about to confess something she'd been holding back for a long time. "They know a secret of mine, Gregory," she whispered fondly. "When I was little, I liked to play in the gardens and hide things. One day I took one of Mom's necklaces and hid it. After that, I couldn't find it." I frowned, but let her continue. "Father noticed the necklace was missing and ordered a search of the entire castle. He summoned everyone, and after an investigation, they thought one of the maids had stolen it. The poor woman was taken to jail." I felt the knot in my chest grow bigger and bigger. Claudia looked at me, her eyes filled with guilt. I wanted to tell Dad the truth, but Carmen stopped me. She told me that if I said anything, he'd do bad things to me, that he'd ruin that woman's life, and that it would be my fault. Claudia sobbed, the pain and guilt she'd bottled up for years coming to the surface. "Since then, they've blackmailed me," she confessed, her voice trembling. "They force me to be bad, and I don't want to, Gregory." I hugged her tightly, feeling the love I felt for her grow even more. "Claudia, listen to me," I said gently, stroking her hair. "You're a wonderful girl, and none of this is your fault. We'll fix this, I promise. No one will ever hurt you again." She nodded, hugging me with the trust that had been so deeply stolen from her. I knew facing Carmen and Rita wouldn't be easy, but Claudia had trusted me, and I would do everything in my power to protect her. Gregory Sanchez. The sun was already setting, bathing the walls of my room in warm, golden tones, when I headed to the vanity to start getting ready. This dinner wasn't just another evening with Antonio, and I knew it. So did Claudia. After what happened today, I couldn't leave her alone, not with the things those witches had done to her. It was time to tell Antonio the truth and put an end to the silent torment his daughter had endured. I opened my closet and selected a soft-toned dress, one that wouldn't attract too much attention but would reflect my dedication to this special night. Claudia was sitting on my bed, her hands restless, her fingers tightly intertwined. Seeing her, I approached and knelt in front of her, taking her hands in mine. "Ready, my girl?" I whispered affectionately. Claudia took a deep breath, looking down at her small hands before looking up at me, fear reflected in her gaze. "Gregory." "I'm scared," she said softly. "If I tell Dad what I did, will he hate me?" I caressed her face, feeling the sadness of that little girl who had carried the pain of a guilt she didn't deserve. It was a prank, from which a vixen took advantage. "My love, your father would never hate you. You didn't do anything wrong, you were just a little girl who wanted to play. Besides, those women have no right to force you to do bad things or threaten you. Tonight, Antonio will listen to you and he will understand." She nodded, though her lips were still trembling. With slow movements, I began to comb her hair, speaking in a calm voice, trying to ease her anxiety. "Tonight, you don't have to be afraid. I'm with you, and nothing bad is going to happen to you, okay?" I assured her as I wove her hair into a delicate braid, adorning it with a white ribbon that highlighted the purity of her face. Claudia nodded again, and after I slipped into the dress, we were both ready to go downstairs. We looked at each other in the mirror, and in her reflection, I saw a small spark of courage in her eyes. I hugged her once more before taking her hand. "Come, my brave one. The king is waiting for you." Our footsteps echoed in the vast hallway as I breathed, forcing air into my lungs. We started down the stairs, Claudia at my side, her small hand tightly gripping mine. Simone was waiting for us at the bottom of the stairs, and when he saw us, he smiled with a warmth that seemed to understand the importance of this evening. He was one of the familiar faces in the castle. "Miss Gregory, Princess Claudia," he greeted us, bowing his head. "Are you ready for tonight's surprise?" I nodded with a smile, and Claudia blinked with the curiosity typical of a child, although it was clear that the sureness of my hand gave her confidence. She led us toward one of the side gardens, which had been carefully decorated. Small lights hung between the tree branches, and a simple but elegant table was set up under a canopy that fluttered in the breeze. Antonio sat there, his expression calm and serene, which turned to surprise and joy when he saw Claudia. His eyes shone with unexpected warmth, and the softness of his smile revealed how much this moment meant to him. "Good evening, my beautiful women," he greeted, standing as he bowed gently to Claudia and me. "I didn't expect to see my little one tonight. Claudia, I'm so glad you're here. Daddy, I'm happy you're here," he interrupts, caressing her cheeks. "Aren't you upset?" she asks in her soft voice. "I could never be angry with you. It makes me happy to have you with us on this special night, daughter." He ordered another chair for Claudia, without taking his eyes off her, and then I leaned forward to kiss him on the cheek with a naturalness that almost surprised me. Claudia watched the scene with wide, curious eyes, as if trying to understand this simple yet meaningful gesture. "Thank you for including us, Your Majesty," I said softly. "This evening is important, and I thought Claudia should be here too. Thank you for being the way you are with my daughter, thank you for loving her. You guys are becoming the best thing in my life. You are unique, Gregory. And you are a great father, a magnificent king and an incomparable man," I whispered in his ear, caressing his arm. Antonio nodded, watching me affectionately. Finally, dinner began in a relaxed atmosphere, although Claudia and I knew this evening would bring revelations. After a couple of courses and a glass of wine that I had savored in silence, Antonio looked up at me, straight into my eyes, his gaze grave. "Gregory," her voice was calm, though her tone betrayed the concern she'd harbored throughout dinner, "I feel there's something important you want to tell me. May I ask what it is?" I took a deep breath, clasping my hands on the table and looking at him sincerely. "Your Majesty, tonight I wish to open my heart to you, without reservation. What I have to tell you isn't easy, but it's something you need to know." Claudia squeezed my hand under the table, and I felt a strength in her gesture that gave me the confidence to continue. I told her about my Aunt Melissa and her illness, her silent struggle, and how it had shaped my life since I was a child. I talked about how difficult it had been trying to give her the support and love she needed, and how, despite her health problems, she always pushed me to seek something more. What made me come here was the need to pay for better treatment for her. I confessed that I had never babysat before. The dogs thing was always true, but I'd never had any experience with little ones. Antonio listened without interrupting, his eyes reflecting understanding. I told him about my past relationship, how I had learned from that experience and how much it taught me about love, expectations, and loyalty. I confided in him all the fragments of my story, the fears and hopes that had brought me to this moment. But I knew there was a more delicate truth that still needed to be shared. I took a deep breath before turning to Claudia, giving her an encouraging look to continue the story in her own voice. Her expression serious, her hands slightly trembling, she looked bravely at her father. "Dad, there's something I want to tell you." Her voice was low but firm, and she looked up at him, her eyes full of the truth she'd kept hidden for so long. "A while back, I took one of Mom's necklaces. It was to play with, and then I couldn't find it. Carmen found out, I don't know how. But Carmen and Rita have made me do bad things with all the nannies since that day, telling me that if I told you anything," Claudia took a deep breath, swallowing back tears, "you would hate me. And that I should make you marry the governess." Antonio's expression changed to one of pain and understanding, and before he could say anything, Claudia continued, her voice now tinged with emotion. "I wanted to tell you the truth. I always wanted to, but Carmen stopped me and blackmailed me. I didn't want those things to happen, Dad, but I was afraid." The silence that fell was intense, and Antonio looked at his daughter, his hand on hers with a tenderness that moved me so much that I couldn't hold back my tears. "Claudia, nothing in this world could make me hate you," he said in a deep, broken voice. "I'm so sorry I didn't see what you were going through. That's over. I won't let anyone hurt you again." "I love you, Dad," she whispered, getting out of her chair and going to hug her father. "I love you more. Forgive me for not defending you. I swear they will make up for everything they've done to you." "I want Gregory with us forever," she asked through tears. "I know it will happen," he replied, looking up and meeting my watery eyes. Claudia let out a sob and leaned toward her father, hugging him tightly. The truth had been told, and the relief on her small face was evident, as if she had finally left behind the pain of years of fear. Antonio looked up at me again, his eyes conveying a gratitude so profound it seemed immeasurable. "Gregory, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for Claudia and me," she said. "Tonight you've given me more than I can express." I just nodded, knowing there was no need for more words. The emotion still vibrated in the air when Antonio, still hugging Claudia, cleared his throat, his gaze soft but resolute as he regarded her. "Claudia," he began, "tonight I didn't just come to hear what you had to say. I also want you to know that we're trying to give you a family." The girl looked at him, her eyes large and serious, absorbing every word. Her hand was still tightly held in mine, and I smiled tenderly, encouraging her to listen. "I've spent too long not understanding what you needed, not understanding your fears," he continued, looking at her with all the love he could offer. "But now I want to offer you something better, something whole, something you can call home." He paused and turned to me, his eyes filled with a brilliance beyond words. "Gregory," he looked at me intensely, "you are that missing piece." Claudia looked at us with surprise and excitement, a small ray of hope beginning to ignite on her face. I felt my heart pounding, Antonio's every word penetrating deep into my being. Then, without another word, Antonio slipped his hand into one of his suit pockets and pulled out a ring. Its sparkle shone in the soft candlelight, but even brighter was the tender expression on his face. He knelt before me, his eyes never leaving mine. "Gregory," she said, her voice trembling, "you have transformed my life and Claudia's into something I never imagined possible. You have not only been my daughter's caregiver, but also the woman who has known how to touch the deepest and most forgotten parts of my heart. Will you do me the honor of being my wife, of creating a family for Claudia together and being a part of us?" Words didn't seem enough to express what I felt. A whirlwind of surprise, emotion, and love enveloped me as I watched that man, so confident and vulnerable at the same time, giving me his trust and love. My eyes met Claudia's, who was watching us with awe and shyness, but also with hope. Seeing my gaze, she gave me a small smile, and I felt an even deeper connection begin to form between the three of us there. "Yes, Antonio," I replied, my voice trembling. "Yes, I want to be your wife, and yes, I want to be a mother to Claudia, if she'll let me." Claudia looked at her father and then at me, and in a whisper said, "So you would be my mom?" I nodded, taking her small hand in mine. "Only if you wanted to, Claudia. No one will take your mother's place, but I'd like to be by your side to help you, to be the one who cares for you and loves you, like a mother would." Claudia hesitated for a moment, her eyes filling with tears, then nodded, a trembling smile on her lips. "I want a family. I want you to be my mom." The three of us hugged, feeling a peace and connection so profound it was hard to describe. It was as if, at last, every piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. However, when the embrace dissolved, Antonio and I exchanged a look that held the same silent thought. We knew that, before we could move forward as a family, there were still issues we needed to resolve. Carmen's figure, and also the memories of his wife, the dead queen, were matters that needed to be resolved so as not to tarnish this new beginning. Antonio squeezed my hand gently, and I saw on his face the promise to face whatever came. I knew that, together, we would find a way to protect this family we had just begun to build. "But first," she said in a firm, protective voice, "we have a matter to resolve, Gregory. Carmen will never hurt you again, not you nor Claudia." After dinner, Antonio, Claudia, and I went upstairs together like a true family. Claudia seemed light-hearted, smiling in a way I'd rarely seen, as if she felt the warmth and security of home. We took her to her room, where I helped her get ready for bed while Antonio read her a short story, his soft voice filling the room with peace and affection. As we closed the door, I turned to him with a smile. His eyes shone with determination, but his expression was serious. "Wait for me in the office, Gregory," he asked, taking my hand and squeezing it gently. "This isn't going to end like this, and I think both you and I need to see it end." I nodded silently and, after giving him one last encouraging glance, headed to his office, where I settled into the armchair I'd seen so many times from afar. Shortly after, I heard firm footsteps and Antonio's authoritative voice, calling Gustavo to bring Carmen and Rita. The words echoed like a sentence, and a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't long before the door opened and the two women entered, their expressions bewildered and frightened as they faced the king. Antonio closed the door behind them and stood at the front, his imposing presence filling the room with fear and truth. "I need to know what's been going on all this time," he said, his voice deep and controlled. "What have you done and said to my daughter? How dare you mistreat someone under my roof?" Carmen, who had remained silent until then, stood up straight with a defiant look in her eyes. "Your Majesty, I don't know what you're accusing us of. We've only done our duty, taking care of the princess as she deserves. It's not our fault if she suddenly decides to make up stories, influenced by outsiders," she added, giving me a venomous look. My heart was pounding, but I stayed still, letting Antonio lead this confrontation. His gaze sharpened as he listened, the calm before the storm. "I won't allow you to question Claudia's word, much less after what happened," Antonio responded harshly. "My daughter has endured your abuse for too long, and I won't tolerate it any longer." Carmen pursed her lips, and Rita, the maid, shrank slightly beside her. But instead of cowering, Carmen pointed her finger at me, her expression turning into obvious resentment. "This all started the moment she arrived, Your Majesty. Don't you realize how Gregory is trying to replace the queen? All of this, his attentions, his sweet words, it's all a show to keep his position." Before she could react, Antonio stepped forward, his voice sharp as ice. "I demand respect from you, Carmen. Gregory is the woman I've chosen, and she's the mother my daughter needs. She's not someone you, or anyone else, can question. So I'm warning you, don't try to manipulate either Claudia or me again." Carmen's face turned pale, but she tried to compose herself immediately, her expression turning into despair. With a desperate movement, she knelt before him, trying to touch his hand. "Your Majesty, I love you. I've been by your side forever, waiting for this moment. You and I are the only ones who know the loneliness of this place, the responsibility of the crown. I know what you need, and I could give you what you ask for. Let me show you that I can be the woman you need." The confession hung in the air, awkward and almost pathetic. Antonio looked at Carmen without any emotion on his face, his voice cold. "Carmen, my heart has never belonged to you, nor will it ever. My loyalty and love are with Gregory, and that will not change." He stepped away from her, and I watched Carmen's shoulders slump, but at the same time, a rage ignited in her eyes that alarmed me. He stood up, his expression showing resentment and spite. "This isn't over." Her voice trembled with suppressed rage. "I have my place here, and if you want to destroy me, I assure you I'll take you with me. I'll destroy everything you hold dear." An icy silence filled the office, and although my heart was pounding, I knew Antonio wouldn't back down from his threats. He remained calm, his voice unbreakable. "Grab your things, Carmen. Don't set foot in this castle again. And don't try to threaten us, because I won't allow it." With a final look filled with fury and bitterness, Carmen left the office with Rita, leaving behind the echo of her words, but knowing she had been defeated. Antonio and I remained silent, looking at each other with love and promising each other that everything would be okay. He looked at me with tenderness and relief, taking my hand in his. "This is over, Gregory," she sighed, her tone gentle. "And now, nothing will stop us from building the life we so desire." I smiled at her, grateful and relieved. For the first time, I felt we were on the right path to building a real family with Claudia. Chapter 16. Antonius Caspian. The sunlight reflected off the water, creating golden sparkles that seemed to leap into the eyes of the woman accompanying me. I felt a peace I barely recognized as my own, something that, since Gregory and Claudia had entered my life, had slowly seemed to settle in my chest. Claudia was excited, running back and forth on the yacht's deck while holding her small dog in her arms. Her laughter echoed beautifully in the air, as if the breeze itself had caught her and carried her out to sea. Gregory stood beside me, his hand clasped in mine as we watched Claudia. His gaze shone with tenderness and maternal love, as if we could read each other's thoughts without saying a word. There was a calmness in his eyes that gave me a peace that not even my years as a king had been able to offer. "Looks like someone's enjoying this more than us," I said softly, pointing at Claudia, who was currently holding the puppy up to the sky, as if she could show it the whole world from her arm's length. "Yeah, I have a feeling someone's about to lose their cool when the little dog sees the water," Gregory replied with a smile, squeezing my hand. "Dad! Look how he loves the wind!" Claudia shouted from the bow of the yacht, turning toward us as the puppy wagged his tail excitedly. I approached her, taking her by the waist so she could hold on better, and the puppy snuggled up in her arms, still staring curiously at the vast ocean. "It's a nice day to see the world from here, don't you think?" I said, and Claudia nodded fervently, her eyes wide and alert as she watched the water stretching out across the beach. "Can we go faster, Dad?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with nerves and excitement. I laughed and nodded, casting a knowing glance at Gregory, who was watching us from the other corner of the deck. I approached one of the crew members to signal for them to increase speed, and soon we felt the vibration of the yacht sliding more forcefully through the water, generating a foamy wake that felt like a carpet behind us. Claudia screamed with joy, hugging her puppy tightly, her laughter mingling with the sound of the waves and the wind. "I think you're braver than I thought, little one," I said jokingly, although my words were sincere. She looked at me, with a mischievous smile and her hair flying free. "I'm the king's daughter, Papa. I'm not afraid of anything," she said with a proud tone, and in that instant I could see her mother's reflection, a reminder that, although it had pained me in the past, now only brought me gratitude for this moment. Gregory approached us, hugging me from behind, and Claudia watched us with a smile, her eyes attentive to every detail. The puppy took advantage of the pause to jump out of her arms and start running around, chased by Claudia's laughter. "You know," Gregory said, his tone gentle, "I think today is the perfect day to forget about the responsibilities of the kingdom for a bit, just enjoy ourselves as a family." His words touched a deep place within me. I had spent so many years dedicated to the kingdom, with the decisions and sacrifices, that I had forgotten what it meant to simply live, to breathe the salty air, and see those I loved happy, without worries. "You're right," I replied, looking at her tenderly. Maybe it was time for that. After what Carmen did, treating my daughter like a nobody, forcing her to do things she didn't want to do, I felt like the most miserable of men, a father who couldn't take care of his daughter. I promised her mother I'd take care of her, and I failed her. Now I've silently promised my daughter that no one would harm her again. I decided to take this trip to begin to make amends for everything she's endured. We sat at the back of the yacht, letting Claudia approach us, still holding her puppy. "Dad, are we going to do this more often?" she asked, her eyes full of hope. Gregory and I looked at each other, and without even hesitating, I nodded. "Whenever you want, little one," I assured her. This is just the beginning of our family travels. I couldn't deny her, after all, she deserved this and so much more. Claudia smiled, satisfied with my answer, and settled between us, resting her head on my shoulder. Gregory stroked her hair gently, and the dog, exhausted from so much excitement, settled into Claudia's lap, closing his eyes. "Thank you, Dad, for everything, and to you, Gregory, for being such a wonderful mom," Claudia whispered, and her words filled me with a deep, true warmth. My future husband watched her, his eyes brimming with tears. Gregory looked at me, his eyes filled with love, and nothing else needed to be said. In that moment, the world was complete. We were a family, and the future belonged to the three of us. The night enveloped the yacht in a whisper of passion, interrupted only by the gentle lapping of the water against the hull. Claudia had fallen asleep in one of the cabins, after Gregory told her a story in that soft, serene voice that always calmed her. From the doorway, I watched my little girl drift off to sleep while her tiny puppy curled up at her feet. Gregory looked at me, and the serenity in his eyes spoke to me without words. I headed to the yacht's small kitchen and began preparing something special for us. I wanted to make this evening something unique, something that would seal what we were building together, step by step. When dinner was ready, I called her over, and she approached slowly, with a smile that, even in the darkness, illuminated more than any candle. We sat facing each other, the reflection of the ocean obscured behind the window, giving us an almost complicit privacy. For a few minutes, we ate in silence, and then I took her hand in mine, knowing there was something she deserved to hear from me, no matter how difficult it was. "Gregory," I began, feeling the words rising in my throat. "There's something I need to tell you." She tilted her head, with an understanding expression that only she knew how to give me, inviting me to continue. "Years ago, when I lost my wife, I made a promise," I said, staring at my hands for a moment before meeting her eyes again. "On her deathbed, I promised her I would never fall in love again, that my love would be hers alone. And for a long time, I kept that promise." I sighed, as if doing so would rid me of the last burden of that past. "When you came along, everything began to change. What I feel for you, what you've done in my life, in Claudia's, has made me doubt that promise. And, at the same time, it has freed me from something I didn't know was holding me back." Gregory nodded, squeezing my hand. His gaze reflected understanding and a shared pain that until that moment I hadn't fully understood. "I understand, Antonio," she said softly, with that understanding that consumed me. I, too, was trapped in a painful past. Her words dropped to a whisper as she continued. "I was in a relationship that was..." Her voice cracked a little, but she kept her gaze fixed on me, with a strength that could only come from someone who had suffered and healed, abusive. "For years, I was made to feel small, worthless, as if every smile was a favor, and every touch, a debt. It was hard, but I left all of that behind, for Claudia, for you, for us." "I want the name of the person who hurt you so much," I asked in a fit of rage. "I would have that wretch beheaded." "It's no use, you're all that matters. I'm so happy that I don't want anything to tarnish this moment," he replied, with an angelic smile. "Regarding your aunt, I want to help. We can get her out of that clinic or send her to another country. I've been investigating Antonio, I don't want us to be a burden on you. With the salary you pay me to take care of Claudia, I can cover the expenses. I want you to be safe. I love your daughter. I receive the pay because I need her. Giving her love is free. Listening to her makes me love her more. I know, and that's why I want to help. Please accept, you will be my wife and you have the right to everything that belongs to me. But I love you, I don't want you to think that. There's nothing to discuss. We'll take your aunt to another country, get more opinions, and things will get better. You are a blessing to my life, Antonio." I remained silent, absorbing each word. I reached out to touch his cheek and caressed his face with a tenderness I'd never felt before. "You're stronger than I ever imagined," I whispered, moving a little closer. "You have no idea how much it means to me that you're here, and what you do for my daughter, for me." In response, she slowly stood up and extended her hand toward me, inviting me to dance, even though there was barely enough room to move in the small kitchen. Regardless, I wrapped my arms around her, and we began to sway to a soft melody that seemed to be whispered through the waves. Our bodies moved in sync, unhurried and unpredictable, letting the moment guide us. At some point, I closed my eyes, allowing the warmth of her closeness to erase any trace of shadows from our past. She rested her head on my chest, and I leaned in to kiss her hair, feeling how each second with her anchored me more deeply to the present, to the freedom of loving her without reservation. That dance led us, wordlessly, to my cabin. There, in the darkness, time lost all meaning. We gave ourselves to each other with the same passion and trust with which we shared our stories. It was a night of redemption, of surrender, of acceptance. In his arms, I left behind the years of loneliness and guilt, and I felt that, at last, I was free. Gregory Sanchez. The soft morning light filtered through the windows of Maria's small apartment, enveloping the room in a welcoming aura that contrasted with the solemn atmosphere of the castle. Claudia settled into the armchair, fascinated by the television screen, which displayed songs and characters from some Disney movie that had her completely absorbed. Her laughter echoed occasionally, like a cool breeze clearing the air. Every so often, her eyes shone with a genuine, simple emotion, a happiness I had never seen before. How is it possible that a simple television screen makes her so happy, given the immense fortune she has? The princess is a clear example that money is not complete happiness. It can be found anywhere, even in the humblest place filled with light and joy. I turned to Maria, who was sitting across from me, curled up in a blanket that wrapped her in a warm embrace, though her expression was pale. Her hands rested clasped in her lap, and every so often she pursed her lips as if trying to control a sudden bout of nausea. She'd been complaining of these symptoms for days, and despite her insistence that it was only temporary, worry had begun to settle in my chest. "Have you eaten anything today?" I asked quietly, looking at her with a hint of concern. She grimaced, shaking her head. My heart felt a little pinch. She was stubborn and didn't like going to doctors. "I can't. I can barely smell food without feeling like I'm going to faint. I tried tea yesterday, but it wasn't enough." A sigh escaped her lips. "I feel like a 5-year-old avoiding vegetables." "Maria, maybe you should go see a doctor, get some tests done." "This has been going on for days." I leaned forward a little, trying to get her attention and concern for her own well-being. Maria let out a tired laugh, looking at me gratefully. A gesture furrowed her lips and she let out a sigh. There were times when I wanted to hit her head to make her stop being so stubborn. "Gregory, do you really think this is more than just a feeling of discomfort?" she asked in a whisper, as if saying it out loud might give shape to something she wasn't yet ready to accept. I took her hand with a little force, my way of showing support, and I saw the slight tremor of uncertainty in her eyes. I knew Maria was rarely honest when it came to caring for herself. I'd seen the strength with which she faced problems, but also her inability to let others care for her. "I don't know," I replied, holding his gaze, "but I'd rather not leave anything to chance." She nodded to reassure me, while her gaze shifted to the television, where Claudia was laughing delightedly at the animated characters. "Does little Claudia watch a lot of movies at the castle?" Maria asked, a small smile appearing on her face as she watched her. I shook my head, looking up at my little princess. "Hardly ever. Between her classes, the rules, and all the protocol, she barely has any time. I think this moment is like a little treasure for her." Claudia's smile made me smile too, and her happiness in that simple space made the air feel light. Maria looked at me with tenderness and mischief at the same time. "And you? Do you have any moments of respite?" "Since you moved to the castle, I've noticed something different about you," he said, with a lopsided smile that hid more than it showed. I raised an eyebrow and bit a nail, waiting for him to respond. I felt the heat rise to my cheeks, and I let out a breathy laugh. "You know, there's not much time for respite, but—" I paused, allowing my thoughts to wander back to Antonio and the nights of whispers and shared confessions. I think, in the midst of it all, I've also found my own little corner of peace. I'd already told her about the wedding. She cried beside me, promising to help with the preparations. She asked a ton of questions. I was able to answer some, but I kept others to myself out of professional secrecy. Because of the love I'd had for Claudia since we discovered Carmen, I swore I'd protect her tooth and nail. No one would ever hurt her again. She was my daughter now because I'd decided so, and she'd be an excellent mother. Maria raised an eyebrow, looking at me with a satisfied expression. "Oh, I see." Her lips curved into an amused smile. "I think I know exactly who you're talking about." Before I could respond, Claudia let out a small squeal of excitement on the couch, and we both turned to look at her. She was laughing so genuinely, hugging a pillow as if it were her adventure partner. Around her, Maria's apartment was filled with laughter and such warm vibes that I almost forgot we were there because my friend, deep down, wasn't feeling well. "Mom, look. This is my favorite character," Claudia said suddenly, turning to me with a joy that made my heart sing. "Mom?" Maria asked with a look of surprise. "He's been doing it since we went for a ride on the royal yacht. Believe me, I almost fainted the first time I heard it," he confessed, feeling flutters in my heart, like the first time. "Wow, I never imagined you as the mother of a princess," she whispered, giving me a kind gesture. "I'm not ready, but I'll learn along the way." Hearing Claudia call me Mom was something that never ceased to surprise me. The title was still new, but one that felt increasingly real and full of meaning. "It's all yours, darling," I replied with a smile, returning the same energy. Maria sighed with warmth reflected in her eyes. "It's incredible how much you've changed in such a short time, Gregory. You look so complete," she mentioned again. My gaze softened, and I leaned toward her, squeezing her hand. "Thank you, Maria. None of this would be possible without you." My words hung in the air, but in her eyes I saw the gratitude and pride of someone who had seen my struggle and my journey. Claudia immersed herself back in her movie, and I took advantage of the moment to focus on Maria. "I'm going to take you to the doctor if this doesn't get better soon, okay? I don't want any excuses." She snorted, but there was a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Okay, but I don't like being babysat. Unless you bring ice cream next time." "Deal." We both laughed, sharing a moment that was just ours, the kind of moment that reminded me of where I came from and everything that had changed about me since I arrived at the castle. As we settled into the small, cozy sofa, Maria listened with expectant eyes and a half-smile as I told her about the wedding Antonio and I had planned. Her reactions ranged from surprise to excitement, but at the mention of Carmen, her lips twisted into a look of contempt. "That bitch got what she deserved," Maria said with a satisfied smile, crossing her arms. A soft sound beside me interrupted the moment. Claudia, curiosity reflected in her eyes, tilted her head as she looked at us. "Mom. What does bitch mean?" she asked innocently. Maria's laughter erupted in a failed attempt to hide her mistake, and I had to hold back mine as well. I approached Claudia and gently stroked her hair. "It means, someone you don't like very much," I replied, giving Maria a warning look. "But, my dear, it's not a word you should use. It's better to say we don't like each other." "Okay, Mom," Claudia replied calmly, nodding with that childlike seriousness that sometimes disarmed me. She hugged me, satisfied with my answer, and turned back to the television. Before we could continue our conversation, there was a knock at the door. Maria hurried to open it, and to my surprise, there stood Antonio, standing tall in his imposing presence, and Jorge, smirking at his side as he cast discreet glances over my friend's shoulder. "Your Majesty, isn't it a bit early to interrupt our girl talk?" Maria murmured, her tone gentle, though with a hint of irony. But her eyes rested on Jorge for a moment, as if gauging his presence. "Oh, Mary, I didn't mean to ruin your private moment," George said with a charming smile, inclining his head in her direction. "I only came to accompany the king in his duty to escort his princess and his future queen." "I didn't ask you, I spoke directly to the king, since he's going to marry my friend, that makes me someone close to him," Jorge interrupted sarcastically. "I thought for a second you were dying to hear my voice." "I barely heard the buzzing of a mosquito," Maria rolled her eyes, but couldn't help but smile slightly. As we were preparing to leave, Claudia bent down to pick up her little dog, who was resting at the foot of the couch. She gave Maria a hug and, in her characteristic goodbye style, said in a sweet voice, "Maria, I hope you soon give me a cousin to play with." Maria's expression turned pale, her lips parting in a slight gasp as she looked at Claudia and, for a second, stole a glance at Jorge. The Duke, for his part, seemed surprised, but his smile deepened, his eyes never leaving Maria's figure. "Come on, darling," I said to Claudia, stroking her shoulder and smiling, trying to dispel the awkward silence that had fallen in the room. "Thank Maria and tell her you'll see her soon." Claudia obeyed, and we all said goodbye to Maria, who stood at the door watching us leave, with Jorge saying goodbye with a polite nod. As we left, Antonio offered me his arm, and I took it with a smile as we walked toward the car. "Shall we go to dinner?" Antonio asked, while Claudia nodded enthusiastically, petting her little dog, who was resting in her arms. "Yes, Dad." "Can we have spaghetti like last time?" she asked, her eyes shining. "Of course, my princess." Antonio tenderly caressed her cheek. "And, for today, there will be no rules of etiquette. Tonight it's just us, like an ordinary family." Jorge approached Antonio and, with a handshake, said goodbye. "Enjoy the evening with your family. I have things to attend to." His eyes flashed in the direction of Maria's apartment before he turned around, and I couldn't help but smile knowingly at the small sign. As we arrived at the restaurant, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and whispers as Claudia enjoyed her plate of spaghetti, laughing every time a strand slipped from her lips and stained her chin. I looked at her with a tenderness I'd never imagined I'd feel. In such a short time, my life had been transformed. Antonio took my hand across the table, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Protocols, the curious glances from other tables, and even the shadows of the past that once threatened to separate us didn't matter. Now we were here, together, and for the first time, I felt whole. "You know, I've never been to a restaurant like this with Dad," Claudia whispered to me, looking at Antonio with an admiration that filled my soul. "Then it's going to be a special night, honey. And I think your little dog is going to love it too," I replied, stroking her hair. Chapter 17. Gregory Sanchez. As the flour mixes with the sugar and the sweet aroma of vanilla fills the kitchen, Mary and I work on the cake Claudia had requested to celebrate the end of her ballet classes. We laugh and joke between spoonfuls and pinches of ingredients, and the moment feels so peaceful and perfect, like a simple but precious ritual. "Gregory, I assure you this cake is the best thing we've made in days," Mary jokes, tapping me on the hip as she checks the mixture. "Well, with this weather, It's the perfect way to sweeten the afternoon. I smile, concentrating on whisking the mixture. The feeling is so cozy, so human. But the moment is interrupted when the cell phone in my pocket suddenly vibrates. I quickly wipe my hands, and when I see the hospital number, my chest tightens. It's the nurse informing me that Melissa has had an episode and needs me to come in immediately. No need to say anything, Mary senses it instantly. I hurriedly take off my apron, stumbling over my words as I explain the situation to Mary. Please tell the king I had to leave for a family matter. He'll understand, but if I don't return soon, tell him to expect me for dinner. Calm down, girl, go carefully and have faith that everything will be okay, he told me, giving me a loving gesture. Please take care of Claudia, I begged, letting out a sigh. Mary nods, her worried expression following me as I walk through the kitchen and out into the garden, searching for the nearest driver who can take me to the hospital. I was hurrying across the garden when, suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. At first, the contact startled me, and I looked around, confused, until my gaze met familiar eyes. Alan, my ex, the same one I hadn't expected to see again after the incident at the pet store. Gregory, I haven't seen you around here in a while. It turns out you've changed your life, haven't you? You feel like a queen now, she suggested with a sarcastic smile, squeezing my arm with no intention of letting me go. I abruptly broke free from his grasp, my pulse racing not only from surprise but from disgust. Do your job and leave me alone, Alan. I don't have time for your nonsense. He laughs, narrowing his eyes in disdain. Oh, are you very busy now? What's wrong, Gregory? Have you forgotten where you came from? It seems that now, as the future queen, you no longer remember anything. Before I can respond, a deep, commanding voice rises through the garden, cutting the air like a knife. Enough. It's Antonio, who approaches with confident steps, his eyes fixed on Alan with a gaze that could freeze fire. Alan takes a step back, very intimidated, but tries to maintain his defiant stance. Antonio doesn't flinch, his imposing eyes leaving no room for doubt as he stands next to me. I hope you understand what I'm about to tell you, because I'll say it only once. His voice is cold and sharp. The woman you're assaulting is Gregory, my fiancé and future queen of this kingdom. I will not tolerate any more disrespect. Alan, pale and speechless, gives me one last look, a mixture of fear and frustration, then lowers his head and walks away without another word, carrying the boxes of supplies toward the kitchen. Antonio turns to me, his expression softening as he looks at me and extends his hand, a silent invitation to stay by his side. Are you okay? He asks, his voice warm and concerned, as if he wanted to erase any discomfort Alan's presence had caused me. I nod, taking his hand with gratitude, more than that with love. I'm so in love that nothing else matters. I love him and I want everything we're starting to build. Thank you, Antonio. I didn't expect to see you here. He gently caresses my knuckles, holding my gaze. You don't have to worry, Gregory. Anyone who tries to hurt you will have to face me. His words are firm, and I feel the promise behind them. I look in the direction where Alan has vanished, still with the echo of his sarcastic words in my mind, but with the certainty that by Antonio's side I am protected. Now, will you tell me where you were going in such a hurry? She asks, keeping her hand intertwined with mine. To the hospital. It's my aunt, Melissa. They called me saying she'd had an episode, and I wanted to see her as soon as possible. Antonio nods, giving me a supportive squeeze. Okay. I'll go with you. I'll drive myself. You don't have to do it. It's not up for discussion. You're the woman I love, my future wife, and I don't need to stand in front of an altar to swear I'll never leave you alone. We'll work this out together, Gregory. Hearing him express himself like that makes my legs stop working. I have to cling to his chest to avoid falling. I love him and I will never stop doing so. We arrived at the hospital in a painful silence, with a somber urgency hanging over us like a dark cloud. Antonio doesn't let go of my hand as we head to the emergency room, and although his presence instills a measure of calm in me, the fear of losing my aunt makes my hands tremble. A doctor approaches us as soon as he sees us. Uncertainty is evident in his gaze when he realizes who is with us. In a grave tone, he informs us that Melissa hasn't responded to the new treatment and is in her final moments. The word "end" hits me like a deafening echo, and I struggle to stay on my feet. Without thinking, I cling to Antonio's arm, trying to hold on. Do whatever it takes to save her, he orders without hesitation, with an authority that makes the doctor nod quickly. His voice, firm and decisive, causes all eyes to shift toward us, and the hallway fills with whispers and rumors about the king and the commoner at his side. We're allowed into the intensive care unit, where Melissa lies, her skin pale and a ventilator keeping her alive. Her body seems so fragile, a shadow of the strong, vibrant woman she always was to me. A doctor follows us, his head bowed, as if he too were grieving. I'm so sorry, Miss Gregory. There's nothing we can do. Your organs have shut down, and it's only a matter of time, he said, his voice filled with compassion and resignation. My tears can no longer be contained. I approach Melissa's bed, taking her cold hand in mine. I know she can't respond, but I lean toward her, trying to find some comfort in her serene features, even despite her suffering. Thank you for everything, Aunt. My voice is a broken whisper, barely able to say anything through my tears. I don't know what would have become of me without you. You gave me everything when I had nothing, when I didn't even believe in myself. I wish I could give you back everything you've done for me. I never knew my parents. The only family I had was lying in a dying bed. On rare occasions, she told me stories about my mother, about how she met my father. To be honest, I was never interested in knowing about them. I was happy having her, my aunt. She gave everything she could to make me happy and have a full life. The monitor beeps softly and steadily, until it turns into a flat, steady sound. My chest tightens, and the silence that follows makes me feel like the world is collapsing around me. Antonio wraps his strong, protective arms around me, allowing me to release the pain that's weighing me down. I feel his hands on my back, supporting me as my heart shatters. Without a word, Antonio takes control of the arrangements. He manages the paperwork and covers all the expenses, ensuring my aunt is honored as she deserves, a gesture so noble that the doctors and nurses can't help but marvel, their gazes fixed on the king holding a common woman as if she were the most precious thing in his world. Days later, the chapel where the funeral is taking place is full of those who knew Melissa, and although I've tried to stay strong, seeing the coffin in front of me brings back all the pain. At my side, Claudia holds my hand, with a maturity that moves me, while Maria, who keeps wiping away tears, stays close to me. Jorge is also there, as is Antonio, who never leaves me alone for a moment, his presence like an anchor in this sea of grief. As my aunt's coffin is lowered into her final resting place, I feel like a part of me is being buried with her. The only family I ever had, the person who gave me a home and a reason to fight, is no longer there. My world feels empty, and sadness is an anvil that seems to crush me. Around us, the murmur of the audience is incessant. People are surprised to see the king so close to a commoner, many wondering why he's here, what connection he could have with someone so common. They don't know what unites us, nor the oath we seal in the intimacy of our gazes. She would have been proud of you, Gregory, Antonio whispers in my ear, his warm voice giving me some peace amidst the pain. I nod silently, never taking my eyes off where Melissa rests. For her, I'll keep going. For her, I'll accept the love and family they're trying to give me. Gregory Sanchez. Breakfast with Antonio is one of those rare pauses in our fast-paced lives where everything seems to stop. Morning light filters through the dining room windows, and the aroma of coffee and freshly baked bread envelopes the room, making the feeling of home tangible. Claudia is busy with her classes, allowing us to talk privately. Antonio holds my hand on the table, his thumb drawing small circles on my skin. We should set a date for the wedding, he says suddenly, his eyes boring into mine with that sparkle I love so much. I don't want this to be delayed any longer. I smile, surprised by his urgency, but at the same time, I understand. After everything we've been through, it seems logical to want to seal our commitment right away. How about in 2 months? I suggest, feeling that this idea gives us enough time to organize something special without making us wait too long. Antonio nods, satisfied. Sounds perfect to me, he says, and his smile makes me feel secure, as if all the pieces of my life's puzzle have finally fit together. We finish breakfast between conversations about the details we both want for the ceremony and the preparations. I tell him that Maria is going to help me. He accepts and takes the opportunity to tell me what happened that night when Jorge called him. We draw our own conclusions and agree to help them when they need us, even if they are stubborn. However, time flies, and we soon remember the appointment we have scheduled at the office. Today we'll meet the new nanny who will be responsible for Claudia's care, a choice we didn't take lightly after everything that happened with Carmen. Upon arriving at the office, Antonio and I settle in, relaxed, waiting for the candidate to arrive. The door opens and a woman walks in, with a slender figure and her face partially covered by straight bangs that fall over her eyes. Her clothing is modest, almost stiff, and her clumsy, somewhat nervous movements catch our attention. She doesn't seem to fit the image of a professional governess. "Good morning," she says in a faint, barely audible voice. "I'm Marguerite." He gives us some references, and at first, he seems to be going through the motions. However, there's something about his demeanor that makes me uncomfortable. His tone of voice, the way he avoids my gaze, and the slight trembling in his hands, everything strikes me as suspicious. "Do you have experience with girls Claudia's age?" I ask, studying her fearfully. She nods with a style that leaves much to be desired, but avoids my eyes. My discomfort increases, and I begin to notice small details, the way her lips twitch when she speaks, the tension in her jaw. And when she looks up, I see something in her eyes that seems familiar, something that makes my blood run cold. It's Carmen. The same glint of arrogance disguised as submission, the same dark spark in her eyes. Carmen has disguised herself, changed her appearance, but she can't hide who she is. Anger bubbles in my chest, and, without hiding my astonishment, I point at her. "Carmen!" I exclaim, and her expression turns into a grimace, revealing her identity. Antonio immediately stands up, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with controlled fury. Carmen, seeing herself discovered, tries to take a step back, but the guards are already at the door, blocking her escape. "I thought you could come in here disguised and we wouldn't catch you." Antonio snapped, his voice as cold as ice. Carmen, cornered, lets out a nervous laugh, full of contempt and spite. Her eyes, once submissive, now glare at us with open hatred. "I won't let anyone take what's mine," she screams, her words thick with resentment. You, Gregory, took everything from me. But I'm going to get even. I'm going to destroy you all. Get out of here, Antonio orders, raising a hand authoritatively. Carmen writhes under the pressure of the guards, but she doesn't stop screaming as they drag her toward the door. This isn't over, she shouts as she's led outside. You'll both be sorry. I'll destroy you. The echoes of her threat fill the office even after the door closes behind her, and a cold feeling hangs in the air. I take Antonio's hand, trying to control the trembling that Carmen's invasion has awakened in me. I won't let him hurt you, or Claudia, he says firmly, and I feel his hand wrap around mine in a protective warmth. I nod, taking slow, deep breaths to calm myself, trusting his word. The day passed after the incident with Carmen. We all calmed down and promised not to tell Claudia what had happened. So, taking advantage of the clear day, I went to pick up the princess for our special shopping trip with Maria. Claudia beamed when she saw me, her eyes sparkling with excitement knowing that a day full of shopping and new things awaited us, a day in which she would enjoy the present and the new things life had to offer. Maria was waiting for us with a warm smile and, upon seeing us arrive, she exclaimed enthusiastically. We're going to find the perfect dress for you, Gregory, he said, winking. And Claudia's going to help us, right, little one? Yes. Claudia exclaimed, holding her little dog in her arms. I want to help pick out the prettiest dress for Mom. We ventured into the city center, losing ourselves among the shops filled with fine fabrics, shoes, and dresses that Claudia insisted on trying on, each one more striking than the last. Her vitality and enthusiasm were contagious, and little by little, the tensions of the past dissipated. We laughed at Claudia's every quip, at Maria's every eccentric comment about fashion and trends. It was as if, for a moment, worries and fears no longer existed. As we strolled through the shops and discussed designs, Claudia constantly asked for details about the wedding, choosing the decorations, flowers, and even the flavor of the cake from her imagination. We arrived at an atelier where we selected the designer who would be in charge of making the wedding dress. We chatted about fabrics and styles, and with every step, I felt my dreams come to life. However, when the conversation changed direction and Maria mentioned what had happened with Carmen, a shadow crossed my face. Maria noticed it immediately. How are you feeling? He asked softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. I sighed, feeling the emotion still pounding in my chest. It was terrifying. I thought we'd put all that behind us, and suddenly Carmen appears, like a ghost from the past, bringing all that darkness with her. Let's make sure Claudia doesn't hear us. Maria nodded, understanding. You don't have to worry about her anymore, Gregory. You're with Antonio, and he'll do everything he can to protect you and Claudia. Claudia, oblivious to our conversation, was selecting a pair of shiny shoes that made her smile. That day became a special, almost therapeutic experience, and when we finished shopping, we decided to do a good deed. Claudia suggested we take the clothes we wouldn't wear to nursing homes and assisted living facilities, something she thought would make many people happy. After our visit to the nursing homes and homes, we said goodbye to the people we had helped and headed to a convent, the last one we visited. Claudia, eager to enjoy the garden, turned to us with a smile. I'm going to play in the garden, but I promise not to stray too far, she said before running off with her dog in tow. I warned her not to stray too far, although I secretly hoped Maria and I would finish moving the donations soon. However, when I stepped outside and looked around, Claudia was no longer in sight. At first, we thought she was playing behind the bushes or hiding behind a tree, but after searching the entire yard, fear took hold. Claudia! I called, a lump in my throat, feeling the worry rising faster and faster. My hands shook as I turned to Maria. She's not here. I don't see her anywhere, Maria. We both began searching the garden and every corner of the property, but there was no sign of her. We panicked, and I immediately called the royal defense, who, upon arrival, confirmed that they hadn't seen Claudia at any time, either entering or leaving. Despair settled in my chest, making my breathing become erratic. My God, where could he be? I murmured, my voice breaking. I couldn't wait any longer. I took out my cell phone and, with trembling hands, called Antonio, praying he'd answer immediately. Antonio, it's Claudia. She's not here. We've searched everywhere and we can't find her. Chapter 18. Omniscient Narrator. In the darkness of the night, Alan prowled the high castle walls, his figure hidden among the bushes and dense vegetation. Ever since that brief confrontation with Antonio, his wounded pride and simmering anger drove him to an uncontrollable vengeance. He watched, always waiting for the perfect moment to capture a glimpse of Gregory, to let him know he could still reach her, that she wouldn't escape him so easily. While he was pondering, he heard a murmur of hurried footsteps in the stillness of the night. From the shadows emerged a slender, hunched figure, advancing with an aura of despair surrounding her like a specter. Upon focusing his gaze, Alan noticed that the woman had disheveled hair and a frantic look. It was Carmen, Claudia's former governess. Her presence there was no coincidence. As their gazes met, they assessed each other, weighing their intentions with the instinct of someone recognizing a potential ally. After a brief silence, Alan was the first to speak. "Are you looking for something too?" he asked in a low tone, with a malicious smile. "I seek to reclaim what is mine," Carmen replied, almost a flash of madness in her eyes. "The place Gregory stole from me. That insignificant woman." She pressed her lips together, letting out a hateful whisper, "doesn't deserve to be at the king's side." Alan's curiosity grew and, with the same conspiratorial air, he moved a little closer to her. "I'm Alan, Gregory's true love," he boasted, crossing his arms smugly. "I don't know what drove her to betray me, but she and I have a history. And I won't leave until she understands that her place is with me." Carmen raised an eyebrow, interested in this unexpected turn of events. "So you're Gregory's ex? Perfect. Maybe we can help each other. We both have a score to settle with her." Alan looked at her with intrigue, recognizing the spark of bitterness and resentment in her words. Then, Carmen began to lay out a devious plan in words, one that appealed to both of their weaknesses. Alan's eyes lit up as he listened, enchanted by the cruelty her words whispered. "What if we take Claudia?" Carmen suggested in a whisper, as if merely stating the idea could unleash a greater evil. "She's Antonio's treasure, and Gregory." Oh, imagine the suffering on their faces. Alan looked at her, processing the magnitude of what Carmen was suggesting. He could imagine Gregory, desperate, pleading, begging to get the little girl back, accepting any conditions just to have her in his arms again. "And in exchange for Claudia, we'll give them a choice," Carmen continued, her voice thick with malice. "They'll have to separate in order to have the girl back. Gregory returns to you, and Antonio." She paused, a deranged smile appearing on her lips. "Will have me." Alan nodded, understanding everything. "It'll be simple. You know the castle gates better than I do. And when I see Gregory, I'll remind him of everything he left behind. Make him understand that if he wants the girl back, he must return to his place. With me." Carmen held out her hand, sealing the dark pact that bound them in an alliance as twisted as their shared hatred. Claudia was in the convent garden, where Gregory and Maria had stopped to deliver clothes and food to needy children. Surrounded by flowers and bushes, the little princess amused herself by throwing a ball in the air while the puppy fluttered around her. She didn't suspect that Alan and Carmen were watching her every move from a distance, hidden behind a thick bush. "Is it now?" Alan whispered, his eyes wide with anxiety and his pulse racing. Carmen, with disturbing calm, gave him an impatient look and nodded, whispering under her breath. "Yes, it's time. Just follow my signal and don't let her get away." Alan nodded, slipped into the nearest bushes, and waited for Carmen to come forward. The former governess took a deep breath and walked toward the girl with a fake smile. "Claudia," he called sweetly, reaching out to capture her attention. "It's me, dear, remember? Carmen, your governess." Claudia took a step back, frowning suspiciously. Instinctively, she grabbed the collar of the puppy that was barking loudly. "What are you doing here? You can't be near me." "My dad forbade you," the girl replied, planting her feet on the ground and giving him a cold stare. Without losing her fake smile, Carmen took another step forward. Claudia, with the instinct of a clever and brave child, stepped back until she was almost out of reach. But that was when Alan appeared from behind and surrounded her, blocking her escape. The princess looked both ways, searching for an exit, but found herself trapped. "Get away from me," he shouted in a shaky voice, throwing the ball at Alan's chest. "Shut up, little one," Alan muttered irritably. "This won't be any harder than you make it." Claudia tried to wriggle out of Alan's arms, kicking and punching with all her might. Her little dog barked desperately, constantly trying to bite Alan on the legs, but he ignored it, concentrating on holding Claudia and stopping her attempts to escape. "Let me go. My dad's coming for me," he screamed, kicking and pushing furiously. Carmen, enraged, pulled out a handkerchief soaked in liquid and held it to Claudia's nose. Claudia tried to resist, but little by little, her energy dwindled. Her eyelids grew heavy, and her resistance faded. "Well done," Alan said, lifting Claudia into his arms and heading toward the van parked near the orphanage. The walk to Alan's house passed in somber silence, with Carmen casting satisfied glances at the sleepy girl. They kept her asleep long enough to reach their hiding place, a modest house, but secluded enough to avoid suspicion. Once there, Alan placed Claudia in a small, enclosed room, dimly lit by a high window. When Claudia woke up, the fear in her eyes was replaced by a spark of pain and resentment. "Let me out," she shouted, launching herself at the door and banging on it with all her might. "Dad will find me. They'll know what you did." Alan watched her from the doorway, arms crossed in a mocking smile. "Your dad won't come if Gregory doesn't do what we ask," she said, ignoring the fury growing in Claudia's eyes. "Don't worry, princess. We just want you to understand that the world doesn't revolve around you. My mom is strong, and so is my dad." Claudia shouted, giving her a look of hatred. "They'll get me out of here and lock you up." Carmen laughed, moving forward until she was crouching down at Claudia's level. "Oh, you little fool. Gregory won't be queen. He'll be nothing. Because once this is over, I'll be the one standing by your father's side." Claudia spat on the ground, pushing Carmen away and throwing herself at the window, determined to find a way out. She banged hard, but the height was so high that it was impossible to reach it without help. Alan closed the door, making sure the place was sealed shut. "There's no point in you trying, Claudia. No one will come for you until Gregory decides to obey." But deep down, Claudia knew her parents wouldn't rest until they found her. Within the darkness of the hiding place, Carmen and Alan carefully plotted their next steps, while in the adjoining room, little Princess Claudia rested under the effects of sedatives. Carmen, obsessed and jealous, spread out on the table a series of sheets of paper, ink, and blurry photographs they had both taken of Claudia in her unconscious state. Each image showed the little girl from different angles, carefully positioned to suggest a more sinister danger than she had actually been. Alan watched the images with a dark satisfaction. "We have to be meticulous, Carmen. We don't just need them to be terrified, we need them to surrender. We need them to understand there's no turning back," Alan whispered, running his fingers over the camera. Carmen nodded, taking a pen and beginning to write. Her handwriting flowed in long, elegant strokes, but what she expressed was far from elegant. "Dear King Antonio and his beloved fiancée. You have no idea how close your precious daughter is to losing everything. Claudia is at our mercy and will remain so until you agree to our demands. If you wish to see her again, we'll end this game. Gregory, you will abandon the king and return to the shadow. If you both do as we ask, perhaps you will be fortunate enough to see your little girl grow up. But don't take this as a mere warning. Claudia will pay for every misstep. Test how far we're willing to go." Satisfied, Carmen turned to Alan, who was holding one of the photographs. "It's perfect," Alan said, admiring the cold tone of the message. "Nothing left over, nothing missing. Just enough to destroy them." Alan attached one of the most disturbing photos, an image of Claudia sleeping, innocent of what was happening around her, her tiny body lying on the floor as if there was no hope. "This image will shatter them, especially her," Carmen added, pointing at the photo. "That silly Gregory will think she's living her worst nightmare." They both laughed as they sealed the envelope and prepared the package. They knew this was only the beginning of his threat. Antonius Caspian. "I never thought hearing Gregory's voice on my cell phone could be so devastating." His tone spoke of desperation, and when he said he couldn't find Claudia, a deafening ringing settled in my ears. I felt the air drain from my lungs and a sharp pain in my chest that took me back to that dark night, to the exact moment Claudia was born and her mother died in my arms. I promised to protect her until my last breath. How had this happened? I hung up, perhaps seeming rude, but I couldn't continue listening to her crying and just stand there doing nothing. I ordered to be taken to Gregory's immediately. As the car moved forward, my mind spiraled into increasingly dark thoughts. When I arrived, I saw her in a corner, in tears and with a disfigured face. I approached, taking her by the shoulders, hoping she could say something to clear up the chaos in my head. What happened? How could Claudia not be here? My voice broke, fear seeping into every word. Forgive me, I feel like I'm dying. Claudia has become someone very important in my life, she mumbled in the middle of her tears, dashing my hopes. I approached her and took her in my arms, offering comfort. It's not your fault, we'll get her back, I swear. Gregory looked up, his eyes wet and filled with guilt, but he seemed unable to answer me. His lips trembled, trying to formulate an explanation. Before he could utter a word, Jorge burst into the room, and his gaze spoke volumes, concern, but also an unwavering determination. In a second, he took control of the situation. Show me the security camera footage immediately, he ordered firmly, addressing the defenders who had gathered at the entrance. A few minutes later, one of them returned, pale and nervous. Your Majesty, the cameras. They're not working. It seems someone disabled the security system. I felt the ground beneath my feet. A part of me knew the possibility of Claudia being in danger was real, and with each passing second, the fear grew like a crushing shadow. What do you mean they don't work? They were the damn security cameras the castle provides to everyone in this town. I roared, anger mixing with terror. Who was responsible for this? How could they let someone take my daughter? Jorge placed a hand on my shoulder, in an attempt to calm me down. Antonio, we have to keep a cool head, he said in a calm but firm voice. The priority is to find Claudia and make sure she's safe. We need your leadership. I nodded, taking a deep breath as I struggled to maintain control. We returned to the castle, and I gathered the entire royal defense in the great hall. My voice resonated, harsh and sharp. This operation will be handled with absolute discretion. No one outside these walls must know that the princess has disappeared. The only objective now is to bring her back, and bring her back alive. The faces of my men showed the same frustration and despair I felt, but their confident looks told me I could count on them. Gregory, standing beside me, was breathing heavily, but he offered me an unexpected hug. His arms wrapped around me, and in that moment, my entire armor crumbled. I accepted his comfort, resting my forehead on his shoulder as I felt fear consume me. I failed her, Gregory, I whispered, my voice breaking. I failed my daughter, and her mother. She held me tighter, her whispered words trying to calm me. No, Antonio, you didn't fail her. She knows you'll do the impossible to bring her back. I trust you, he comforted her in a whisper, stroking my back. I collapsed in the darkness of the office, unable to hold back the tears that had built up. The guilt and pain were a pounding in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I had promised to protect Claudia from all harm, and now, when she needed it most, I couldn't do it. The days since Claudia's disappearance had been a nightmare. As the hours passed, emptiness and fear gripped every corner of the castle. Gregory and I hadn't slept, barely eaten. Every minute slipped away like a grain of sand in an hourglass, and with each one, the feeling of hopelessness grew in my chest. We were gathered in the office, me, Jorge, Gregory, and Maria, when Simon entered with a quick, urgent stride. He asked permission to speak, and his expression spoke volumes. He had news. He immediately handed out a note with the solemnity of a war herald, explaining that an unknown child had delivered it to him at the castle gates. Trembling, I reached for the letter and broke the seal, my heart pounding. The words on the paper were cold and calculated. We know what you love most, just as we know how much you are willing to lose. Understand this, if you wish to win back the princess, there is only one price to pay, to separate forever. Claudia will return to the castle if you follow our instructions. Otherwise, you will never see her again. This is not a warning, but the only way out for you. Do not try to find us. Silence fell like a curtain in the room. Gregory, his face pale and his breathing labored, turned to me and whispered, trembling. Antonio, maybe if we separate, she will come back. Her voice was barely a murmur, broken and weak, but the pain in her eyes spoke of a sacrifice she was willing to make. I felt a stabbing pain in my chest. The thought of losing Gregory was almost as unbearable as the thought of losing Claudia. No, I replied, placing my hands on his shoulders. We're not going to let this get to us. It's not an option. Gregory blinked and composed herself, shaking her head as if her own words had surprised her. Forgive me, I don't know what I was saying, she murmured, her eyes filling with tears. But, maybe, if we catch Carmen, we can find Claudia. Rita, the maid, is the only one who knows where Carmen is hiding. Maybe she can help us. The idea was a good one, and I immediately ordered the former maid to be brought to the castle. Soon, Rita appeared, surrounded by 2 guards, her gaze shifty and fear etched on her face. The pressure and urgency made my voice harsh, almost a growl. Rita, you know why you're here, I said, my gaze fixed on hers. "We need Carmen's location, and I suggest you speak now if you want a chance at redemption." Rita hesitated, nervously fiddling with her hands, her eyes moving restlessly between us, until she let out a shaky breath. There's a place. It's the house of someone named Alan. I know Carmen went there to plan, and she always talked about it being her base." The desperation on my face must have been evident, because Rita quickly added, "I'll give you the address, just don't hurt me. I didn't know I'd go this far." "Speak quickly," I shouted desperately, causing him to scream and show the fear he felt. "They are at the house of Gregory's boyfriend or whoever was his boyfriend. Please don't hurt me," she asked again, and anger grew inside me. Gregory squeezed my arm and nodded. She knew the address and could guide us there. We were preparing to leave, every second counted, and my only thought was the promise of bringing Claudia back. Without looking back, I gave the order. The royal defense was ready, Jorge and Gregory were ready to accompany me. I wouldn't rest until my daughter was back, and those who had brought us to this hell would pay, even if it was the last thing I did. We managed to break into Alan's house at dusk, moving with caution and suppressed fury. The guards burst in first, while I made my way alongside Jorge and Gregory. As we entered, I heard a noise upstairs. It was Claudia's faint moaning, and my heart nearly stopped. When I went upstairs and opened the door, I found her, dirty, exhausted, but with eyes full of courage and fear. I ran to her, wrapping my arms around her, and she clung to me as if her life depended on it. "Dad," her voice was barely a whisper. "Claudia, you're safe. It's all over now, love," I murmured, holding her tight as the guards led Carmen and Alan away, handcuffed and covered in humiliation that barely touched the beginning of what they were going to pay. Back at the castle, Gregory immediately took charge of Claudia. He took her to her room and filled the tub for a warm bath. I stood in the entryway, listening as Gregory calmed Claudia, who, through broken words, told him what had happened in that dark house. She mentioned how the little dog, the same one Gregory had bought her months ago, had stayed by her side, like a faithful guardian. It was the only comfort she'd ever had. Gregory listened patiently, wiping my daughter's tears and reassuring her gently. He promised that as soon as she finished her bath, they would make ice cream and cake, a promise that brought a smile to Claudia's face, albeit a shy one. "With lots of colors, Gregory?" Claudia asked, with a spark of excitement. "Any colors you want," Gregory replied, kissing her on the forehead. "And your little dog will be there to try out whatever we make, but you'll be the first to see how it turns out." With that promise, they went down to the kitchen, where an explosion of laughter and flour erupted almost immediately. Claudia, still somewhat fragile, laughed out loud as they kneaded and decorated pastries. The little dog jumped around them, barking happily and grateful for the freedom. When I finished speaking with the defense captain and reassuring myself that those responsible wouldn't see the light of day for a long time, I headed to the kitchen. When I opened the door, I found Gregory and Claudia covered in flour and dough, laughing as if the world were a perfect and safe place again. My daughter, her face streaked with color and a pure smile, looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. "Dad! We're making colorful cakes," she exclaimed, running up to me and hugging me, not caring that my clothes would be a mess too. "Can I join?" I asked, smiling as I stroked her hair. "Of course you can, honey," Gregory mentioned, smiling like only she knew how. "Mom, do you think Daddy could make us a cake?" my daughter asked, and I couldn't help but feel the emotion that enveloped me when I heard her call Gregory Mom. Gregory nodded, unable to hide a smile that filled me with peace. That night, in the small bubble of our kitchen, there was no kidnapping or danger, just Claudia, Gregory, and me, surrounded by laughter, colors, and sweet promises of our future. Chapter 19. Gregory Sanchez. The day had arrived, and despite the hours of sleep lost in the previous days, my nerves only seemed to intensify. I felt caught between anxiety and excitement, reflected in my trembling hands and scattered thoughts. I paced back and forth in my room, biting my nails, while Claudia and her little dog followed me, watching me with curiosity and patience. "Gregory," Claudia said, her small hands on her hips. "You need to stay still so they can fix you." Claudia's voice brought a smile to my face, but the vertigo remained. I stared at the dress on the bed, delicate and splendid, almost unreal. Just at that moment, Maria entered the room, her swollen belly reminding me how quickly life could change. I felt a churning in my stomach, a strange unease that forced me to run to the bathroom. I barely managed to lean over the toilet before my body vomited up what little I had eaten. "Gregory?" Maria asked worriedly, coming in behind me. "Are you okay?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself as I stepped out and leaned against the door frame. Yeah. I think it's just nerves." I tried to smile, even though my legs were still shaking. Finally, I allowed myself to sit down, and the team we had hired began their magic. Around me, murmurs, brushes, and hands working quickly and professionally mingled. I felt each stroke of makeup and each strand of hair in place give me a little more calm. When everything was finally ready, Maria and the bridesmaids helped me put on the dress, carefully adjusting every button and pleat. Seeing myself in the mirror, I felt as nervous as I was excited. That reflected image was me, and, at the same time, I looked like a stranger. A bride. Jorge was ready to walk me down the aisle, and as he offered me his arm, he looked at me with an encouraging smile. "Don't worry, Gregory," she whispered. "Antonio is just as anxious as you are. We barely managed to get him to stay still." The castle's small chapel was decorated with flowers and candles, and the atmosphere felt warm and familiar. As I entered, my gaze met Antonio's, waiting for me at the end of the aisle, standing next to the altar. Just seeing him there, with his bearing and the devotion in his eyes, calmed me. He looked so imposing yet so vulnerable, as if his eyes held everything we had experienced together. Every step I took toward him resonated in my chest. And when I finally reached him, his eyes never left mine. "You're perfect," he murmured, barely audible to those present, but clear enough to make me shudder. The ceremony began, and although every word the priest spoke was solemn, I felt as if I were floating, as if I were in a dream. Antonio looked at me with love, and every time our eyes met, I felt more grounded. When the moment arrived, I said, "I do," with a trembling voice that betrayed my excitement and happiness. But just at that moment, the world began to spin. My vision blurred, and the sounds of the chapel became a distant echo. I felt my legs give way, and darkness took over. When I woke up, I found myself in Antonio's bed, surrounded by a tense silence. The warm pressure of a hand wrapped around mine comforted me, and when I turned my head, I saw Antonio beside me, his expression one of deep concern. "Thank God, Gregory," she whispered in a shaky voice, caressing my face. "You had me completely out of my mind." "What happened?" I murmured, still a little dazed. The doctor, who was on the other side of the bed, came over and looked at me with a reassuring smile. "Relax, Gregory. It was just a faint," she said. "Nothing to be sorry about, really, more like something to celebrate. You're pregnant, about 8 weeks along." I felt the air escaping me, and I reached for Antonio's hand, which he held tightly. "A baby?" I whispered, surprised, as I tried to process the news. Antonio looked at me with eyes full of emotion, his lips forming a smile of complete happiness. "Gregory, you've given us the greatest gift," he murmured, filled with emotion, his gaze never leaving mine. "This is more than I ever imagined." With a smile on my face, I held onto his hand, feeling all the tension and fear of that day melt away. Life was not only giving us a second chance at happiness, but also a family. And, in that moment, I knew that, with him, anything was possible. After a few hours of rest and receiving the doctor's approval, they decided to discharge me. When I opened my eyes and saw Antonio, I couldn't help but laugh at his expression of absolute relief. "If you put me through this again, Gregory, you'll age me 10 years at once," he murmured, caressing my cheek with such a tender touch that it made me forget any fear. "I'm not promising anything," I replied with a mischievous smile, squeezing his hand as he helped me stand up. We resumed the ceremony, and upon leaving the chapel, a much more relaxed reception awaited us, as if fainting and the surprise of the pregnancy had brought a renewed sense of celebration to everyone. The music started playing again, and amid laughter and congratulations, we got the party started. Antonio and I danced, surrounded by those we loved, and the hours flew by amid toasts, shared glances, and heartfelt hugs. The next day, after breakfast, Antonio and I were at the entrance of the castle, ready to leave for our honeymoon. Jorge was there, with Claudia by his side, and Maria a step behind, trying to calm his obvious anxiety. "Dad," Claudia said in a serious tone, which at her young age was already beginning to resemble Antonio's, "are you really going to go and leave me with them?" Antonio knelt down at her level, caressed her face, and spoke to her in a soft voice he only used for her. "It's just a few days, my princess," he promised. "I know you'll be in good hands." Claudia didn't seem very convinced, and in a whisper, she said to me, "Maria has been very bossy these days, and Uncle Jorge, well, let's just say he won't let me play like you and Dad." Jorge crossed his arms, pretending to be offended. "I heard that, young lady," he said with a forced smile, "but I promise you will be the best of companions. I'll do whatever you want, within certain limits, of course." Maria, who was looking on with an amused smile, raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Come on, Claudia, we'll treat you like a princess." He winked at her. The little girl let out a resigned sigh, then looked at both of us with the intelligence and mischief she had inherited from her father. "Okay, but promise me you'll come back quickly." Antonio and I nodded, taking her hands. "I promise you, Claudia," I told her, "and besides, I already told you that you'll have a little brother or sister who will come to play with you soon." She smiled, although somewhat apprehensively. "That sounds good, but hurry up, I'll miss you." We got into the car, and when I turned to look at them, I saw Jorge and Maria exchange a look of resignation. Their faces were a picture of terror and frustration, as if they knew the days ahead would bring them headaches. "I think they'll be fine, don't you?" I murmured, taking Antonio's hand as we walked down the street, enjoying the beautiful view. He gave a light laugh, looking at me with an amused sparkle in his eyes. "I'm sure they'll survive, although Jorge might need a vacation after this one." Shared laughter extended throughout the journey, while the excitement of the honeymoon and the beginning of our life together filled me completely. I knew that upon our return, the adventure of our marriage and the arrival of our son or daughter would begin a new chapter filled with love. Gregory Sanchez. The rain softly tapped the cabin's windows, transforming the view into a series of blurred lines, as if the entire world were dissolving into the murmur of water on the forest leaves. The cabin, suspended on the edge of a mountain, floated in the mist, between the sky and the river that cascaded just below us. The landscape was a deep, intense green, hidden behind the curtain of the storm. Antonio had insisted that our honeymoon be in this place, so secluded that it seemed outside of time, outside of the world. We found ourselves in bed, wrapped in white sheets that barely covered us, and his warmth was the only solace I had in the incessant rain. His arms wrapped around me, and his gaze, fixed on mine, ripped away all certainty, leaving me immersed in vulnerability and desire, as if one word from him was enough to make me surrender completely. "I never imagined we'd end up here, you and me," I whispered, my fingers tracing the lines of his jaw. The dim light coming through the window made his face look even more mysterious, as if he were part of the same untamed nature of this place. Antonio let out a low laugh, which vibrated in his chest, right where my hand rested. "Where else would we be?" he replied, his voice soft and seductive, enveloping me like a warm blanket. "This place is perfect, away from everything. Just us." I looked at him, swallowing my words, because although everything was perfect, there was also a new sensation, something unexpected that mixed with the pleasure, an immensity that made me feel small, as if I weren't big enough for this love. He seemed to read my thoughts in my eyes, and with deliberate slowness, he slid his hand up to my cheek, brushing away a strand of hair that had stuck to my skin. "Don't think too much, Gregory." His voice was a whisper. "We're here to forget about the world, and what might come next." I nodded, letting my hand slide over his shoulders, feeling the strength contained in his muscles, and the warmth that spread from his skin to mine. "Then don't think," I murmured against her lips, impulsively. And we melted into a kiss, one that didn't seem to belong to this life, but to something older, as if we'd found each other in every embrace since before we met, since before we were born. His mouth moved over mine with an intensity that left no room to breathe, and when we broke apart, it was only for his lips to travel down my neck, over my collarbone, sliding with a tenderness that broke me and rebuilt me in equal parts. "You don't know how much you mean to me, Gregory," he murmured, his words barely a breath against my skin. "Tell me," I asked, almost without a voice, because listening to his confession was like clinging to the shore of something immense, which was dragging me along helplessly. He stopped, his eyes searching mine, and his gaze was charged with something so deep it almost hurt. "You're my home, Gregory. After so long without one, you're the place I want to return to, always. I love you." I felt a pang of emotion in my chest, one of those emotions so intense they can barely be described, and all I could do was hold him, press myself against him as if I could engrave every word, every sensation into my soul. The raindrops fell harder outside, their sound mingling with our sighs, our bodies moving in time with the storm. We were alone, suspended between heaven and earth, and in that instant, I knew nothing in the world could separate me from him. Distance, time, or the shadows of the past didn't matter. In that instant, it was just him and me, entangled in a love that defied all logic. "You know something?" I whispered in her ear, my breath coming in short bursts. "I've never felt safer than I do with you. I love you with all my heart, too." And without answering, his lips returned to mine, and the rest faded away, like the echo of a raging storm, only to calm down in the silence of the night. We lost ourselves again and again, in that perfect world, as if we somehow knew this would be just the beginning of the story we would share. The sun was barely peeking through the clouds covering the sky, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the cabin air. Antonio and I sat together at the table, and although a hearty breakfast was in front of us, we were both distracted, absorbed in the conversation and the tenderness of his fingers caressing my belly. "What if it's a girl?" I said, watching her expression as she smiled at the possibility. "Then Claudia will have someone to conspire with to make my life miserable," he replied, chuckling. But if it's a boy? His voice lowered slightly, as if he only wanted me to hear those words. Maybe he'll be as stubborn as his mother. I looked at him, feigning indignation, and burst out laughing. Stubborn, huh? Well, the child could turn out to be just as stubborn as you are. Don't even get me started on the names I've suggested and you've rejected. Maybe Claudia should be the one to choose the name, I said with a shrug. Antonio let out a dramatic sigh, but nodded. Very well. If we don't come to an agreement, Claudia will be the one to decide. Although I'm afraid she'll end up being called Princess Sparkle or something like that, he joked, and we both laughed, one of those laughs that seemed to echo in every corner of our little cabin in the woods. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted our laughter. The cabin attendant poked his head out, his expression serious and making me straighten. Forgive me for interrupting, Your Majesty, he said, bowing to Antonio, but I think you should watch the news. Antonio frowned and, without letting go of my hand, nodded, indicating that he should bring the remote control. The servant turned on the television and adjusted the channel until the voices of journalists began to fill the room. The images on the screen showed my face, in photographs taken without my knowledge, and a multitude of headlines that filled the screen in large, bright letters. Upstart, gold digger, and unscrupulous ambitious were the words that stood out, whispering and sometimes shouting every insult and lie they could find. My heart started beating so fast I could barely hear anything else. I stood up, feeling like my legs were barely holding me up, and tears began to stream down my cheeks. It was as if everything I'd ever feared, every insecurity and doubt I'd ever felt, was there, on that screen, transformed into a vicious, merciless accusation. Antonio approached me in an instant, putting his arms around me and resting my head on his chest. Gregory, don't listen, don't let those lies hurt you. I'll take care of this. I promise. His voice was honest, though his hands on my shoulders trembled, and I could feel the suppressed anger in his words. This is my fault, he murmured, with a hint of regret. I should have announced our marriage and introduced the world to its queen before we were married. You don't deserve this. I pulled back just enough to look into his eyes as he wiped my tears away with his fingers. It's not your fault, Antonio, I whispered, trying to smile, even though the pain lodged in my chest like a thorn. I couldn't have known that there would be those who wouldn't understand that this is love. Antonio nodded, his eyes fixed on mine, and at that moment he seemed more determined than ever. I won't let this ruin anything, Gregory. I'll make an official statement today. I'll remind the entire world that you are my queen, my wife, and the mother of our child. His voice was so intense that I knew he would do it without delay. I caressed his cheek, grateful for the strength with which he defended our love, and hugged him with all my being. Even though the voices on the screen kept echoing in my mind, Antonio and his embrace were my refuge, and I knew, with every fiber of my being, that I could face anything if I had him by my side. Chapter 20. Antonius Caspian. Returning to the castle was both a relief and a burden I hadn't expected. Gregory wouldn't hear of staying in the cabin after what we'd seen on the news. His only concern was Claudia, and I understood perfectly. However, as we passed through the castle gates, we were met by a swarm of journalists who seemed to have multiplied in our absence, shouting questions and making comments that bordered on the impertinent. Your Majesty, is it true that your wife comes from humble origins? Is it true that she took advantage of her position to marry you? What do you have to say about the rumors of financial interest? I stopped, resisting the urge to answer, and with a gesture of authority, ignored them as we moved forward. I left Gregory in our room with Claudia and Maria, who was reassuring her with that warmth of hers, while I headed to the office with Jorge. I needed to know where these rumors were coming from. Anger was eating away at me, and I couldn't allow the person responsible to go unpunished. "What did you discover?" I asked Jorge as soon as I closed the door. He was quick to give me the report. "Antonio, we have the culprit," he said in a deep, smug voice. "Carmen, your former governess for Claudia. Needless to say, she's let jealousy get the better of her, and, apparently, she bribed one of the defenders with personal services." My blood boiled. Carmen, the person I had trusted to care for my daughter, my late wife's friend. Without a second thought, I headed toward the wing where she was being held. I needed to see her, face her, and understand what had driven her to such baseness. Upon entering the cell, Carmen was sitting, staring into space with an expression she didn't recognize. Her eyes, which had once reflected unwavering loyalty, now seemed lost in a world of their own. "Carmen," I said, my voice echoing in the small room. "What the hell happened to you? How dare you betray us like this? Claudia, me, even Gregory, who has done you no wrong. The memory of my late wife, your friend." She looked up, her eyes flashing with a madness that stopped me cold. "Antonio, you don't understand anything," she whispered with a crooked smile, so different from the woman he remembered. "I did it for love, to open your eyes. She's not worthy of you, can't you see? That peasant, that woman without lineage, without greatness. You deserve a true queen. And her tone grew sharper, her eyes now alight with a twisted passion, "I was willing to be one, to give you what she can't. And my so-called friend never was. I was always beneath her shadow, in a corner watching her shine. Give me what she can't." I asked, with suppressed contempt. I couldn't understand how anyone could reach such a level of arrogance and envy. "Yes, Antonio," she murmured, leaning forward. "I was the one, I always was. I was the only one who stood by you when you lost your wife, the one who didn't love you, the only one who took care of Claudia when no one else would. And then she comes along, an intruder, a poor woman who knows nothing about our world. She doesn't deserve you." "Shut up," my voice echoed off the stone walls. "Your delusions won't change anything. Gregory is my wife, the mother of my child. Claudia loves her, and I love her. Do you think this display of betrayal and madness is going to convince me of anything?" Carmen let out a bitter laugh. "Love?" he repeated mockingly. "That's not love. You've been blinded by the charms of a woman who steals your greatness, your status. But you'll see, when I leave you for someone with more power or wealth, you'll remember my words." "The only thing I'll remember about you is this humiliation," I responded, furious and determined. "You've lost any right to be near Claudia, near my family. And when I leave here, I want you to think about what your words mean, from the cell you'll occupy for the rest of your life." She glared at me, her face a mask of contempt and madness, but I didn't care. I walked away, letting the guards deal with her. My footsteps echoed in the hallway, and with each one, my resolve grew firmer. I would make every corner of the kingdom know who Gregory was, and I would defend his honor, our families, against anyone. When I returned to the private wing of the castle, eager to check on my women, the scene I found lifted the weight off my shoulders. Gregory and Claudia were sitting on the bed, surrounded by pillows, chatting animatedly about the baby. Claudia caressed Gregory's belly with her small hands, smiling with a tenderness that touched me. I approached slowly, letting their voices fill the silence, and the weariness of the entire day began to dissipate. "Dad!" Claudia exclaimed, looking up at me. "Mom says the baby can hear me." I'm telling her what our home is like. Gregory laughed and looked at me warmly. I hope you didn't tell her any secrets, I joked, sitting next to them and wrapping my arms around both of them. We spent time talking. Claudia seemed more excited than ever and kept suggesting names for the baby. When it got late, we walked her to her room. Gregory read her a story while I watched Claudia slowly close her eyes, secure in her place, cuddled with her little dog. It was a relief to see her sleeping peacefully after the turbulent days we'd experienced. Upon returning to our room, I watched Gregory change, trying to hide his worried expression. We lay down on the bed, and as I approached to put my arm around her, she looked at me with a seriousness that left no room for doubt. Antonio, he began, stroking my hand. About Carmen. I know she's done a lot of damage, and I understand why she's in a cell. But, don't you think she could use some kind of help? Her mind. It's obviously not right. I sighed, letting my head fall back. Her generosity was one of the things I loved most about her, but in this case, I couldn't ignore how hard it had been to contain my anger during that encounter. Gregory, I know you're worried about her condition. But after what she did, how can you? Because madness is a prison too, Antonio, he said. If we take her to a place where she can get help, maybe that will prevent her from hurting herself or from continuing to waste away. I don't want our family to be in constant fear of someone who can't control their own actions. I thought about it for a long minute, watching her eyes filled with a compassion that was otherworldly. Of course, I didn't like the idea of having to continue caring for Carmen, but if giving her a chance at treatment was what kept the peace in our home, I was willing to consider it. Okay, I finally relented, taking her hands in mine. I promise I'll find a place where they can help her, but in return, I want all of this behind us, so we can focus on our family and what's next. Gregory nodded, relieved, and hugged me tightly. Feeling his warmth made me realize once again that my place was here, by their side, protecting them from any storm. After a few minutes of silence, I caressed her cheek, watching her eyes shine with love and tenderness. You have such a noble heart, Gregory, I whispered. But I don't know what I'd do without that light of yours that saves me every day. We stayed like that, in silence, knowing that we had done the right thing for our family and that, finally, we could move on. Gregory Sanchez. The day arrived sooner than I imagined. Looking in the mirror, I couldn't ignore the torrent of emotions coursing through my body. Claudia was by my side, her large, curious eyes never taking their eyes off me as I finished getting ready. She seemed to understand the importance of the moment, though perhaps not completely. Are you nervous, Mom? She asked in her sweet little voice, holding my hand. I smiled, gently squeezing her little fingers and feeling a wave of peace seeing her so confident by my side. A little, Claudia. But when I see you here with me, everything feels so much better. Relax, Mom. These things are usually uncomfortable, you'll get used to them. With you by my side, I'm sure I'll get used to it quickly, little one. She nodded and looked at me seriously, as if she was giving me all the strength she could muster. Antonio then entered, elegant and serene as ever, with an expression that calmed even my deepest fears. He took my hand and then caressed the belly where our son was growing, a gesture that made me feel complete. Are you ready, my queen? He asked, full of pride and tenderness. We're going to face the world together, as it was always meant to be. I took a deep breath, and hand in hand, we walked toward the press room, Claudia walking between us, her small hand intertwined with mine. As soon as we arrived, the lights and the murmur of reporters became overwhelming, but the warmth of Antonio at my side and the confidence in his eyes gave me the courage to continue. When silence fell, Antonio stepped forward, holding my hand in his. Camera flashes lit up the room as he began to speak, his voice strong and clear, filling every corner with his authority. "Today, I want to share with you some news that fills my family and me with joy," he began, his gaze scanning the room before returning to me. "I am proud to introduce you to Gregory, my wife, my queen, and the mother of my child." Antonio's words echoed, and I felt all eyes turn to me. A whisper ran through the room, and the warmth of his words was enough to dispel my own fears. "Gregory has been a light in our lives," he continued, without taking his gaze off me, "and I'm sure he'll be a worthy queen of this kingdom. Together, we're awaiting the arrival of a new member to our family." Claudia proudly raised her face a little higher, holding my hand as if she wanted to give me strength too. I couldn't help but smile, leaning forward to kiss her softly on the cheek. One of the reporters raised his hand, daring to ask the question everyone seemed to be holding back. "Gregory, how do you feel about being introduced today as queen and mother of the next heir? What does it mean to you?" Emotions crowded in my throat, but I took a deep breath, holding Claudia's hand and feeling Antonio's strength at my side. "It's an honor and an immense joy," I replied with a genuine smile. "Being Claudia's mother and Antonio's wife has changed my life in ways I never imagined. Today, I can only thank this kingdom for welcoming me, and I promise to dedicate myself with love and commitment to my new responsibility." The cameras flickered, capturing every moment. Then another question struck me. "What name have you thought of for the future prince or princess?" Antonio burst out laughing and looked at Claudia, who immediately perked up, as if she had been waiting for that moment. "I chose the name," she exclaimed with an enthusiasm that filled the room with laughter and smiles. I looked at Antonio, who gave me a smile full of pride and love. "That's right," he said, taking my hand and raising it in the air. "This is the beginning of a new chapter for our family and for the kingdom. And, together with Gregory, Claudia, and the new member who will soon arrive, we will build a strong, just, and loving home." At that moment, I realized we had overcome every trial, and that nothing and no one could stop us. The entire kingdom was watching us, and although the challenges remained, there was no doubt in my heart. I was ready to face everything alongside Antonio, my king and my love, with Claudia and our baby by our side. That day marked the beginning of a hopeful chapter. We looked at each other, surrounded by flashing lights, and I knew I'd finally found my place. With each passing day, my belly grew, reminding us that the moment was ever closer. Antonio kept looking at me with pride and also concern. Although he tried to hide it, I could see it in his eyes, a deep fear, almost hidden in the shadow of his gaze. One night, as I was already in bed, I felt him approaching silently. The dim light barely illuminated his face as he sat beside me. For a moment, his fingers gently ran over my stomach, bringing a smile to my face, but his eyes were serious, as if he were about to unravel some secret hidden within. "Gregory," he murmured, his voice taking on that deep tone he rarely used. "I need to tell you something." I took his hand, squeezing it to encourage him, waiting patiently for him to find the words. Antonio breathed in, as if the air in his lungs gave him the courage he needed. "I don't want you to worry, but sometimes, I'm terrified to think about what's next," he admitted, his eyes searching mine, as if afraid his words might hurt me. "I think about what happened when Claudia came into this world, and how I lost her mother. The fear that something like that could happen to you consumes me sometimes, even if I don't want it to. I don't know if I could bear to live it again." His words stopped, but the fear of his fears hung in the air between us. I felt the lump in his throat, and tenderly, I stroked his cheek, forcing him to look at me. "Antonio, look at me," I said, using gentle words, my voice calm, seeking to soothe his heart. "Nothing bad is going to happen. I'm here with you and Claudia, and I will remain here, strong, to welcome our child. Every pregnancy is different, every life brings its own destiny. And this child will arrive surrounded by love and care." He looked at me, his eyes seemingly fluctuating between pain and hope. I knew how much it hurt to relive the past, and that the fear of losing someone else was etched in his memory like a scar. "I want to believe you," he whispered, lowering his head to rest his forehead against mine. "I want to trust that fate won't take anything away from us this time." I caressed his face, holding it gently in my hands, and let my voice fill the void. "My love, our baby is going to arrive in a home full of strength and hope. Trust in that, trust in us. This time, everything will be different." Antonio nodded, closing his eyes and sighing as if my words had lifted his burden. I wrapped my arms around him, and he held on to me with an intensity that made me feel the power of his love, his protection, and his vulnerability. "Thank you, Gregory. For everything. I promise I'll be strong, for you, for our son, and for Claudia. I love you." We stayed like that, hugging each other, sharing the silence and the warmth of our promises. Epilogue 1. Antonius Caspian. The moment had arrived. I stood beside Gregory, holding his hand, his face beaded with sweat and pain reflected in it. He kept looking at me with defiant calm, even though I felt myself crumbling with every passing second. "Gregory," I murmured, squeezing her hand gently, as if afraid of hurting her. "Be strong, love. I'm here. I promise I'm here. We'll get through this together." She looked at me, barely mustering a smile through her exertion and labored breathing, those eyes even more alive than I'd ever imagined. She squeezed my hand, tighter than I thought possible at the time, and whispered, "Antonio. Calm down. It's going to be okay," he told me, and there was a peace in his gaze that managed to cut through the panic consuming me. "Trust me." I watched the final effort, the last surge of strength that emerged from her like a sigh deeper than the pain. Our baby's cry broke the silence and filled the room with new life, with the miracle that awaited us. I hadn't wanted to know if it was a boy or a girl, letting the moment surprise us. When the doctor approached, I saw my son's face. Gregory, exhausted but smiling, held our son in her arms, whispering words of love and tenderness. I couldn't take my eyes off her and that child, my son, our son. With tears in my eyes, I whispered, "Gregory, you are incredible. You did it. We did something," my voice cracked. "You are my queen, my everything." She smiled, still exhausted, and reached up to touch my face. "And you are my king," she agreed lovingly, and I leaned down to kiss her, my lips trembling on hers. It took a few days until Gregory was fully recovered, and every second was like living in a dream. The castle halls vibrated with a happiness I never thought possible. Jorge came to visit us soon after, and as we passed Maria in the gardens, I received a burst of laughter from Gregory when I saw her glare at him, undisguised. It seemed as if every corner of the castle pulsed with a brilliant light. That same night, we dressed the baby, dressing him in a small robe embroidered with the crown symbol. I held our son in my arms, feeling the responsibility, but also the warmth of a family that was complete. Gregory, standing beside me, took my hand and said, "Today we present to the world our greatest achievement. Our greatest love." I smiled at her and kissed her forehead. Together, with Claudia at our side, we walked out onto the balcony where the court was waiting to meet the heir. "Listen," I announced, my voice vibrating with emotion. "I present to you the new prince, the future of our kingdom, Princess Claudia, who, to my great pride, has chosen the name for her new brother. Hello everyone, thank you for being here. The future king will be Antonio too. He deserves to bear the name of our father, a warrior willing to give everything for his family and you, who are his kingdom." The cheers echoed off the castle walls. Gregory and I exchanged a look filled with love and hope. I knew, deep in my heart, that happiness had come to stay in our lives. And so, with our family complete, we prepared to live out the rest of our days in the peace and joy we had long dreamed of. Epilogue 2. Gregory Sanchez. In front of the mirror, I gazed at my reflection as I gently and slowly brushed the blush over my cheeks. It was a scene I'd never have imagined as the routine of my life, getting ready in the castle for a dinner with the king, my husband, and our guests. It was like a distant dream, unrecognizable compared to the days of effort and solitude that had once defined my life. As I got ready, my mind wandered, remembering those days when I could barely sustain my small flower shop. Worry and long hours were all I knew. Now, here I was, with a life filled with love and family, a stability I didn't even dare ask for. I finished my makeup and stood up, smoothing my dress with a smile before heading over to see my children. Little Princess Claudia, as always, was busy trying on one of her new dresses, and our son, still in his caregiver's arms, smiled at me with those eyes of infinite tenderness. I approached each of them, giving them a kiss on the forehead. As I turned to go down the stairs, I bumped into Antonio. With his smile that charmed me every day, he handed me a thick envelope sealed with the crown symbol. "What's this?" I asked, noticing a mixture of pride and excitement in his expression. "Open it," he said, with the tone of someone who knows he's about to give me a special gift. I opened the envelope with trembling fingers and took out the documents. My eyes widened in surprise when I realized what I was holding, the deeds to a nursery and flower farm, registered in my name. "Antonio," I murmured, barely believing what I was seeing. This is. "It's all yours, Gregory. The business will open tomorrow, and you own it entirely." He took my hand, intertwining our fingers as he looked at me tenderly. "I want you to have the freedom to continue growing what you love. I know how much it means to you." I couldn't hold back my tears. I hugged him tightly, feeling my heart race as I understood the profound love behind this gesture. I kissed him and whispered, "I love you, Antonio. I can't imagine a life without you. You've made my dreams come true in ways I never thought possible." He smiled at me and caressed my face, a shared happiness shining in his eyes. And so, hand in hand, we walked down the stairs together to face whatever the future held, knowing that our story of love and family was just beginning.